a luxurious mansion in no way inferior to a palace wealth as well as a ducal title, and of course excellent dignity and style. The girl now looks at her mother-in-law and understands that she has it all. When a young lady sits with a woman over a cup of tea, he feels very uncomfortable. However, the mother-in-law then puts down her mug of tea. Then he asks if there are still no signs of pregnancy. This makes a girl choke on tea, after which she wipes her mouth and apologizes. The woman also wipes the tea that got on her and claims that she has already said countless times that their family needs an heir. The main character then understands that everything is as expected from Blue Blood, but she has no charisma at all. Therefore, the young lady is now wondering if she can't even drink tea. The woman then claims that almost 2 years have passed since the girl appeared in their house, and by the way, she specifically called a fortune teller to choose a suitable date. But she chose and forced them to do it. Well, in any case, the woman says that she cannot control every action of the girl. After which, she asks how the young lady thinks and how lucky she is to receive the title of Duchess. After all, there is only one reason why she chose her. The main character then thinks that this woman is in her repertoire and she never gets tired of repeating it. The mother-in-law at this time cries out that 4 generations of her family were distinguished by high fertility, and the young lady's mother gave birth to several more children. In addition to her, so now the woman asks what the girl has been doing for these 2 years, and if it weren't for their famous family fertility, the girl would not have been needed. The woman also claims that their family boasts a long history equal to the imperial family. So now she asks what the girl thinks about what she can bring to this family. The girl only thinks why she tolerates these insulting words, and the woman then asks if she really forgot about their deal. The main character then replies that of course not, and then she remembers how she signed this letter with trembling hands and thinks how infuriating it is. After all, it was not she who signed the contract, but Selena. But she is confused that her past and current situation are different from each other. The blonde at this time just clicks and says, "What a useless girl." And the main character understands that she can't even say anything, and she realizes that she is actually with her son. "I've never slept yet." Now the young lady understands that when the memories of her past life returned, it is no longer a joke. If she gets involved with this woman like Selena in the original Lady Crown, then things will end badly. After all, she will become a wife who poisoned her own husband, and she will be sentenced to execution. At this time, the mother-in-law asks what happened, and the girl is frozen, and the young lady replies that no. The woman then claims that the girl's body must endure the receiver, so let her take care of him and protect her head, because not so long ago everyone was arguing whether she had gone crazy. At this time, the girl just smiles and tells her mother that she is going there too, because everything is fine with her body and mind. But at the same moment, some noise is heard, and the young lady is then a little surprised, and then realizes that this noise is definitely familiar to her. At the same moment, the maid runs into the room and then screams that the Duke has fallen again. A little time later, 2 girls already enter the room where the Duke lies, and the woman asks if it happened again. At this time, the guy just lies and writhes in pain. And the young lady understands that even when he's sick, he's still handsome. The blonde then just screams out her son's name, and the young lady understands that everything is correct, and this is Duke Amid Ypret. He is also her sickly husband who can fall into eternal sleep at any moment. At this time, the guy extends his trembling hand, and the girl understands that in the original novel, he is just a minor character, so little information is available to her. After which the young lady takes the guy by the hand, and she understands that they do not have such a close relationship to hold hands, but she herself did it without realizing it. However, the girl also thinks that in any case, even if this relationship is fake, every time he suffers like this, it is very painful for her to watch. So now Selena tells Amid to hold on, and she just hopes that he doesn't fall into eternal sleep just like that. However, at the same moment, the guy grabs her hand, and the young lady then thinks in shock how a sick person can be so strong. And the young lady now only tells him to stay strong, but she herself thinks how painful it is. And when the guy squeezes her hand even harder, the girl almost cries and understands that this does not mean that he should use force. Then one of the maids bumps into the young lady and says that she is a real nuisance, and then asks if the girl will just stand there because she is creating inconvenience, so let her come out. Selena realizes that this girl is Amida's maid named Emma. And the young lady also thinks that she herself wants to go out, but they can, because this guy won't let her go. Another maid then turns to the young lady and asks her not to cry because the gentleman will definitely get better, and the young lady then replies that yes, and so it will be, at least she hopes. A short time later, Raymond claims that they have passed the critical period. And the woman replies that this guy already fell some time ago and asks why it happened again so soon. The main character is near the Duke at this time and thinks that he seems to have woken up, so she is happy. The girl also looks at her husband's sleeping face, and he realizes that he looks like a real angel. But at the same moment, the guy opens his eyes, and the young lady then turns to him a little in shock. The young man then only tells her to leave, but the main character then asks in shock what he is saying and is he still in pain? After which he also screams out where it hurts and whether to call Raymond again. However, the young man after this only reaches out to the main character, and the girl in response to this opens her eyes wide in surprise. Then she sees that the guy is hanging over her and says that he told her to get lost. The main character then looks at the young man a little surprised, but he only asks what she is looking at. Selena just sighs after that, and the guy claims that this annoys him, so he asks the girl if she can let him go already. But the main character then pulls out her hand and thinks that she would really like to scream. Is it she who is holding him so that he cannot remove his hand, because it was he who squeezed her hand until her knuckles turned white? But all this is only in her thoughts, and now the girl is only silent. The guy at this time asks what she is doing there and let her leave, and also asks if she can hear. The young lady understands that she needs to be patient because this man is sick, and then she just asks Amid to calm down because he shouldn't be too surprised and angry. Well, the guy then just tells her to stop, after which he says that the girl should not even dream about it because no matter how she does not get what she wants from him. But Selena then only asks who was talking about this. The guy is surprised after this and does not understand what she is talking about. And the young lady then screams whether she really told him something about this and why the guy behaves this way as soon as he woke up, and also whether he has anywhere to put his energy. The young man gets angry after this, and the main character looking at him wonders if he really thinks that she will just give up. After which the main character looks at the bottle on the nightstand nearby, and he takes it in his hands. Then he turns to Mr. Amid and says that he can harm himself, so let him stop, and he will take his medications faster and go back to sleep. However, the guy then only looks at this bottle in surprise, and the young lady thinks that she is really giving him poison because everything looks as if it is so, after which the young lady claims that if he behaves this way, then she has no other choice, except how to get him drunk on it. After that, the girl just says with a smile on her face that he should say, well, the guy then only claims that he heard the girl went crazy, and it seems to be true, to which the main character still answers with the same smile that it could be. But then he thinks that all he has to do is look at the Duke's face, because the girl who in the original could only look at him silently suddenly began to retort and argue so naturally he was not used to this. And now the young lady doesn't understand if he really doesn't want to drink it. And she also understands that in fact this person is deeply unhappy. After all, as soon as he joined the ranks of the Knights of the Sun, who are the most honorable guard of the country, then he was struck down by an unknown illness, and even just lying like that in his room, he suffers from involuntary seizures. And moreover, the mother-in-law constantly insists that she does not know when the guy will plunge into eternal sleep, so he must give birth to an heir as soon as possible. And the young lady is just a woman who follows the orders of her mother-in-law, the woman he sees for the first time, and now the young lady realizes that she is that woman. But the guy looks at the young lady and then just gets angry and tells her not to look at him like that. The main character then asks what it means, and the guy in response to this only gets angrier and screams that she looks at him like a dog plunging into eternal sleep from pain. After which, Amid snatches the bottle from her hands, and he drinks medicine. Then he looks at the young lady, and the maids at this time only get embarrassed and look away. But then the main character starts clapping, and he says it's great. Well, one of the maids then shows that the girl has only gone crazy. I remember after that he asks if everything is now, and the main character answers yes. And the young man claims that he took the medicine, so let her leave. And the main character agrees, and when she leaves the room, he says that now the guy should rest. A little time later, when the girl is already on the street, she says that it's like she's been in a war, and the maid asks if the lady is okay. She also claims that this is not the first time, and the gentleman sometimes really goes overboard. Selena replies that there is nothing to be done, and if she were in his place, I would hate myself too, and the maid then asks what the lady is talking about. However, the young lady asks why she pretends that they know 5 other maids also say about her that she is a duchess who came there only to give birth to an heir, but Rona then swears to the young mistress that she never thought of her like that, and the main character then replies that she knows that the girl doesn't say that, but others sometimes call her that. Rona then tries to say something else about the main character and realizes that she is one of those who cannot lie, after which she claims that she is fine. So let the maid leave her alone, and the girl agrees in response to this. But then he pays attention to the mistress's hand and screams that she is covered in bruises. The young lady then realizes that everything was fine before, and if the hand moves, it means it's not broken. Therefore now, Selena says that everything is fine and understands that unlike the future that awaits her, this is nothing. However, the maid at this time only turns to the young mistress and says that she is so good, but the gentleman doesn't understand at all what kind of heart she has. But in any case, thank God that for the last 2 weeks she has been consoling the gentleman, and many have spoken that the young mistress has gone crazy, but the maid then understands what she said and falls silent. The main character then just looks at her silently, and after that Rona with tears in her eyes says that she didn't mean it, but the main character says that everything is fine, and she understands, but the maid then asks what she means, and the girl replies that in the eyes of other people she looks crazy. And Selena thinks who would believe that 2 weeks ago her memories of her past life returned, and also the fact that this place is inside the book she was reading. And her role in this book is not the best. After all, she is a wife who poisoned her own husband. The girl understands that the reason why the subtitle of the novel is Lady Crown, Veronica's Memories, that the work came from the pen of the main character of the same name, and this book is her memoirs. And the story about Selena that Veronica told is this: after all, the girl is a villain who poisoned her sick husband Duke Amid and was eventually executed. This was written from the words of Camilla's mother-in-law, who madly wanted revenge on her daughter-in-law. She plunged her son into eternal sleep, and there were rumors in society about why Selena plunged Amida into eternal sleep, and Camila paid the executioner to achieve the most painful death penalty. 2 girls whispered to each other, and one of them claimed that the girl tried to steal the inheritance, and she was taken to be born with a son, but the child never appeared, so she went crazy. And because the Duke was so sick, it was easy to poison him. And also the girl probably thought that if her husband fell into eternal sleep, then all the property would go to her, and the whole Duke was so unhappy because he had no idea that his wife was capable of this, and they say she even had a lover. Thanks to Camila, Celine was put in the dirtiest cell, and until she fell into eternal sleep, the girl was treated worse than a runaway slave. And a little time later, the criminal was already going to execution, and people also said that she, like a demon, repeated the same thing, and that's that it wasn't her, but no one believed her. And at Camilla's request, Selena was tortured as much and as painfully as possible during her execution, prolonging her torment. It was rumored that the girl said goodbye to life only on the 3rd day. And the young lady now understands that when all these memories came back, her mental health began to crumble. One of the maids then asked if this girl had gone crazy. But the main character at that time was only thinking why it should be her. However, the girl was still able to pull herself together to find a solution. And now Veronica's biography is important, from her childhood in an orphanage to her accession to the throne. After all, these stories were written by Veronica herself based on her own reasoning, so there is almost no information about anyone or anything else, and no matter how much the main character tried to analyze the novel, she did not find anything that could help her. And the girl understands that if she had not signed the contract that Camila offered earlier, then everything could have turned out differently. And the girl understands that her situation was not always like this. The young lady's family was quite wealthy, thanks to her father who headed a large company. But the father, who often sailed on merchant ships, was caught in a storm and his ship was wrecked. The news shocked my mother, and she fell into eternal sleep due to the premature birth of her 5th child. At the same time, the father's business partners appeared and demanded compensation for the losses they suffered due to the fact that the father died. After this, the young lady had to take responsibility for the financial support of the family and began to work. starting with cleaning, cooking, and various household chores, finishing up helping at the pharmacy, and there was nothing she didn't do. The young lady sold everything in the house, but there was no more money, and she still couldn't send her younger siblings to school. Well, at that moment, Mrs. Camila turned to her and claimed that she had heard that a girl from her family was famous for her fertility. The main character then did not understand what she was talking about, and the woman only stated that she hoped this also applies to this girl. And the young lady still didn't understand what she was talking about, but the woman then said directly that she wanted the girl to give birth to an heir for her son. Duchess Camila gave birth to a sickly son, and he is a man who lives for today, not knowing at what moment he might fall into eternal sleep. He also became the only successor of the previous duke. Therefore, if he falls into eternal sleep, the duke's legacy will come to an end. And a successor was urgently needed, but no one wanted to marry their daughter to a sick man who was capable of going to the next world at any moment. And even more so, there were no willing ones even among noble families. And in the end, the Duchess made the best decision, deciding to use a girl from a noble family, an impoverished nose with a good reputation. Therefore, she argued that if the young lady gave birth to an heir, then she would pay off all her debts as well as provide a good life for her younger brothers and sisters. The main character understood that she had good heredity and the absence of parents who might be against marriage with an unhealthy person. And she was the one who met these conditions, and was also the daughter of a family of bankrupt aristocrats. Of course, Selena had no reason to refuse, and when she got married, she became a duchess. This story could have a happy ending if the girl gave birth to a child, and she would have had a pretty good life, but everything went wrong from the very first meeting with him. After all, when the young lady walked into the guy's room, he just asked who else she was. The young lady then didn't even know what to say to her and thought that the guy didn't know anything. And the blonde then claimed that he asked what was happening and the girl didn't even know how to explain everything. She also understood that they had said that the guy was sick, but he looked very good, and on the contrary looked very healthy. However, the young man then only asked whether the girl would continue to remain silent. And the main character wondered why he was so handsome and that she even needed to enter into an arranged marriage. Then, in her imagination, the guy looked completely different, and at that time the young man asked if she could open her mouth. And if the girl is a new maid, then let her go to the others and ask where her room is. However, the main character then claimed that she was told that she was spending the night there today, and the guy then asked what she was talking about. He claimed that his mother also told him to come to this room, but then he still said that it was somehow strange. And turning to the young lady, he asked who she was. The main character then cried out that she was the wife of the Duke, and understood that whatever would happen. The guy then asked what she was talking about and whether the girl was his wife. He also asked when he could have a wife if he himself doesn't know anything about it. The girl replied that it was a month ago. And she understood that it was not difficult because she arrived there a month ago and began training with Camila. To be more precise, she taught her what to do to conceive a receiver. After that, Camila gave her a marriage contract to sign and the girl officially became the Duke's wife, but had no idea that her husband didn't even know about it. Therefore, now the young lady claims that she promised Duchess Camila, and the guy asked what she promised. And the young lady replied that she had promised that she would bear him an heir. After that, the guy just looked at her in surprise, and the young lady understood that now he would definitely get angry. However, when nothing happened, the girl opened her eyes. And the guy sat on the bed and said that since he would plunge into eternal sleep, not today or tomorrow, she wanted what was left of him. After which, Amit also told the young lady to come to him, and the main character in response to this was only surprised and wondered what he was talking about. And the young man repeated once again, didn't he order her to come up? And after all, she came there to have a child from her husband, who at any moment will plunge into eternal sleep? The young lady knew then that it was true, but she had never had such an experience. And the guy just asks if today is the same night, and the young lady notes that today is a good day for conception, because the doctor said so. The girl also understands that all week she took vitamins and ate only what is healthy for pregnant women. But the guy then asks what else the young lady thinks, what is he talking about? However, the guy then just grabs her, and she lies down on the bed, and then asks if she was taught this. Selena then understands that Ahmed has a weak body and the woman said never to put pressure on him, and also if the guy has an attack, then let the girl immediately call for help and in no case should he be overexcited. And she also said that this is not just some kind of game, because this is what she must do in order to conceive a child from the Duke, and now the girl understands that she remembered. The guy at this time claims that his mother and Raymond so sincerely want an heir. Therefore, let the girl do as she was taught, and the young lady will only remain silent in response to this. And the guy then smiles and asks if she can. He then claims that her mother must have taught her how to behave around him, what and how to do as well as how to react, because she had to tell her all this. The main character then thinks that this guy is just holding her, but she feels all his power. And at this time, the young man asks if they really pushed her into his bedroom without even teaching her. After which he puts his fingers on her neck, and the girl wonders if he is about to plunge her into eternal sleep. However, the guy then pulls back and says that if you think about it like that, then she's pretty brave. The main character then only screams in shock, "Why is he doing this?" And she was told that he was sick. After which she takes the guy's hand and tells him to stop, but the young man then sits on the edge of the bed and says that we've passed. After all, even if he plunges her into eternal sleep, his mother will bring another girl. So he tells the young lady to get out, and the girl then really wanted to leave. But she understood that if she gave up now, then everything would end, so she couldn't. After which she nevertheless turned to the Duke, but the guy only asked if she had heard and let the girl get out. However, after that, Selena only fell to her knees and said that it was impossible. After all, today she is obliged to spend the night with the Duke and simply has to do it, and the guy asks why. And the young lady remembers the clause in the contract that if the contract between A and B is disclosed to a third party, then B will pay a fine. So now the girl answers that she cannot say, but she cries out that she needs to do this because only then will she be recognized as a real duchess. And she doesn't want to be kicked out because the Duke can simply choose a second wife for himself. But if she's kicked out, then she still has nowhere to go. So if he wants to plunge her into eternal sleep, then let him do it. But she still cannot leave, and now the young lady wonders if she will really be plunged into eternal sleep. The guy then just takes out the blade of the sword, after which she just screams to be saved. But the young man in response to this only sighs and smiles, and then asks how she could even enter the bedroom of a man whom she sees for the first time in her life. The girl then tells the Duke that she has brothers and sisters, so she cannot fall into eternal sleep. However, when the man swung his sword, the young lady only thought if this was the end, and closing her eyes she expected the worst, after which the sound of a cut was heard in the room. However, it turned out that the Duke cut himself, and the young lady then screamed in shock what the Duke was doing. After which the guy said that this is true, and the girl can continue screaming because this is not even bad. And there are maids outside, and it is also the first night of the newlyweds, so if it is too quiet, they will suspect something is wrong. And the girl then looks at the guy in shock and wonders if he's really not going to plunge her into eternal sleep, but is doing this on purpose so that everyone will think that they slept together. Therefore, she still does not understand why, but the young man at this time, he takes off his shirt and then sits on the bed and tells the girl to bandage him with this. The main character does so, but then wonders if she can ask why he is doing this. The guy then just asks if she wants to sleep with him, and the young lady replies that that's not what she meant, after which Ahmed says that she must have been given a condition to give birth to a child from him because his mother is a duchess. And he doesn't know what the young lady was promised, but she won't be able to achieve what she wants, so let the girl be silent. The main character then wonders if he is really offering to pretend that they have a relationship but not sleep together. And the guy then claims that this means that she will never give birth to a child from him. The young lady then remembers her sisters and brothers and finally turns to the Duke and asks if he didn't want an heir. The guy only replies that this is what his mother wants because seeing how her son's life is flowing away, it is natural that the first thing she thought about was an heir. And the woman found a girl without a gender and also threw her into his bedroom. The young lady then realizes that she made a big mistake by asking him to save her life, and she was only thinking about herself, not understanding at all what it was like for him. After all, a guy should be the son of an unloved woman just for the sake of giving birth to a successor, so now. The young lady with tears in her eyes wonders what she has done. The Duke at this time only asks in shock why she is crying. And after that, the young lady apologizes and thinks that she's definitely gone crazy, because even if she really needed it, she had money. That contract with the condition of having a child was too much. The girl also remembers how her brother turned to his sister and asked if he could now go to school. And then the guys ate delicious food, they said in shock that it was very tasty, and asked where it all came from. However, now the young lady still understands that there is no need to think about it, because she could return and find at least some way to survive, and she needs to go to the Duchess and ask to terminate this agreement. And if she gets into debt again, then there is no other way out, and it's all wrong. Therefore now the main character asks the guy not to tell the Duchess about everything that happened because she is right now. However, the guy then replies that he had no such thought, after which the young lady is surprised and asks why. And the guy replies that he promised that he wouldn't tell, and then I'll ask the girl why he's doing this. But the whole estate will think that they slept together. And the main character then replies that this is true, after which she asks why he is doing all this. Then he claims that if he doesn't sleep with her today, then the woman will continue to slip him to be surprised in the bedroom like her. The next morning, the maids, seeing marks on the sheets, will report this to the Duchess. And then the girl's contract will not be terminated. And also, everyone will get what they want, and that's all they can do for it. The young lady, now looking at the contract, understands that it was a terrible night. But in any case, the situation changed, and the pressure from Camille increased, and now that she found out that she had become the villain of the novel, then he understands that he cannot plunge into eternal sleep in such a terrible way. And no matter how well drafted the contract is, there must be a loophole in it. Now the young lady looks at the fine that awaits her for failure to fulfill the contract and realizes that it is approximately 5 billion. Therefore, the girl is shocked and thinks how she could sign such an unfair contract. Well, then the young lady sees a line with special conditions, and it says that if the reason for continuing the contract disappears, then it can be terminated at the request of party A. Therefore now the young lady is thinking what a wonderful note this is, but of all the unfair points, this is the only one in her favor. The young lady understands that the only way out is to force Camila to be the first to demand a very simple divorce from her. Therefore, the girl thinks how surprisingly easy everything is solved. A little time later, the girl comes up to her and asks if her mother wanted to see her. The woman replies that everything is correct, and she called the young lady to find out when to expect good news from her. And the main character after this claims that she is trying, so let her mother not worry so much. The young lady also thinks that the woman called her so unexpectedly, and the situation is starting to heat up. Camila says that Amid had a seizure again, and there are rumors throughout the estate that the girl has gone crazy, so the woman asks if she thinks that she has nothing to worry about. Selena then realizes that this is a reaction to the fact that her memories have returned, but she cannot tell the woman about it. Camila at this time says that if a girl cannot get pregnant because she does not care about her health, then she will have to return the time and money spent on her in full. The young lady then agrees and claims that all this is written in the contract, but in fact she also has something to say. The woman then asks what, and the young lady understands that this is the first time she has said such a thing, so she is a little nervous, and then she claims that she wants to take on everything connected with her husband, and understands that she has finally done it. The blonde asks what she means, and the young lady replies that she knows too little about her husband. For example, about what Amid eats and whether he walks enough, as well as what time he gets up and all that. Camila asks why the girl is interested in this. And the young lady replies that it was Mrs. Camila who has been caring for Amid all day, and she only sat next to him when he was unconscious. The new girl thinks that in fact, usually everyone tried to keep her at a distance. She didn't have the opportunity. Therefore now the main character with a smile on her face claims that, in general, she wants to take care of Amid's health herself, because he is her husband. The young lady then gets a little embarrassed and says that it was the first time she said the word husband herself. The woman tells the girl not to say anything stupid to believe about Amida's well-being. Raymond is already taking great care of her, so the woman asks why she needs this and claims that she doesn't know what the girl is trying to achieve with this, but it's better for her to focus on her responsibilities. The young lady then, a little puzzled, replies that in order to get pregnant, she will be more attentive to her health. But she still understands that, as she thought, this is not so simple, and if so, she will immediately move on to Plan B. After which the young lady says that in addition, she is taking all the fertility pills that Raymond prescribed. And in general, it seems strange to her that this has not happened yet, but 2 years have already passed since they were married, and the girl then says that if this is the case, the problem may be in something else. The mother-in-law then asks what the young lady claims that she herself knows for a successful conception. It is important not only the health of the mother but also the health of the father, after which he asks whether the woman understands, and Raymond cannot know all the intricacies of their relationship. The blonde is then horrified and asks really, the girl wants to say that her son is infertile, but then she screams that this is impossible, and Raymond never told her that this is the reason. Well, the main character after that just inhales and asks how Raymond can know this. After all, he is not a maid's wife. But then the young lady also places her hand on the woman's hand and then addresses her. She says that in order to pay off her debts, she worked as a nurse and even an assistant and a pharmacist. Therefore, the girl asks to be allowed because she wants this child more than anyone else. The woman then agrees and tells her to try it. And Selena wonders if she really succeeded, because if that's the case, all that's left is to deal with a maid. Well, the woman then turns to the young lady and says that if her son's condition worsens even a little and she finds out that the girl has bad intentions, then she won't let her get away with it so easily. After this, the main character only bows and says that she is obeying. She understands that for her this is like a gamble, and since Camila gave her this chance, that she definitely needs to save a maid. A short time later, one of the maids prevents the young lady from going to the Duke's chambers and says that he is now resting. The main character then gets angry and thinks that there is also this girl, after which she hits Emma on the hand which is blocking her path and asks if this is really so, but she came to see her husband and asks if she called the maid. The girl then replies that the Duke really doesn't like it when someone bothers him, and most importantly, the game does not understand that Emma always belittles her so openly because she is a poor noblewoman, and because she lives here only to give birth to an heir. However, Selena now understands that she will no longer turn a blind eye to this. Therefore, the young lady says that if the girl bothers her, she will tell her mother about it. And the maid, frightened by this, asks if she is talking about the main mistress. Selena replies that this is true and the woman has entrusted her with taking care of a maid's condition. And the main character also understands that this method is not very good, but nothing can be done because she has nothing left, except relying on Camille's strength. The maid then only gives in and asks if this is really so. And the young lady realizes that everything went as expected, after which she knocks on the room, and the guy tells her to come in. When the young lady enters his room, she sees the young man sitting near the window. And looking at his face, the girl understands that no matter how you look at it, he is very handsome. The guy then asks what she needs, and the main character with a smile on her face addresses him by name. Then he asks if he will go for a walk with her. After this, the young man only looks at the young lady in disbelief, and then asks if she was crazy and was just planning something again. The main character understands that she knew that he would react this way. Therefore, now she claims that the weather is simply good, and she decided to go for a walk with her husband as all newlyweds do. However, the guy then asks if she said newlyweds, and the young lady agrees. She claims that they are spouses and not brother and sister, after which the girl also raises her hand to him and says that a maid seems to have turned pale, so he asks if everything is okay. The guy then replies that he is fine, but the young lady still asks if everything is really fine. The blonde screams after that and let the girl leave him alone. The young lady just goes silent after that, and the young man is already beginning to think whether he has gone too far. However, the main character then smiles and says that if everything is okay, then let him take a walk with her. After which the blonde asks what kind of nonsense this is, since when have they been walking together? But the young lady replies that, in other words, she is simply trying to cure him, and now she claims that in order to be healthy, you need to get enough sunlight every day and fresh air is also important. The guy then approaches her, but the young lady understands that she will not back down this time even though she is scared. Therefore, the girl says that she just received consent from his mother and came there, and from now on she will take care of his health. After this, Amid only screams that she has again conspired with his mother, and the young lady then thinks if he really is sick because the grip on her shoulder is very strong, and the guy at this time asks if she decided to find a different approach, and he did not sleep with the young lady, and also did not tell his mother about their agreement. But he still asks if she decided to have a baby anyway. The main character then replies that no, and it seems he misunderstood her. However, when she removes the guy's hand, her hand suddenly begins to hurt. The blonde then asks what happened to her hand, and the young lady remembers how hard he squeezed it while he was hurting. However, the girl is thinking about how to say this. Well, the guy then guesses and asks if it's because of him. The young lady replies that, and even then he squeezed her hand too tightly. Well, then the girl wonders if he really remembers. And looking at Amita, he thinks what's wrong with him because usually he denies everything and walks away, and now he doesn't look like himself at all, and looking at his facial expression, the young lady wonders if he's really sorry, after which she says that it was very painful. And the guy asks if he really broke her arm, and the girl then replies that it almost still hurts her. After which, she asks how you can grab a person's hand like that because it even turned blue, and the guy just remains silent in response to this. And the main character thinks whether she is putting too much pressure on him, after which the girl claims that Raymond is helping her with treatment. But Amid suddenly apologizes, and Selena, not hearing, asks what he said. However, the guy apologizes again after this, and says that he will be more careful. The main character then looks at the young man in shock, because she definitely did not expect this, and even his ears turned red, so the girl thinks he could really be like that. And it's also a pity that she alone can see this side of him. Well, then she thinks that if this has happened, then why not take advantage of it? Therefore now, the girl will once again ask Togo to take a walk with her, after which they go outside. The girl says how fresh the air is there, and yesterday's rain washed down all the road dust. The maids, when they see the master and mistress, ask what happened and are they really walking together? The guy at this time asks what the girl will get for this joint walk. And the young lady replies that it's nothing and she's just trying to improve his health. The girl remembers how everyone whispered that they said the relationship between the spouses was not very good. Their duke hated his wife because I married him solely for money. Therefore, the girl thinks that it would be great to rewrite the history of their relationship so as not to be sentenced to execution again. After which the young lady admires a little because they have already reached the lunar garden, and this is the most beautiful place on the estate. After which she offers to go there. But at the same moment, a cat and a young lady jump out of the bushes, frightened by her. He begins to fall backwards and realizes that he is about to fall. But at the same moment, Amid grabs her. The young lady then thanks the guy and thinks that this is so unexpected, and she didn't even think that he would pick her up. But then the girl looks at the cat and asks if it is Noir, but she hadn't seen him for a long time. The guy then asks who it is, and is it really her beast? But Selena says that this is the cat of their estate and asks if he didn't know. The guy replies that he had no idea that they had such a dirty and fat cat, and the girl says that if you look closely, he is a very sweet and charming baby. However, Amid says that if the girl touches animals, she will catch some kind of infection from them. And the young lady then pulls away from the cat and then stands up and says that maybe he's right, and for his health, it is better for her to avoid all sorts of problems because there is nothing wrong with caution. The blonde then only asks if the cat's name is Noir, and the young lady replies that yes, the cat is black in color and isn't that a suitable nickname. The guy replies that he doesn't think it's a very grandiose name, and the young lady says that the cat's original name was Chimney, but she thought it was too much, and she gave him a different name. The young man sighs and says that his color looks like she really fell into a chimney, and the main character, looking at her husband in shock, wonders if he is smiling. But then she asks if he's cold. However, at the same moment, something gets into the girl's eye and she tries to get rid of it. Amid seeing this, tells the young lady to wait. Then he moves closer to her, and it removes what was in the eye. Then he says that's it, and he removed it. However, after this, the main character only becomes embarrassed and wonders what's wrong with him. After all, first he caught her, and now he helped her with it. The guy at this time thinks what's wrong, and the young lady doesn't understand whether he hates touching her. But then the guy starts coughing, and the main character asks if he's not feeling well. The young man only offers to return, after which Selena asks why, and whether it's hard for him to breathe, and whether his chest hurts. Amid replies that everything is fine and don't let her fuss, after which the main character does not answer that it's okay, and then they will return and tomorrow they will take another walk. Well, the guy asks what she's talking about because he didn't say that he would walk with her every day. The young lady claims that she said that from now on she has been taking care of his health and daily walks have a beneficial effect on his well-being. However, the guy after that only asks why she needs this. And the young lady wonders if he's really angry and then says that she said that he needed fresh air for his health. Amid doesn't believe all this and tells her to stop talking nonsense. But the young lady then claims that she means it sincerely, and the guy asks if there is sincerity in their relationship. The girl then thinks that this is true, and she is doing this so that their relationship will improve, and then says that then she will ask, why does he not believe her words, and why does he constantly doubt it? And the young man replies that this is because he knows what kind of agreement she made with his mother and why she is there. The girl then thinks, does he really know all the details and conditions, and then asks if he really thinks he knows everything. The blonde replies that the young lady will pay if she marries a man who can fall into eternal sleep at any moment and give birth to a child from him. The main character then realizes that she has nothing to say, and this is not a lie but also enough to judge her. The young man claims that he feels uneasy that she is so suddenly stuck to him, and he doesn't care that she is greedy for money and takes on such a pathetic role. The main character then clenches her fist and says that the guy knows how to express himself beautifully, and it also seems that his soul is 100 times more painful than his body, after which the girl screams that everything is still not right in his head. The guy just remains silent after that. And the young lady screams that if a person says something, then he needs to be listened to, and she said that she was doing it for his sake. After which the girl asks if he says that she wants a child from him. And after all, she came up with the idea of having a child from such a rude person like him. After which the young lady grabs the guy by the hand and says that now they are returning to the house because he can't catch a cold. But then the girl feels pain in her hand and screams. The guy then asks what it is and if it hurts. And the main character replies that no, and she just forgot that she got hurt and that everything is fine. The blonde then tells her to let him look and takes the young lady's hand in his. Then he claims that the bandage has loosened a little and the young lady wonders if he's apologizing again. But the more she gets to know him, the more she realizes that she knows nothing and understands that the guy is doing this obsessively. And also, as if from the heart and even in simple touches and glances, she feels tenderness. But then the main character realizes that then the hand needs to be used in the future. At this time, the guy asks if the girl is a fool, and the young lady asks why. And the young man screams, how could she forget that she injured her hand? After this, the girl wonders if he really cares about her. And the guy then finishes bandaging his hand and says that now they can go, but he also asks the girl not to do anything stupid anymore. A short time later, they are already returning to the estate. And when the main character enters her room, she is immediately greeted by a maid with glowing eyes. Selena asks, what about the holiday with her? And Rona replies that she saw everything and had to run a few errands. The main character then asks what she saw. And the girl replies that she noticed how she and the Duke kissed in the moonlit garden. The young lady remembers that he was pulling something out of her eye then, and understands that there seems to be a misunderstanding. The maid at this time claims that she only thought about her in the bedroom so hot, but in reality everything is much more serious. The main character then asks if it really looked like that, and the maid replies that yes, and she bets that all the maids are already talking about it. Selena thinks what's interesting about this, although it's not even bad that from the outside everything looks so good. Rona says that the lady went through so many difficulties and now everything has turned out so great because the two of them get along so well. The main character then realizes that the maid always helps her, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that she is her only ally. The main character understands that their meeting was a little unusual and unlike other maids. She herself took the girl from the slave market and saved her from her crazy father who decided to sell his own daughter as a slave. Therefore, at least Rona always remains on her side, while others treat her with disdain. And the young lady now turns to the maid and then claims that even if she has to leave this estate, she will try to take care of her and Robert's wedding and help buy a house. The maid is very embarrassed after this and asks how the lady knows. And the main character thinks, doesn't everyone know about this? After which she says that she accidentally found out, but don't let the maid worry because she won't tell anyone. Then the main character lies down on the bed and says that she will rest a little because she is tired. But Rona then says that she was told to tell her that Dr. Raymond was looking for her and that she should have said it right away. Selena replies that this is true, and at least until she lay down. But the main character still asks why he wants to see her, and the maid replies that she doesn't know. Maybe it's because she looked a little strange a couple of weeks ago. At this time, a man knocks on the door and tells the young lady that it is Raymond, and the girl says that he is just in time. After which, the man enters the room and greets the young mistress and also asks how she is feeling. The girl replies that she is fine and healthy, and the man says that he is glad that everything is in order there, but nevertheless the roads need to be checked regularly, so he says that if she allows, he will inspect it. The main character understands that this guy always makes such a pleasant impression, and now she says that of course. The man then says that everything is fine and he doesn't see any problems, but last time the girl got caught in the rain and looked very exhausted, so he takes out a bottle of medicine and says that he recommends that she take it for some time because it will help restore energy. The main character then agrees and understands that this man speaks quietly and calmly and is also able to win over any interlocutor. Therefore, even for Camila, he managed to become one of the few whom she trusts. But now it seems to the young lady that he has a direct connection with Amid's immersion in the eternal sleep. No matter how much she thinks about it, it is still not clear to her how she could poison Amadi, and someone must have set Selena up. The girl understands that poison could have been added to food or medicine, but until recently, she did not have the right to touch these things. And this could have been done by someone with the same authority and the one who is most trusted. At this time, the man turns to the young lady and asks what's wrong with her, and the girl replies that it's nothing, because she's already taking medication for infertility. And now this is also why she asks if this is too much. The guy then replies that he understands the girl's concern, but she must take care not only of her husband but also of herself. The young lady then replies that yes and claims that she wanted to talk to him because she has an urgent matter regarding conception. The man then asks if she is talking about an urgent matter and claims that when he examined her, he did not notice any signs of pregnancy, but the girl claims that there is something very important, and the man then takes out medical supplies and says that it seems he missed something, so check again. The girl then replies that it's not about her, and in my husband, and Raymond asks if she's talking about the Duke. The girl replies that yes, and claims that this concerns Amid. She would also like to know more about his illness, and asks if she feels something that she should know about, and also whether there are any serious abnormalities in his body. The doctor then replies that there is nothing like that. However, the young lady then states that she also wants to know about all medical conditions, as well as medications, special diets, and the like. The man then asks why the girl suddenly began to worry so much about this. And the main character replies that she realized how inattentive she was to her husband. The man then tries to say something, and Selena then turns to Raymond. And she says that, to be honest, she doubts whether to speak or not. It's so difficult, but in fact, Amid in bed is not the same as before. It's very personal, so it's hard for her to talk about it. Raymond then says that when he examined the Hertz ready, he did not notice anything unusual. However, the main character claims that in any case he cannot know all the details because she is the wife. The man then apologizes to the young mistress and claims that he was too arrogant and will also be more attentive to her words in the future. The main character then understands that probably this is how he gained the trust of his mother. Well, she still says that Mr. Raymond's words give her strength, so she says that he should tell her everything because it is important for the body with which they trying to cope. And the man then answers that, of course, a short time later, he already exhausted leaves the young lady's room. And when the maid enters the room, she asks the young mistress why she is in such a good mood. The girl replies that she consulted with Raymond and decided to help create a diet for Amid and is now going to the kitchen to meet with the chef. The maid then asks if the mistress wants to go to the kitchen, and the girl agrees and then invites the maid to go with her. But Selena still notices some concern on the maid's face and asks what it is, and Rona replies that Chef Jean is of course the best in cooking. However, he is very scary. When they enter the kitchen, it looks like something has burned down. The girl then says that the room is not ventilated and asks what happened. The maid also says that she can't breathe, and this is the Duke's kitchen, so she didn't expect her to be like this. The main character then says that she knew nothing because until that moment she was not even interested in household chores. And at the same moment someone approaches them from behind and then asks who they are. And when the girl turns around she sees a man with a knife. And at the same moment he screams. A little time later, the three of them are already sitting at the table, and the cook once again asks for forgiveness because usually few people come into the kitchen and he thought that they were thieves. But he couldn't even think that the young mistress would want to see him. The main character then realizes that when he lowered it, he began to look much softer. And the man then asks why they came to him, after which the girl replies that she wants to talk about the Amida diet. The man asks if she is talking about the Duke's diet, and the girl replies that she is, and asks if she can see the menu first. After which the girl already examines the dishes that the Duke eats. The young lady understands that this is a healthy food that is easy to digest and does not cause heaviness, but there is not enough animal protein. So now the young lady asks if the chef created this menu. The man then answers that no, and after he draws up the menu for the week, Raymond checks it and sometimes makes changes to it. Shaft also says that Hertzak is very weak and his digestive system is not in order, so they cook mainly light food. However, then the boss also asks if there is any problem. The girl replies that there are no problems with cooking, but she also thinks that he is a wonderful cook. However, the young lady claims that people need to eat meat, and the man is a little surprised after this. The main character replies that she means that you won't get enough of this at all, and debutantes end up eating more. And besides Amid, well, then the young lady stammers and wonders why she has this particular picture in her head now. The chief then asks what is wrong with Duke Amid, and the main character replies that he was the commander of the Sun Knights, and this means that he is a large man with a strong physique, so he needs to eat more. And the girl is sure that the chef is capable of preparing a fairly light dish even from meat. The man then says that sudden consumption of meat can have a bad effect on the body, so Raymond did not advise it. However, the young lady only says that she thinks the chef will definitely cope with this and let him prepare healthy and simple food because he is the best cook. The man then enthusiastically replies that he will try too. And the main character realizes that she quickly became friends with Jean, and they worked together on a new menu for Amid. We also cooked together. The idea arose to move the kitchen instead of a better one, and it so happened that the nobles were ashamed of the kitchen and hid it in the basement, so Jean simply had no choice. But the main character still cannot understand why they want to eat gourmet food with such an attitude towards the cook and the environment. Therefore, the girl decided to take responsibility and move the kitchen of the mansion to a worthy place. Now the young lady turns to Jean and says that she will move the kitchen to a more spacious and clean place and will also help him manage his budget so that he can buy ingredients for dishes. The man then asks in shock if this is true. After this, the girl persistently convinced Camila that cleanliness was important for cooking as well as for Amid's health, and in the end the woman agreed. And now the girl with a plate of food understands that, as they say, Rome was not built in a day, after which she turns to Amid and claims that today she brought him a special meal that she and Jean prepared. The guy then looks at this plate a little incredulously, but the young lady just puts it down and claims that they tried to make the dish tasty, combining as many healthy ingredients as possible so that they are light and satisfying. The guy is then a little silent but still swallows his saliva, and the girl asks if it's delicious, isn't it? After which the guy puts a spoon into the soup. However, then the maid tells him to wait. And he says that it is necessary to check if there is any poison there. Rona objects and says that the young lady has already checked everything by personally trying every dish. However, the main character says that everything is fine and these are the rules, but the girl says, "Madam, that she controlled everything." The young lady then replies that so be it, but it is impossible for Amid to suddenly become ill. And the great thing is that Emma is so true to her duty, so let her continue in the same spirit. After this, the girl only remains silent and then says that it's good, and asks for forgiveness and then holds out a silver stick to check the dish. Duke tells her not to bother and he'll just eat it. And the maid thinks what she should do, and the main character has a smile on her face. She says that it's still worth checking because it's better to be sure, after which she asks Emma if it's true, after which the girl thanks her for her understanding. And when he takes out a stick, he replies that this food is not dangerous, after which the Duke begins to eat. But when he tries it, he's a little surprised and scoops up another spoonful. The main character understands that it really looks delicious and she can be proud of herself. A short time later, the plates are already empty, and the main character says that he ate everything so quickly. And great, so the girl says that now, so that the food is well digested, they should take a walk. The man is a little surprised after this, but still gets up from his seat. However, Emma suddenly screams that the Duke is not allowed, and the main character thinks what will happen this time, and the Duke then asks why he can't, and the maid, a little puzzled, says that first he needs to take some medicine. And the main character understands that usually this girl is also hostile towards her, but she does not understand why she has become even more aggressive. After this, the maid brings the pills to the Duke and tells him to drink. The man does so, and the main character realizes that if she thinks about it, she hasn't tested these medications yet, and she talked to Raymond. But the man handed her a list of medications the Duke was taking. Thanks to her experience working in a pharmacy, it was not difficult for the girl to understand the recipe, and there were simple tranquilizers as well as herbs, and the medicines themselves were of high quality. The man then asked if something was wrong, and the young lady asked if among these medications there was a drug that lowers energy. The girl understood that she was generally interested in the lethal outcome, but she should not arouse suspicion. Raymond replied that there was nothing of the kind, and the young lady thought that she should end the question there. After all, in the original story, she poisoned her husband, so she should be more careful about taking medicine. At this time, the maid asks why the young lady is looking like that, and the girl replies that it's nothing. She understands that the composition of the drugs is impeccable, but there is no guarantee that they were prepared from the specified ingredients. At this time, the guy approaches Selena and asks what she is doing, and also whether they will go for a walk. Selena realizes that every time she sees him, the guy looks so charming, after which the girl only replies that, of course they will go too, and he also understands that if only it weren't for his character, this guy would be ideal. But turning around and looking at the maid, the main character understands that, in any case, she definitely needs to get these medications, and sometimes she gets goosebumps, so the girl wonders if it's hatred or jealousy. After that, they head into the garden, but suddenly something flies near the guy, and he claims that it only seems that a large piece of dust has flown by, and the young lady is wondering what he is talking about. After which he sees the cat and says that this is Noir. The girl also turns to the Duke and asks how a cat whose paws are so clean can be called dust. And the young lady says that he is a good cat and is secretly hiding in this big mansion. The Duke then asks what does hiding mean, and the young lady, at this time she only remembers how the cook screamed that this thieving cat had stolen food again and ran away, after which she claims that she thought this cat lived on their estate, but it turned out that he did not. The guy is looking at the cat at this time, and the young lady is wondering if he is going to kick him out because he is dirty and infectious. Therefore, now she claims that she will find somewhere to place him, so let the guy not drive him away just yet. The guy then looks at the cat, which meows pitifully. Then he asks if the girl will do this if he asks him to kick out this cat. After all, it seems that she cares about her so much, but these are just words. She cannot even vouch for herself, and then there is this burden. The main character replies that she will take full responsibility for Noir, and at this time the cat just begins to rub against her dress and the girl screams that she can't. After all, if the cat does this, it will stain her clothes and add trouble to the maids. The guy at this time asks why the young lady is worried about this, and the girl understands that this is because this was one of her few part-time jobs before arriving at the estate, and she knows how hard it is to wash, as well as prepare white and warm clothes to wear. And besides, the maids will notice this and will ask whether the young lady has too many clothes to wash. The Duke at this time says that this is their job and what they are paid for, so why is the girl afraid that the Duchess's clothes will get dirty? The young lady replies that it is not that she is afraid and thinks that the guy can understand about it. At this time, the cat just approaches the Duke and begins to wander towards his leg, and the main character screams that she can't. After which she picks up the cat and says that there are germs on it. And the Duke at this time says that the girl touches him everywhere and this is incredible care. However, the young lady then screams out, who is she worried about? But at this time, the Duke notices in shock that there is a snake near the young lady. And the girl thinks why he reacted like that and has she really gone to some kind of hell again? But at the same moment, she feels something cold and slippery. After which everyone sees a snake in front of them and begins to panic. The Duke then tells Selena not to move and to stand still. After which he grabs the snake and the girl in shock says that this is dangerous, but after that the guy just finishes off the snake. The young lady looks at her hand and thinks what it was, and apparently she was very lucky because the snake could really bite her hand. The Duke at this time apologizes for scaring her and asks if his arm hurts, but the young lady replies that everything is fine. Then in shock, he asks if the guy is okay, because this snake is too big for a striped snake and the fangs are so huge. Well, after that he just grins and says that it turns out he has a line from a bite on his left hand. After which the main character at the same moment grabs his hand and asks where the bite is because she needs to call Raymond now. However, after this the guy just starts laughing, and the young lady screams that she's really worried, and why is he making fun of her? However, the Duke laughs out loud after this, and the main character wonders if this man really knows how to laugh so sincerely. Well, at the same moment the girl sees a piece of her dress fly off, and the Duke says that it looks like her dress is ruined. The young lady at the same moment covers the place where the dress flew off with her hands and asks if it's because of Noir. And the Duke then begins to take off his shirt, after which she puts it on the young lady. And he himself remains half naked. And a little time later, the main character is already sitting with the Duchess over a cup of tea. The woman asks if the girl wants to say that they were caught indecently, and the girl thinks, what kind of talk is this? After which the blonde screams, has she really lost all shame, and what will people think? The main character replies that it is just a misunderstanding. However, the woman screams that this happens again and again, and what would they do if the guy had a seizure from a snake bite? The girl replies that it was an accident and she could not have foreseen this. However, the mother-in-law then screams at her to give up unnecessary walks because trusting her was her mistake. So let the girl stop all this now. A short time later, the maid is combing the young lady's hair, after which she says that the lady has nail marks there. And the main character replies that a maid probably caught her when he took the snake off her. But the maid only answers what kind of passion this is, but before the guy didn't leave a single scratch on her body even on the stormiest nights. So now, the young lady turns to her mother and tells her to look at this scratch that her son left her. The woman then asks why you should do this to him, and the main character asks who knows because he hasn't become more energetic. The girl also says that he is sick, but he is so strong, and the girl talks about this with embarrassment. And the Duchess asks if this is really so because she never taught her son this. The main character replies that of course his mother did not teach him such rude advances. However, isn't this the result of her diet and exercise after all? Putting an end to everything overnight because of such a minor mistake is very decisive, and the girl says that she didn't even know that mother was such a person, so she's a little disappointed. The woman at this time asks what it means to be disappointed. And the main character replies that of course she does not think that this is only the will of her mother, because it is obvious that someone is making her doubt. Selena understands that while she had time to wash and change clothes, someone had already conveyed the news to Camila, because the garden in which they were walking is located quite far from the building where Camila was, and if she found out about everything so quickly, someone was watching them all this time. The girl is now asking if this is not so, and the woman asks who would dare to make her doubt. After which the young lady replies that this is possible if she introduced a person to her for surveillance, and the woman then screams out why she needs this. After which the main character replies that it's true, and a graceful, educated mother could not have committed such a vulgar act. The girl also claims that she believes her. So the trained mother will also believe her, saying today's incident is nothing more than a minor incident, and in future she will be more careful. The woman then says that in any case the astrologer said that in order to give birth to a son, you need to connect on the day when the energy of Jupiter is strongest, so let the girl be careful. And the main character then replies that it's good, but she herself understands that there is only one person who could report everything to Camila. At this time, Rona enters the main character's room and tells the lady that the maid has brought fertility medicine and it's time for her to take it. The main character then realizes that the person who sets everything right is the owner of the great power and the main maid, Greta. The girl then takes medicine and thinks that no matter how much she drinks, she cannot get used to this bitter taste. And she feels guilty for taking all these drugs to conceive, even though she has never even slept with the Duke. Well now, the young lady looks at the maid and thinks that usually she immediately runs away after making sure that Selena has taken all the medicine, and is she really watching how it works? The woman claims that she wants to talk to the mistress. The young lady then replies with a smile on her face that she is listening. The maid then claims that the girl gave the cook an order to autonomously manage the budget. And the main character replies that this is true, but the woman then also says that the girl said that you can buy food and ingredients without her permission. Selena replies that everything is so and then asks if there is any problem with this. The woman claims that all expenses for running the estate are the responsibility of the head maid, and that it is her responsibility as well as her duty. The main character replies that this is true and she knows how difficult it is for the main maid, and then asks how it can be easy to manage all the affairs in such a huge mansion alone. But the woman then asks why the young lady didn't talk to her, but the girl replies that she has already discussed this with her mother. The main character understands that Camila herself gave her the right to decide, and does the maid really think that she can change something? Greta replies that she heard about it, but asks if the girl really ordered the kitchen to be moved. The main character replies that it's difficult for Greta to do housework alone, so let her allow John to take full responsibility for the work in the kitchen. However, the young lady also wonders why the maid is so interested in this. And the woman at this time replies that she obeys only Mrs. Camila. And the young lady replies that it was she who allowed her to take care of her husband's health on her own. Selena understands that the maid's intentions are obvious, but now she says that if creating good conditions for the cooks who prepare her husband's food is such a problem, then she will go to her mother and tell her about it right now. The maid is silent in response to this, and the main character understands that she must not be used to this, and Greta is exerting incredible psychological pressure. And also, if we add to this the power that her mother endowed her with, it becomes clear why Selena was always afraid to object to her. But all this is in the past. So now the young lady says, "What if the maid is finished?" And the woman then replies that yes, she understood the lady, and now she will go. And the young lady wonders if the maid interrupted her mid-sentence, after which she turns to her and asks if it was she who told her mother about the incident with the snake. But the woman replies that she does not understand what the girl is talking about, and at that moment she was far from the garden. The young lady then replies that it is clear and then the woman can go, but she thinks that this is true, and she does not know who reported this to Camila. But that means there is another person acting against her. So now the young lady sits down in a chair and sighs, and Rona screams how impudent the main maid is because she only respects Mrs. Camila. The young lady then replies that she is who she is, and the girl understands that she can only pretend to be an innocent lamb in front of her mother and ignore Greta. Well, the young lady does realize that she still seems to have a bitter taste from the medicine, but then she still remembers the medicine that was given to the Duke and realizes that it does not give her peace. Rona at this time turns to the mistress and asks if something is bothering her. Let the mistress tell her about it and maybe she can help somehow. However, the main character replies that this is impossible, after which the maid with tears in her eyes turns to their mistress and then asks if she is completely useless. And the young lady asks what Rona is talking about. That's not what she meant at all. The maid then says that the mistress has become more confident and decisive, so she wants to help her somehow, because he wants the lady to become the mistress of this house, and the young lady then asks why, and Rona replies that the lady saved her, and that means that her life belongs to her. The main character then recalls that once a month she was given the opportunity to leave the mansion to visit her younger sisters, and on one of these days she saw a girl being dragged by her hair, after which she ordered the coachman to drive behind them. And the place where the cart arrived turned out to be a slave market which was visited by debtors. The main character gradually saved money for her family and eventually exchanged it for Rona. The girl claimed that she bought it because she needed a maid, so she hesitated to give her some more coins. The young lady knew that this was probably the first and last time she would ask Camila for something. The girl also thought that the servants and maids of the estate would oppose this singing. They all have good origins, but everything turned out to be wrong. And besides, Camila gave her more money so that she could send it to her family. And even now, the main character thinks that this was very unexpected on her part. Therefore, now the main character at this time only says that the girl had better thank her mother, because if she had not allowed it, then nothing would have happened. The maid then replies that it was the mistress who saved her anyway, so now she says with tears in her eyes that she really wants to help her. And the main character then says that if so, she still wants to ask Rona, but for something. A short time later, the maid already enters the mistress's room. And holding out the medicine, she says that she got them. The main character then replies that this is incredible and she didn't think that Rona would succeed, after which she asks how the girl did it. And the maid replies that Robert is the one who gets these medications from Dr. Raymond, so it's a secret. The main character then turns to the maid in shock and asks if the guy did something to her. And after that, the girl only gets embarrassed and replies that no, and she just kissed the guy on the cheek, which made him lose consciousness. The young lady then asks if it's true, and the maid replies that yes, and they control themselves. But then she asks what the lady will do with these medicines, after which Selena replies that now she is going to go somewhere and asks the maid to prepare the carriage. After which the main character hits the road and realizes that there is one person she must meet. A little time later, the girl already enters the pharmacy, and after knocking on the door, she asks for forgiveness and enters. The young lady realizes that nothing has changed there, after which she sees the owner of the pharmacy. The man then greets her and is a little surprised because this is Selena, who once worked for him. At this time, the girl asks if the man is doing well, and Walter wonders how many years have passed since the girl worked there. And the man also claims that no matter how drunk he is, he still remembers the young lady, but she looks much better. And the calluses on my hands have disappeared and there are no new wounds. The main character understands that although he drinks a lot, his eyesight is good. The man at this time offers to get down to business and asks why she suddenly needs him, after which the young lady looks at the man. But he only claims that this is very healthy water infused with several types of herbs, and the young lady asks if his wife forbade him to sing. Walter then agrees but says that this is a healing infusion, not alcohol. The young lady then replies that it is understandable and suggests closing this topic. Then he hands him the medicine and asks him to check it. The man then asks if the girl means that you want to know what it is made of, and the young lady replies that yes, she even has a recipe. The man then replies that although she has a recipe, the girl still asks me to check and apparently does not trust the manufacturer. The main character then replies that she just wants to be sure, and the doctor then agrees and suggests doing so, after which the man eats this medicine and the young lady then screams for him to wait. The girl then realizes that he doesn't even know if he can drink it, and the man claims that he doesn't know who this medicine is intended for, but it seems that this person is very dear to her because the medicine is quite unusual and matches the prescription quite well. The young lady then asks if this is true, and Walter then asks if he would not have gone into eternal sleep immediately if there was poison in this medicine. The girl then replies that it would be too obvious, and the man then answers that it is true, after which he asks if she thinks that someone could have mixed a small amount of poison into the medicine so that the effect would not be too noticeable. The young lady replies that, and more precisely, so that the result does not arouse suspicion. The pharmacist then says that, in any case, this medicine is not intended for treatment, and it is just a very strong painkiller. Then he also says why he is so thirsty, and the young lady looking at the bottle says that this is not water, after which the pharmacist says that he was caught. He also claims that he did it recently and there is a lot of useful stuff in it, so it can be considered a medicine, and the young lady says that it is alcoholic. Well, the man says that this was not the case because he removed the toxicity of alcohol and doubled the strong effect of the target, and he is also full of energy both day and night. Therefore, you can't buy this anywhere else. But at the same moment, his wife comes into the pharmacy and says that if the medicine is so healing, then let him give it to her to try. The man then asks in shock if it is Lily, and the woman says that they haven't seen Selena for a long time, and also apologizes for that incident because she kicked the girl out because she was very angry. The main character understands that she mixed the medicine while Walter was at the racetrack, and if she were in Lily's place, she would also be angry. So now the young lady claims that she was also wrong, and also says that it is a little late, so she better go, and then says that it was nice to see you. The woman then says that so much time has passed and suggests that the girl take at least a hotel, because for some reason this drunkard made a lot of healing tea. After this, the man, almost with tears in his eyes, doesn't even know what to say. And a little later, the maid asks the lady what it is, after which the young lady replies that these are gifts. A short time later, the girl arrives at the mansion, and Camila asks where she went. The young lady then remembers how she gave gold coins to the coachman and told him not to tell anyone about it, but now the girl still understands that he gave her away anyway. Therefore now the young lady answers that she was on her way to the pharmacy and her mother already knows about it. But the woman says that if the girl needed medicine, then she should have told Raymond, and she asks why the young lady went herself. The main character replies that she decided to find out about fertility pills because there are rumors that the medicines made there are very effective. But the woman then screams, is the girl really going to take medicine prepared by some charlatan because Dr. Raymond is one of the best? However, the young lady replies that this man is not a charlatan but a pharmacist, and besides, she took the medications prescribed by Raymond and never gave birth to a child. So now the young lady responds that taking care of a maid's health is great, but she thought it was worth taking care of herself. However, the girl also asks why her mother is watching her, and this is somehow disrespectful. But after this, the woman will only choke on her tea and asks what the girl said just now. The young lady then realizes that now she has nowhere to retreat. Therefore now she claims that she asked why her mother was watching her. But the woman then replies that no, and that's not what she's talking about, after which the main character asks if the word disrespect bothers the woman, after which she asks if spying on another person is not disrespect or is she wrong. And besides, these words are not addressed to her personally. After all, does mother have any reason to keep an eye on her? The main character understands that being able to shame is an important skill for communicating with Camila, and the woman at this time claims that she didn't say where she was going. The young lady then replies that the purpose of going out cannot always be to visit the family, and her mother herself allowed her to go out, so she went and returned, after which the girl asks what the problem is, and the woman replies that after nothing the young lady says that she still decided not to take this medicine. After all, as her mother advised, she decided to trust Dr. Raymond, and the girl also says that she was so stupid. The young lady now understands that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, because both family members look at it that way, that it even takes her breath away. At this time, the maid comes into the room and says that she has prepared the tea that the lady was talking about. And the main character then says that the tea is very tasty and asks if Greta brewed it. The woman answers yes, and Camila says that this is certainly true because she has no equal in this skill. The main character then replies with a smile on her face that of course they say again that just like the housewife, so does the maid. And since the woman has been serving her mother since her wedding day, she must have learned a lot from her. After which the young lady turns to Greta and says that she is very lucky because she was taken under the wing of a lady who understands her talents well and can reveal them. The maid then thanks the young mistress for her praise, and the young lady replies that this is nothing and that Greta serves her mother so faithfully, fulfilling all her orders. The woman then replies that it is her job and smirks, and the young lady wonders if she really dares to grin, even in front of Camila. The young lady also thinks that this maid is the only one who can control the coachman, and she cannot take away the power that Camila gave her. Therefore, he puts a spoke in her wheels so that the girl gives up. Now, the young lady says that work on Jean's new kitchen is almost finished, and now he will be able to cook for Amid in a more comfortable environment. Therefore, now, the young lady thanks her mother, but the woman claims that this matter concerns her son, so Selena has nothing to thank her for. Well, from now on, let the girl watch her language. The main character then replies that this is true, and she has forgotten a little because everyone must obey the established rules, and probably there were those who did not like it. Therefore, it must be difficult for them to follow the instructions, after which the young lady asks Greta if this is true, and the woman replies that it is possible. The young lady then claims that last time she talked a lot about moving the kitchen, but today she is silent, and she understands well when to remain silent. And of course, this is the reason why her mother takes such good care of her. After which the young lady rises from the table and says that she perhaps will go to Amid. After all, he must have been bored without her all day. So she goes to her husband's room, but he just says that she's probably tired of pretending, and the young lady asks what he's talking about. The girl thinks why he looks especially sad today, after which he says that he seemed bored without her. Well, the guy only remains silent in response to this, and the main character thinks that if he is lonely, then he should just say about it. Otherwise, he sits there all the time just looking out the window. However, the guy then turns to the young lady and asks what she is looking at like that, and didn't he tell her to stop? The girl then thinks what she is doing, and is she really plunging people into eternal sleep with her gaze? However, the young man then only says that his mood is spoiled, and the girl thinks what is her fault. The guy then claims that she is staring like that again, and the young lady screams what kind of reproaches are these, because where her eyes fell is where she looks. And he has such a beautiful face, but his character is just a nightmare. The girl also understands that no one will spit in the face of someone who thinks he's cute, and why did this guy find fault? But after that, the young man just turns around, and the main character then asks if this is the first time he's heard this and thinks why the guy looks like he's embarrassed because his ears seem to be red. The young lady realizes that the guy is the youngest knight commander of the empire. The title alone attracts a lot of girls. And if he had not fallen ill, he would have married a beautiful girl from a noble family, and not an impoverished noblewoman desperately maintaining her status by paying off countless debts. The guy at this time only asks why she is interested in this. And the young lady claims that this is impossible because if there are ladies in the elevator with him at least once, then let him tell her. And after all, for the first time, he had at least a little fun. The guy then says that no one is anyway, besides she won't praise so openly, and the girl replies that it's true, but the ability to directly express one's opinion is also a talent. The young man asks what he has to do with it and what other talent he has. But the main character then, with a facial expression similar to his, tells the guy to get lost, and the young man is a little puzzled and thinks about what she is doing. The young lady then says that she hopes someday he will learn to be courteous, but she's already happy with everything, so don't let him avoid the conversation. The guy is then a little surprised, but just remains silent, and the girl then asks him to answer if he misses her. However, the young man only tells her not to talk nonsense, and the main character asks how much longer he will deny, but the guy claims that he already said so. Let her stop talking nonsense. The young lady claims that because of that incident today, they dug up the entire garden and ordered to get rid of the snakes. But you couldn't even go for a walk. Well, the guy then tells her to stop. And she says that since nothing worked out with the walk, then nothing will work out and she can go. However, the young lady then places her hand on his and invites him to just sit there and talk. After which, the girl tells the guy to tell her about the Knights of the Sun because he caught that snake so cleverly. And the young man says that he has been on the battlefield since childhood. Selena asks what he did when there were no wars, and the guy replies that he was mainly in the residence of the Knights, and it is located east of the Imperial Palace. The young lady then says that the guy is not really an incredible person. After all, the Knights of the Sun are the best warriors of the Empire, and their commander is the most honorable position of all. And the young lady says that she has heard that His Majesty's confidence in the knight is very great, and Amid says that the young lady seems to be interested in royal affairs, but he can't tell him anything, and probably they have already forgotten about him, so she can remember when the obituary comes out. The main character then says that he will recover and will be able to return to his duties, but the guy then asks why she is doing this, and the young lady does not understand what he means. And the young man once again claims that he kept thinking why she needed this. And the girl asks what conclusion he made, and thinks that meanwhile he is very handsome. The blonde then replies that he doesn't know, and it's infuriating because, as the young lady said, that's if she really doesn't want a child from him, then why did she begin to behave this way? The girl then thinks that she agrees, and all her actions may seem a little incomprehensible to him. Well, if she tells him everything, she will look even crazier, so now the girl claims that she will simply be glad if he lives for a very, very long time. Then she asks you to believe in her sincerity. Well, the guy then asks if this is really the only reason. Selena answers yes and says that she will go. But the guy then takes the young lady's hand and notices her bandage. Then he asks when it will be possible to remove it. The girl replies that she heard that it seems to her that she will have to wear it for a long time. Well, the guy then asks if I think it's me or if she heard. The young lady replies that she heard and then says that as long as she remembered, it's time to treat her, so she'll definitely go. The guy watching the young lady leave thinks that she is really easy to understand. And at first, he thought that the girl was pretending and that it would all end soon because it was just a game. Well, he still doesn't understand why this young lady is trying so hard. On this day, the maid claimed that the young lady had left the estate and that she came every day and also bothered the master. So today he can focus on food. and the guy thought that it was really very quiet. But the girl always seemed so shy. She didn't approach, but she didn't move away either and constantly watched him from the side. Well then, putting his spoon on the table, he just swore, and he asked why she was doing this to him. A few days later, the doctor already claims that the bandage is no longer necessary, and the young lady asks if it's time to take it off and thinks, how can this be? Well, the girl then says that she is because this way she won't forget that her hand hurts. The man then agrees and says that it's understandable, and the girl then says that in fact her hand suffered very little compared to Amidu's health. Well, nevertheless, the doctor's treatment helped him and the Welsh guy will get better. The man then responds that in fact what he is doing cannot be called treatment because it is about reducing pain and preventing seizures, and he makes medicine for people who don't have much time left, and it helps them forget about the pain, at least for a while. The young lady then realizes that this is the same thing that Walter said. Well, the doctor then says that in any case the guy is still young and he is trying to find a way to help him, so he hopes that everything will be okay with him. The young lady then thanks Raymond, and in his thoughts he apologizes for the fact that she doubted his intentions. The man at this time only asks if the lady is okay. The young lady asks what he is talking about. The doctor claims that Mrs. Camila is always worried about her health, and this also applies to mental illness, because the girl does not listen to others. The main character then asks what Raymond is trying to tell her, and the man claims that Mrs. Camila is worried about the fact that she is not behaving as before, and has something really happened recently. The girl then replies that there is nothing special, and then asks what it is. And the man claims that Mrs. Camila even asked him whether it was worth sending the girl to a good place for treatment. The young lady then realizes that she probably wants to send her to a mental home. Therefore now the girl asks if he is talking about a psychiatric hospital. The man then replies that this place should not be treated with such contempt because it is intended exclusively for aristocrats, and there are better conditions as well as medical staff. Well, the young lady then, with tears in her eyes, claims that she said that they are crazy and thinks, what kind of drama is this? After this, the girl also asks if this place is really not dangerous, because if you put a normal person there who knows what will happen. However, the man claims that any person goes through psychologically difficult periods, and sometimes he can lose his mind for a while, and this place is designed for such patients. The young lady then apologizes, and the doctor replies that it's nothing. And it's true that ordinary people don't like to visit him, after which he says that he'll go. And when the man leaves, the young lady just sits on a chair, and she thinks that the fact that she was semi-conscious for 2 weeks was her fatal mistake, and now she needs to maintain her sanity. The girl understands that first she should calm down and think about everything. In the first secular circles, only Amid's marriage was known, and no one knew who his wife was. And if they divorce, then the guy will just have to marry someone else. But then the young lady thinks that maybe this is what Camila wants. After all, if she wanted to send her to a home for the mentally ill, she would have done it long ago. If we talk about her surroundings, the girl thinks why the hell the maid is so afraid of her. At this time, Rona comes into the room and says that a maid has come from the main mistress. The main character then asks what happened, and the girl replies that the mistress is calling her, and the young lady agrees. But then she wonders if this maid is really new. The girl at this time claims that the mistress will be waiting for Lady Selina in the Lark's room. The main character then asks if she is talking about the Lark's room and thinks that she has no idea what she will swear at this time. But when the young lady comes into the room, she does not understand what is happening. And is this really the day when a woman gets together with other ladies? And Camila couldn't call her because she herself was in shock. One of the women at this time asks if this is not the young Duchess, and the mother-in-law at this time tells Selina to pass faster. The girl then agrees, but she is still confused. Camila says that there is no need to stand like a pillar and let the girl sit down because she invited her to get acquainted with the other noble wives, after which the woman begins to introduce her friends and claims that to her left is the wife of the Marquis Mordo, and also the wife of Count Lapan, and finally the wife of the Marquis Avon. The young lady smiles and states that she is glad to welcome everyone. The girl understands that it is noon, and this is a leisurely tea party which should look elegant and noble, but the topics of conversation range from gossip to politics. The main character at this time says that there are grapes without seeds. But at this time the woman screams, "What is the girl talking about?" because she thinks that the young lady is talking about her son. However, the main character claims that she was just going to recommend seedless grapes because they are very tasty, and then asks her mother if something is wrong. The woman then replies that it's nothing, and another lady says that thanks to land reclamation the grapes are now seedless and so tasty. But the blonde then says that her husband doesn't like it, and the lady with pink hair asks why, to which the woman answers that he says this because he is afraid that his own seed will be lost. The women just laugh after that, and the lady with pink hair then apologizes for the fact that they laughed so impolitely in front of the Duchess during the survey to understand them correctly because they are not out of malice. Camila then replies that everything is fine because otherwise it would be too boring there. And the lady with pink hair then says that Countess Laplaine is the most reliable source of information in social circles and there is never a dull moment with her. And the main character then laughs and asks if this is true, but then someone claims that she heard that Veronica will return soon. The blonde also claims that this girl has a special relationship with the Duke of Ypres, and the main character then thinks what happened and why her mood deteriorated so much, because for some reason the name Veronica hurts her ears. The Duchess then says that there is nothing to hide, and claims that Veronica is the youngest daughter of the Marquis of Lotrange. She was engaged to Amid as a child. The young lady then wonders if the main character of this novel, Veronica, almost married Amid. Rona, at this time, turns to the mistress and says that she looks very tired and also asks if she will have nightmares again. The main character replies that yes, and sometimes it doesn't happen that often lately. The girl realizes that she has begun to have nightmares much less often, and she hopes that this is a good sign. The maid at this time claims that the kettle is empty and needs to be filled, and the main character then remembers how the women talked about how Veronica would return soon and that she had a special relationship with the Duke. But the girl then thinks why nothing is said about this in the book. Although she thinks that this is true, and it cannot be that these two only had a good relationship in childhood, however, the main character still understands that she shouldn't think about it and wonders whether she should count the sheep. Well, then the young lady begins to feel something near her feet, and when he gets up and looks under the blanket, then he sees a giant snake there and wonders how it got there. The young lady looks at the snake in horror and then tells it to get out. The maid at this time comes into the room and says that she brought the lady some water. But when she sees a snake, she immediately gets scared. The main character tells Rona that this snake is poisonous, and the maid in shock asks what to do. The young lady remembers how the last time she met the snake, Amid told her not to move, and the girl realizes that she needs to calm down. And also remember what the guy did with the snake, because he definitely grabbed it by the head. But once again, looking at the terrible face of the snake, the girl finally gives up and realizes that she is about to reach her with her tongue. The maid at this time only says with tears in her eyes that she must protect her mistress. After which the main character realizes that everything is true and that it cannot be left like this. Selena turns to Rona, after which they try 2 or 3 times to catch the snake and still succeed. A short time later, the maids are already asking how this snake got there, and is it not the same snake that they were chasing around the garden? The main character then thinks how it could be that the snake crawled from there straight into her room, after which she looks at the main maid and wonders if this is her. The main character claims that this is just a small commotion and now everything is fine, so let them go their separate ways. The maids then leave the room and tell the lady to rest, and the young lady claims that it looks like someone wanted to send her a gift, and the maid in shock asks if this is really so. But the main character still understands that this is a clear threat, and someone wants her to do as before and also to behave as if she does not exist because this is her role. But the girl understands that she can no longer retreat, so now she tells Rona to leave this snake. After all, she wants to show it to someone. A short time later, the girl already enters the pharmacy, and Walter asks what they are doing there at such a late hour of the night. The main character then tells Walter to look and asks if he understands snakes, but the man only asks in shock if there is a snake there, and the young lady claims that she has a request. Walter then examines the snake and claims that it is a poisonous species that is found only abroad. Therefore, he asks where the hell the girl caught it, and the main game not only asks whether this snake is dangerous. The man replies that the bite site will swell and itch, but it is not fatal. And she has not yet fallen into eternal sleep, but simply passed out. The young lady then asks if the snake's venom is capable of harm, and the man replies that it is true except for a little itching, and perhaps she was bred for another purpose. The young lady then asks for what purpose, and the man claims that the venom of these snakes is used for various purposes, especially often for the manufacture of painkillers or contraceptives. And this snake is so expensive, and its poison is also very difficult to get, so the man asks if the girl should leave it to him, to which the main character agrees. A short time later, the girl thanks Jean for giving them a lift, but the guy replies that it's nothing. At night, when the fish auction is held, the guy takes a carriage and goes to the market himself, and also for the young lady. This is the only way to sneak away from the estate. So now she asks if she can sometimes ask the guy about this, and he replies that of course, and when to the lady comfortable. But he also says that the cart smells like seafood, and the young lady notes that it's okay, after which he also thanks that for the sake of Amda, the guy is trying to get the freshest products. The man replies that all this is due to the fact that the young lady allowed the kitchen to be moved and only the best ingredients to be selected. And he also says that of course the head maid does not like this, and the young lady asks if this is true. The man replies that the voice of the person who manages the money is the loudest, and now that she can no longer manage the kitchen budget, it makes her angry. The young lady then also looks at the window of her room and sees that there is a light on. The girl also realizes that someone is now in her room and realizes that she was leaving the estate, and the maid then asks what they should do. The young lady understands that someone entered the room while the owner was not there, and this is very annoying, but first she needs to take action. After which the young lady turns to Rona and tells her to go into the room and pretend that she doesn't know anything. After which the main character approaches Amid's room, but she still understands that she came, however it looks strange. And definitely if she asks for help, she will paralyze and tell her to get out. Therefore, she understands that most likely she will not be able to ask for help from Amida, and it would be better for her to do everything herself. However, then someone grabs the young lady's hand, and it turns out that this is the same blonde. He asks the girl what happened, and why is she hanging around in front of someone else's door? The main character then asks how he knew that it was her, and whether he was clairvoyant. But the guy replies that she is very noticeable, and if there were security here, they would have spotted her right away. The main character then thinks that this guy has every chance of having an affair with Veronica, of course, if he weren't sick. The man at this time tells her to stop and answer what happened, and the young lady replies that she had a business for which she left the estate for a short time, secretly from her mother. And when she returned, she saw that there was someone in her room. And if she is caught, the situation will become more complicated, so the guy now asks if she wants him to pretend she was with him. The young lady then replies that if he doesn't like it, then he doesn't have to, and the guy at this time just looks at her hand and sees that it is still in a bandage, after which he is silent for a while and then answers that it's okay, but asks what kind of thing it is that he had to go somewhere at night. The girl then claims that someone planted a snake in her room. Amid asks what she is talking about, and the young lady understands that, of course, he thinks that she is lying, but this is the honest truth. And the girl thought about whether to tell her or not, but now she understands that she knew that she shouldn't have. However, the guy is now asking who dared to do something like that. And the young lady is surprised at this and then claims that she still doesn't know who it is, but the snake is expensive, and perhaps someone specially raised it. The guy then says maybe, and the young lady interrupts him and claims that she needs to tell him something. But then someone knocks on the room and the Duke asks, "What is it?" And the maid replies that the young lady has disappeared, so the young lady is wondering what she should do. The maid claims that it seems the girl has left the estate, and the main character is wondering what she should do, because if she is caught, then Jean will also be in danger. Well, at this time the guy asks if this is true and says that this is an interesting situation because his wife is next to him. After which the guy unties the young lady's hair and the main character asks in shock what he is doing. Well, the young man whispers to her that it's nothing, and when the door opens, the young lady thinks what this is supposed to mean. The guy at this time claims that they are having a good time together and asks if the maid really opens the door without warning. The girl then, in shock, asks for forgiveness and claims that the main maid asked him to tell him that the lady disappeared somewhere in the middle of the night. The guy then asks if she was afraid that his wife was walking with someone, and he didn't know that Greta was so worried about this, so now the guy tells the girl to tell her that his wife is now with him and is safe. The main character then realizes in shock that she can hear a maid's heartbeat. Well, the guy then tells her to leave already, and the young lady at the same moment flies to the other end of the room, embarrassed. The Duke just comes up to her and says that they have sorted this out, and now it's worth talking about something else, and the young lady thinks, what now? But the blonde only asks why she smells like fish. A little time later, when the girl already explains everything, he asks why she has so many enemies. And the young lady asks what enemies he is talking about, and the guy claims that as soon as she disappeared, they were all worried but only began to suspect something. But Selena replies that nothing can be done and this is her situation. The girl thinks that this is so true that it's even sad, and the guy at this time says that if this is all, then she can go. To which the girl agrees, after which she thanks him for his help and tells him to rest now. The main character then goes into her room and lies down on the bed. The girl understands that there were too many glances on the way back and rumors must have already spread. The girl also remembers how the Duke asked why she had so many enemies and thinks that she just wants to live calmly and long. But the more people experience the taste of power, the more they do not want to lose it. However, it's worth trying to take it away once. A little time later, the girl is already in Camila's room, and the woman screams, "Is the girl really not thinking with her head? After all, what if a maid got overtired and had a seizure again? What would have happened then?" Selena replies that she was so scared of the snake that she simply asked him to stay with her, but nevertheless, she asks if this is not an indicator that his condition is improving. However, the woman says that no matter how much strength he has gained, he cannot be alone too often, to which the main character agrees, but thinks that she will never feel this strength. The mother-in-law at this time asks why the girl came to her, and the young lady says that she would like to talk about the incident yesterday when a snake appeared in her room. After all the snakes in the garden had to be dealt with, and the woman then asks what's wrong with Togo. And the young lady asks if it's not Greta's fault. Camila then asks what she is talking about, but the young lady claims that the head maid is responsible for the safety inside the estate. And although this is only by agreement, she must bear Amita an heir. The woman then asks what Selena wants to say. And the girl answers that mother should punish Greta, and the woman is a little surprised. And the young lady continues and claims that the maid cannot cope with her duties, so she asks to temporarily remove her from the position of head maid. However, the woman then tells Selena not to touch Greta, and the young lady then says that the maid whom mother personally brought the other maids cannot disobey. But even Jean, who has exceptional authority in the kitchen, felt awkward, and Greta exceeded her authority, so it's definitely possible to leave everything like that. Well, at this time someone comes into the room and interrupts their conversation. It turns out to be the same Greta, and the woman claims that she brought soft drinks. And Camila then says that the girl was just in time and she heard that she was abusing the power of the head maid, and because of this, Selena will quit her temporary layoff. The head maid then simply places the treat on the table and states that sometimes coercion is necessary to control a large number of people. And there might be frustration along the way, but she wanted everyone to work tirelessly. The main character then thinks that this is how the maid spoke. So now the girl asks what if a snake crawled into a maid's room. Camila doesn't even know what to say in response to this, and the young lady tells them to just think about it because if this snake had bitten a maid, wouldn't it have been terrible? The head maid then immediately drops to her knees and screams out to the mistress that she was always faithful to carry out her orders, and if not for her, who would have taken care of this mansion? However, the woman then tells Greta to stop, and the young lady realizes that this woman values the head maid more than she could imagine. But if this continues, there is no way she will be fired. However, at the same moment, the Duke turns to his mother and asks, what if this is his order? The young lady, in response to this, is only surprised and thinks what Amid is doing there. And Camila says that he himself came to her room. The man claims that he agrees with his wife's position, and it seems that Greta needs time to think about her behavior because she should no longer appear in the chambers, and the maid should no longer go to him at night to say that his wife is missing. The woman then says that the girl just disappeared so suddenly that she was worried, but the guy says it's more like suspicion than concern. Well, the maid then says that she heard that the young lady secretly left the estate yesterday. However, the guy replies that his wife was with him. But the head maid claims that yesterday was an unfavorable day for intimacy. The Duke then asks if he must ask her permission. And the main character understands that if she were in the place of the main maid, she would have already fainted Camila. At this time turns to her son and says that he loves his wife so much, and the guy replies that discrediting the honor of his wife is the same as discrediting his part. The maid disgraced the Duchess and should therefore be brought to justice. Camila then says that if he thinks so, then let it be, after which she turns to Greta and claims that this is an order from the Duke of Ypres. Say more at this time, they just scream and ask the lady not to do this. And the main character thinks what an unexpected development of events this is. The guy at this time approaches the door and claims that at this point he is leaving. The young lady then thinks what it was, and is it really his face that just happened? Camila then turns to the young lady and says that Greta's place has become vacant, and as the girl herself knows, she now has a lot of work, so Selena will have to take care of housekeeping for a while, and the girl then asks what Mother is talking about, but the woman asks if she wants to say that she doesn't want to do this. After which the main character only claims that she is doing everything possible because her mother entrusted it to her. And Greta at this time looks at her embitteredly. After tea, the young lady goes to the Duke, but the guy then says that now she just walks in and doesn't even knock. However, the young lady claims that she didn't think he was feeling well after, which she asks if everything is okay, but the guy replies that it's just spring, and he's a little sleepy. But the young lady then puts her hand to his forehead, after which he does the same with his own and says that he has a fever, so he needs to call Raymond as soon as possible. However, the Duke grabs her hand. Then he says that she is so noisy. A short time later, the guy is already lying in bed, and the doctor claims that it is a common seasonal cold. And because of the medications he takes, his immunity is ambassador, so the guy caught a cold, so don't let the woman worry. The main character then asks if the guy is really okay, after which she takes his hand. And the doctor replies that of course, and in general this year he is much less sick, and it seems that all this is thanks to the efforts of the young lady, after which the man also says that then he will see the headmistress out, and the woman thanks him. At this time the young lady realizes that she has not yet completely calmed down, but her conscience torments her for doubting such a person. Amid opens his eyes at this time, and the main character says that thank God it's just a cold and the fever has also gone away. The girl also says that he is probably thirsty and then tells Rona to bring water. However, Emma then takes the tray from the maid and claims that it is her job. The main character asks what's the difference. But the girl replies that this is part of her duties and she does not want to be a maid who neglects them. The young lady then replies that she understands and tells her to have someone bring the medicine already. And the Duke at this time turns to Emma, and the girl is very happy about this, after which she approaches the gentleman and agrees and also claims that she will give him a drink. However, the main character says that this is enough and the girl can go. But when she wants to take the medicine, the maid does not give it to her. Then she claims that it is her job. However, the main character then presses on a point that is located on the wrist, after which the maid's hand unclenches, and the main character only thanks Emma, after which he hands the medicine to Amid and tells him to drink. But when the guy looks at her hand, he thinks, why doesn't he take it, and does the medicine from her hands turn into poison, after which the girl asks if she should give him something to drink again. The guy then snatches the medicine from her hands and drinks it. Then he says, that's it now, and let them leave, and the young lady orders everyone to leave. The guy is surprised at this. And the main character with a smile on her face claims that she will not go anywhere. A little later, she is helping Amid wipe off his sweat, and the girl wonders if such a person is really plunging into eternal sleep. And isn't this nonsense? Therefore, the girl turns to Amid and tells him not to fall into eternal sleep. After all, she will definitely save him. A little time later, the main character is already looking at the book and asking if this is all accounting. The former head maid replies that yes, and the young lady says that there should be a separate, detailed book. But the woman replies that she is very complicated and the young lady will not understand. But the main character claims that she wants to see everything, so let the woman carry it and not forget anything she agrees to. Selena is sure that the head maid has been very angry with her since that day, but she deserves it. The young lady also thinks how difficult it is for everyone to figure this out, and Rona asks if it is really very difficult. The girl claims that her account book is greatly influenced by the habits of the person who keeps it, because everyone writes signs, symbols, and numbers in their own way. But the girl also understands that Greta will not kindly explain everything to her, and now he will decide not to distract the person who could help the maid, then asks what about the butler Colton, since he served the previous duke and worked the longest at the mansion. The main character then replies that this is true, and the maid will call him right away to eat. And a little later she already apologizes for the disturbance. Colton says it's okay. After all, when the former duke was still alive, he was in charge of the household and did everything in his power to help her. The girl then turns to Colton and asks where most of the budget goes. The man replies that usually for consumables such as candles and soap. The young lady then claims that it is written that they are bought in one place but the quantity is not indicated, and the man then asks if the business partner has changed, and the young lady wonders if this is true. And the butler claims that partners used to be reliable and usually rarely change, but it seems that some time has passed since the change. The young lady then asks why they changed them, and the man replies that he doesn't know either. The girl then turns to Colton and says that if he has a proposal, then let him say it. After all, she knows how careful he tries to be, but he is a faithful butler. And the man then claims that it's usual. This is done for the purpose of embezzlement, after which the young lady asks what he is talking about. But at the same moment, Greta comes into the room and says that she has brought the accounting that the girl asked for. But when she sees the butler, she is a little surprised. However, he still puts the books on the table and claims that everything is there. The young lady then thanks Greta. That evening, the young lady sighs heavily and says that she is basically done, and now she should look at it. The maid asks if the lady is reading a cookbook again because there are so many interesting books and she is focused on these, after which she also in shock asks the lady if she can read it all, and as expected, the lady is excellent. Well, the main characters don't answer that, everything is wrong. And then she realizes that she was holding the book upside down and claims that she borrowed it from Jian, but cannot read it because it is in a different language. The maid then asks why the lady is reading it, and the girl claims that she is thinking of trying to prepare nutritious food for a maid, but he can't understand anything and he can't ask either because Jean is busy. Well, then the maid asks why not ask him, and the young lady wonders who she is talking about. A little time later, the Duke already asks the girl why she came this time. The young lady then lays out the books and claims that they are for reading together. But the Duke points to the book in his hand and claims that he is already doing this. But the young lady replies that no, and they will read this book to me, and then asks, what about the culinary book? And it's not because she can't read it herself. The man then looks at this book and then claims that it is the language of the Principality of Rhodes. The young lady then says that this is a country known for its delicious food and asks if this is true. But the man asks if she wants to read it, and the young lady replies that yes, and then asks what's wrong with that. And the Duke translates the title of the book, which is called 100 Dishes for a Hot Night with Your Loved One, another book about a special recipe for a hot night and ways to turn your husband into a real beast. The young lady then screams that enough is enough and let's go. And the Duke, with a grin on his face, asks why she doesn't want to find out since she's already come, and the girl replies that she already said that they passed and then tells him to give him the book. Well, the guy claims that the person wants to help, so he asks why she refuses. But the young lady screams again for him to quickly return it. And she screams, is he really mocking her? But then the girl's leg twists a little, and she loses her balance. Well, when a young lady falls on her husband, she thinks, why is he beautiful even when he fell? After which, the young lady immediately crawls away and asks if everything is okay, and also if he was hurt. The guy then just clenches his fist and asks what the hell her goal is. The young lady asks what he is talking about, and the guy wonders why she is pretending to be sincere. Selena says that she is absolutely honest and she herself understands that she has already done so much, but he still doubts. Therefore, the young lady claims that he should not talk like that and focus on a speedy recovery. The girl understands that she just wants him to live happily ever after, and she was able to get out of this mansion safely, but the young man then says no and tells her to answer honestly. The young lady then asks in shock why he keeps asking. However, the young man only grabs her hand and asks what her intentions are. Selena understands that this is a big problem because she cannot escape the answer, so she needs to come up with some kind of excuse. And now she screams for the first time, What came to her mind was that she loved him. After this, the guy just looks at her with disgust and asks what kind of nonsense she is talking about. But the young lady asks if she didn't love him, she would behave this way. The guy then asks, why from when? And also if she says something like love at first sight, then he won't leave it so easily. The girl then thinks how scared she is and then claims that when he caught the snake, she felt true love. At this time, Polya just looks at her in shock, but then turns around and the main character asks what happened. But the Duke will only persuade her to leave, and the young lady wonders if her confession really shocked him so much, after which she picks up the book from the floor and agrees. The girl leaves and doesn't understand why he reacts this way, but perhaps it's better for her to leave, after which she turns to a maid and tells him to rest then. A short time later, the maid brings the medicine to the lady and says that it is time to take it. The young lady then asks if there are really 2 medicines today, and the maid replies that Dr. Raymond added 1 more, and he said that he wanted to help fulfill her desire to have a child. The young lady then realizes that this medicine has a sweetish smell, and the maid then says that today is the day. The main character asks what kind of day this is, and Rona replies that it's a whole day of intercourse. The main character then throws away the bottle of medicine. After which, in shock, he asks if it's really today and thinks that this is impossible, and also whether this time has already come. Rona asks if the lady forgot, and the girl just laughs and asks how she could forget about this. The young lady understands that after that day they behaved as usual, but the day of intercourse is so awkward. The maid at this time claims that today is a great opportunity and the astrological forecasts are favorable. After which the girl hands the bottle to the lady, and the young lady wonders if everything will be all right. A short time later, the main character is already taking a bath, and the maid claims that if she takes it with this potion, her body will smell more pleasant. The young lady understands that Raymond carefully calculated the best days for conception, taking into account her menstrual cycle, and Camila even called an astrologer renowned for his skill. And if you follow the novel by Lady Corona, then many ladies in the capital trusted her with their problems. The areas that her magic covered were love, marriage, and pregnancy. One of the maids said that as she heard from Monsieur Ratuz, the lady and the Duke spent the night together as soon as they became engaged. And another maid asked if, having determined the gender, the woman also assumed that twins would be born, and the young lady now thinks that Camila will also be looking forward to the date that the fortune teller predicted. Rona then turns to the mistress and tells her to accept it. And the young lady thinks that even if this is the case, she can't possibly be pregnant. That same evening, she seems to be thrown into the Duke's room. And the maid just wishes her good night, but when the main character tries to tell her something, the door is already slammed. And the young lady understands that she is once again in a similar situation and can't get used to it, but she's also in such a cute outfit, after which the girl approaches the Duke's bed and thinks that she will quickly say hello and leave. After which she says that it is already so late, so she will go to her room, but the guy only tells her to go there, after which the young lady is a little surprised. And the guy points to the bed and tells her to go there and sit down. The young lady then thinks, why is this happening all of a sudden, and she should quickly refuse the guy. But she still comes up and talks about it. The Duke just smiles after this and claims that he heard something funny. The young lady then asks what he heard, and the guy replies that lately everyone has been worrying about his condition for some reason, and unbeknownst to himself, he himself has begun to worry about it. Therefore, he now asks if the girl is saying that he could not do what he should have done correctly. The young lady then asks in shock what he is talking about the guy pulling her closer to him. And he claims that he said to sit next to her, so he asks why she's running away again. But before the girl can answer anything, the young man just throws her on the bed and asks if it's comfortable. The girl just screams that a mid should not joke with her like that, and the young man asks why after all that time he received a joke from her, and now it's her turn. But the main character screams that it's better to do it with words. However, at this time the guy is only untying her dress. Then he replies that he's tired of joking in words, so he offers to have fun for once. The main character then screams in shock, asking what he is doing, and the Duke replies that it's good to be honest with each other. Moreover, he heard that serious reasons were preventing him from fulfilling his marital duty. The main character then looks away and asks who said that, but the guy wonders who could believe it. The main character then asks who opened his mouth, and was it really his mother or Raymond, and the girl asks if they dared to say that, but the Duke then asks what Mom Raymond and Jean mean. And the young lady then wonders if he's just asking again, but then says that's not what he thinks. And the guy asks if she told these three that at night he didn't have the strength to do his job properly, after which the girl gets embarrassed. But still he tries to justify himself, and the guy just asks if it will be great if he gets better. And is it really because she loves him? The main character then asks if he remembers this. And after that, the guy only says that she should then try to prove that she is in love with him, and also how much she loves him. After which, the young man extends his hand higher and higher and says that the situation is very suitable. The young lady's face turns red after this, and the girl then screams for Amid to wait. It seems like this is some kind of misunderstanding. However, the guy then asks if it's better for her to think with her head. After all, if a girl wants to carry his child, that is, she should quickly undress and rush to him. And he asks if she thought it would work. But the main character then screams that this is really not true. However, the guy then grabs her hand and says that it turns out it doesn't hurt anymore. The young lady gets scared even then, and the Duke asks if this was also a game. The guy then begins to unwind the bandage on the girl's arm. And he claims that although he was not completely sure, he was sure that this was true when she knelt before him. However, all this was just her idea. The young lady then turns to Amid in shock and screams that this is not so because she had no other reasons, and she really wanted him to get better. However, the guy then just turns to her and says that he's had enough of these ridiculous tricks. After all, even if she hadn't begged, then he would have endured her joke until the end, after which the guy left the room. A short time later, when the young lady is embroidering, she injures herself with a needle. The maid then asks if the lady is okay. Then she claims that she is completely exhausted this week, so the maid asks her to put off the embroidery and rest. The main character replies that she is fine and nothing like that. But Rona asks if something happened that night because the gentleman is nowhere to be seen. Either Selena realizes that after that night, she did not see Amid for several days, and she heard that he did not leave the room and even skipped meals, so the girl wonders if he is okay, but the maid at this time claims that it means so. The young lady then asks what she is talking about the maid, and replies that these are just rumors that the master does not have the strength to do this. The main character then screams that no I am and asks where these rumors come from, and the maid replies that she heard it somewhere. Rona remembers that she walked by while the other maids were chatting about it. And the main character then understands that Amid knows everything in detail. The maid at this time turns to the mistress and asks if she wants to put on a new dress, but the girl then asks why, all of a sudden, and Rona replies that all these are already out of fashion. The young lady then realizes that clothes are a way to show her status, and for the wife of a duke, she dresses too simply. And Camila, when she first saw her things, was indignant. After that, her measurements were immediately taken, but only a few outfits were hastily sewn together. After all, in the end, her role was not to move in secular circles, but to give birth to an heir. The maid at this time turns to the mistress and asks what kind of bag this is because it was in the closet. And the girl replies that these are the things that she brought with her when she first arrived there, and the maid says that this is such a loss, but these things are probably important for the mistress. The main character replies that yes, but there is nothing expensive about her. The maid then says that one way or another this is too much for the lady of the mustard family. Selena replies that she is not going out today, but the maid says that Mrs. Camila is always amazingly dressed in the mansion, and it would be very becoming for the lady too. The main character then says that maybe they can find her a couple of new outfits, and the maid then asks if this is true. Then she claims that she will immediately call the stylist. She also runs away and claims that she will report to Mistress Camilla's special dressing room and return. A short time later, the young lady has already brought several outfits, and the girl then thinks what it is. The woman at this time says that she is pleased to meet Mrs. Mustard, and she claims that she is the main fashion designer named Paula. The main character then replies that she is glad to meet you, after which the woman says that the girl must have been surprised by her sudden visit, but the Duchess ordered her to do whatever her daughter-in-law wanted, and the main character thinks that Camilla's reputation saved her. The stylist at this time says that today she will definitely create a dress that the lady will like, and the young lady agrees, and then says that the girl should not take care. A short time later, the young lady is already looking at a magazine with sketches, after which her measurements are taken. And in the end, we got this design. Now, the maid looking at the doll says how beautiful it is, and the main character claims that it is so convenient that you can see the dress patterns on the dolls. The woman replies that she is glad that the lady liked her, and when the Duke gets better, let her come to their dressing room. After all, lately it has been fashionable to visit dressing rooms with her husband, after which she claims that this is where she says goodbye and leaves. And the maid claims that she thinks that when the gentleman sees the lady in a new dress, he will appreciate it. The main character then thinks that this is how it is, but it seems to her that the guy doesn't care. Well, when she remembered, she only became more worried, and the girl thinks whether he can't be more cold because the guy is already weak. At this time, the maid turns to her mistress in surprise and asks what she is doing. And the main character just gets up from her seat and understands that if this goes on, the project to save Amid will fail. So now she tells Rona that she is going to see the Duke. However, when Selena approaches the door, one of the maids claims that the master said that he did not want to see anyone. The main character then replies that it is clear, after which she asks if she will move. The girl realizes that she hasn't come to the guy for several days and everything has changed so dramatically. At this time, Emma also approaches them, and the woman says that the girl heard that the master doesn't like it, so let her stop and return to her place. But the main character says that she is the wife of her master, and there is no right to stop her. The woman then cries out that Mr. However, the young lady interrupts her and tells her to go away, and then asks how many times she needs to repeat it before she gets it. After this, the woman just turns around but says that if something happens, she has nothing to do with it, after which the main character opens the door to her husband's room. But when he sees that it's dark, he wonders if the guy has already fallen asleep, because he also doesn't answer. Their girlfriend thinks, "Why is it cool in the room?" After which she looks at the guy lying in bed and thinks that it's impossible for such a sensitive guy to not notice how she entered. So now the young lady starts to take off his blanket and says that he is a summer doll, so she asks why he is wrapped up like that, and the girl also claims that she has also heard of starving himself, so she suggests we talk a little. However, when the young lady sees the condition of the blonde, she is shocked. Then she screams his name. The young lady wonders if this is the reason why he did not leave the room for several days, after which the girl also tells him to come to his senses and realizes that his whole body is on fire. The young lady then screams out, "If there is anyone outside," and then tells them to get a doctor now. The guy opens his eyes at this time, and he hears the young lady screaming that he should not go into eternal sleep. But then the guy just thinks, why is it her again? The next morning, the young lady wakes up with her head on the bed. The girl says that it is already morning, and the Duke then asks how she entered his room again. The young lady then asks in shock when he woke up, and the guy replies that he just woke up. The young lady then asks if he is feeling better because yesterday he felt very bad. However, the young man after this only grins and asks if the Duchess, who has been caring for her husband until dawn, has come to earn such fame this time. After all, he told her then that her tricks no longer work. However, the young lady then tells him to stop. The guy then grabs her hand, but after that, the girl only gets up from her seat. And he begins to leave, and at this time the Duke screams for her to wait because he has not finished yet. However, the young lady claims that he will finish speaking later, and because of him, she couldn't even go to the restroom all night, after which the girl leaves slamming doors. And when he comes to his room, he screams that this is incomprehensible to the mind. The girl understands that everyone was worried, and that's why they made such a fuss yesterday. But Amid only moaned when he came to his senses. And now she understands that she heard from Raymond that when a guy's illness gets so bad, he locks himself in the room. Now the main character understands that she needs to close her eyes quickly. Well then, he looks at the bedside table nearby and sees his bag there. After which he takes it in his hands and thinks that Rona really cleaned it, but this bag was so shabby. The young lady then opens the bag and sees Daddy's memorable pocket watch as well as the needles and threads that Mom used to sew every day. And also in this bag there is a contract with Camila, and the girl thinks that if someone finds out about the deal, terrible rumors will begin to circulate. The girl understands that the diet and medicine were definitely excellent, so she wonders why Amid's attacks did not stop. And the girl thinks what to do if she knows what will happen in the future and why this is happening. But in any case, nothing would have happened without Amid's assistance, and let them not cooperate. Well, if they have the same goal, then this will help her no matter what. The young lady also realizes that she must once again try to mend her relationship with the Duke. A short time later, the girl is already dressed in a new outfit, and the maid says how beautiful the lady is. She also claims that this dress is different from the one she picked up, and the young lady replies that of course, and asks how much money was spent on it, and also whether the neckline is too deep. The maid then replies that everything is fine, after which she also points to one of the boxes and claims that it is a gift from Madame Paula. The girl then asks if it is a gift. And when you look in that direction, you see that there is a box and a letter in which it is written about gratitude for the purchase. The main character says that the craftsmanship is simply amazing, and she definitely would not choose such a style. And the maid tells the lady that since she is so beautifully dressed, she should go to the Duke. And after all, she saw him in the garden. The young lady is a little silent after that. And looking at the doll, she understands that she needs to try to improve the relationship. A short time later, the girl approaches the Duke in the garden and asks if he went out for a walk. The girl also claims that the weather is indeed very good and the wind is not strong. Well, the young man then just touches the young lady's hair and says that she has a radiant face. The girl then moves away and thanks. But the guy asks why she's walking around with this thing because the girl is no longer a child. And the main character replies that Paula gave her a doll that looks like her and then asks if she is really beautiful. Amid smiles after this and says that he is hardly and much more beautiful. The main character then gets confused and wonders what he's talking about. And the guy claims that he says that the doll is much more beautiful than her. The main character then replies that of course she herself thinks that she was almost mistaken. After which the girl claims that she actually came to talk to him and the guy asks if he has anything to say. The young lady then says that even if Amid hates her, she asks him to believe, and the girl claims that she really wants to save his life, and if he recovers, then he will never have to see her face again. And she will also disappear from his life forever as he wishes. Well, the girl then thinks that even though the guy is now tied to the bed, but still he is a noble nobleman and a close associate of the imperial family, as well as the commander of the knights of the first guard of the Knights of the Empire. And as soon as the guy recovers, she will immediately be kicked out of the mansion, so now the young lady says that he will return to his old life. But the guy at this time comes closer to her and asks what the girl means by disappearing from his life. The young lady then replies that she said so, and when he is cured, her presence will become useless, after which she can calmly leave the estate. And in her thoughts, she adds that the reward she received will pay off her debts and help her younger brothers and sisters, and if the contract is terminated, she will also receive 5,000 ducats. And the young lady claims that the guy will meet a suitable girl and then create a happy family. However, the Duke asks if she is asking him to believe this, and the young lady asks what is stopping him from doing this so much, and the guy asks who would believe in help out of the kindness of their hearts. And he tells the girl to speak honestly because she only cares about compensation and she won't be able to hide it. Or she is thinking of continuing to act out her performance. But the main character then cannot stand it and screams what a bastard he is and also asks if he has even tried to put himself in her place. The girl understands that he has no idea how she lived. So now the young lady asks if he can't just believe and he has nothing to lose. But the Duke claims that he will still fall into eternal sleep, so there is no point in trying. The young lady cries out that this is not so and he just lacks energy, but overall he is fine. And firstly, if the disease were fatal, then poison. Well, the guy then asks what kind of poison she is talking about, and the girl understands that only she knows that they will try to poison Amida. So now she just smiles and claims that she thinks a special approach is needed, and the guy claims that it seems that if he gets worse, then she will remain to blame, and the girl thinks what kind of nonsense this is. The girl now says that Jean said that after their walks, the guy's face looked healthy, and he began to eat well. That's why he needs to be close to her. However, then the girl suddenly understands something. After all, if you think about it, why does the guy suddenly feel worse when they move away from each other? After which, the young lady turns to Amid and asks who in this estate benefits most from his immersion in eternal sleep. The guy then asks what this means and is someone really trying to plunge him into eternal sleep. The young lady then replies that it seems true and asks if he has never thought about it. The guy replies that he rather thinks about it too often but just can't understand it. His father has only brothers, and there are 5 of them, so if he falls into eternal sleep, then all his property will go to either them them or their children. Therefore, it is not surprising that his mother dreams so much about an heir, and the young lady then claims that he all the more needs to understand who can harm him. The guy replies that in order to protect him, the servants are the first to try his food just like the girl recently, but the result is the same. And he had another attack. The young lady then says that the sleep and medications were the same as usual, and this seems to happen as soon as she stops caring for him. But the girl is now in shock, asking if this is all really just a coincidence. But the Duke then only turns around and offers to end this conversation, and also let the girl not do anything stupid. The young lady then turns to Ahmed once again, but the guy then claims that in any case he will fall into eternal sleep, and the girl only squeezes the doll harder. That evening she lies down on the sofa and sighs heavily. The maid of the video asks if the lady is unwell, and the young lady replies that everything is so... She thinks who knew that the guy would talk so directly about his immersion in eternal sleep, and this problem is not so easy to solve. Therefore, the girl thinks what she should do to make the Duke want to live, and the maid at this time brings the mistress a bottle of something and asks how she likes it. The girl then asks in shock if it is really wine, and Rona replies that there is nothing better when you are upset. And if you drink with the gentleman, the atmosphere will become more pleasant. The girl then realizes that Raymond also said that a little alcohol wouldn't hurt, and now the young lady, looking at the bottle of wine, is wondering whether she should try to melt the ice. But when the girl comes to the Duke's room, then he just asks what it is, and the young lady invites him to drink a glass as a sign of reconciliation. Ahmed just tells her to stop and leave. But the girl claims that since she brought wine, why don't they drink it together? She also says that it is very good wine. And when she opens it, the guy notices that it smells pretty good. The young lady then pours it into a glass and invites him to drink at least one, but the guy replies that he won't, and the young lady then tells him to watch her drink. A short time later, the girl already finishes the bottle, and the Duke with a smile on his face says that it seems delicious, after which the young lady says that since he is curious, let him try it himself. However, the guy says that Selena looks drunk and asks if she should go back to her place, and then asks why she even came to his room, and the girl replies that there are goodies there, and the man asks what she's talking about, but the young lady then only points to his face. Then he asks where in the world there is such a confectionery. However, the Duke after this only says that since they have measured each other, let her leave. But the young lady asks if that's all because the alcohol is not strong enough, and the guy asks what she is talking about. However, the main character replies that everything is fine, and even the commander of the knights can sometimes get drunk. Well, the guy at the same moment snatches the bottle from her hands, after which he drinks in one gulp. The young lady then cries out about her guilt. But when he sees how its drops fall on the Duke's neck and collarbone, he even gets a little embarrassed. The guy at this time asks if she is happy, and the main character only asks him to drink more. After which, she says that now she will give him something to drink, after which she gets up and says that she needs to drink again. However, then the girl accidentally spills the wine, and when she sees the Duke's angry face, she understands that this is a complete failure. The young lady watches the wine flow from the table onto the floor. And at this time, the Duke rises from his seat and says that the girl is drunk. And they all drank the wine, so let her return to her room. The young lady then thinks what he is talking about, and is this really the end? But the guy just throws her a rag and tells her to wipe up what she spilled herself. And the young lady gets angry after that and says how petty he is. But the Duke then says that what is there and let her continue, after which the young lady says that he is petty and rude, and the guy then asks if he has ever said that he is flexible, after which the young lady looks at the remaining bottle of wine and suggests making a bet. Ahmed only claims that he told her to go to her room and asks what she was up to again. The girl then replies that there is only one bottle left, and whoever falls first will fulfill the winner's wish, and then asks how it is. However, the guy after this only asks what she will wish for if she wins. And the girl then says, "What if she wins?" But the Duke suddenly interrupts her and asks how much she wants. But after that, the girl just gets angry and asks if people really only need money, and the guy asks if that's not true. And Selena replies that of course money is good, but it's too simple. The young man then asks what simple means, and the girl says that she is already jealous that he can talk about it so easily. After all, she was struggling to earn at least a little extra money, and no matter how hard it was, she didn't want her brothers and sisters to suffer. Well, now the girl with tears in her eyes asks why she suddenly started talking about this, and she probably drank too much. However, the Duke then apologizes, and the young lady is surprised at this. The man claims that he did not know that she faced such difficulties, and in the future he will be more attentive. The young lady then just smiles and offers a drink. After all, since he apologized, he'll drink one glass first. The guy then asks what she is offering if he wins, and the young lady claims that if he wins, she will leave him alone. The Duke asks if she will lag behind, and the girl replies that in fact he also annoys her, and she must give birth to an heir for him, and also help him overcome the disease and always be there, so if he wins, she will lag behind. Therefore, the young lady holds out a glass and says that this is a completely normal desire. Amid takes the glass in his hands and says that this is not bad, and the young lady then says that it is great, and from now on, they will drink. Well, then she suddenly spills the glass, and the wine drips onto the Duke's pants. The girl then, in shock, asks how, and she spilled it too. After which, the young lady turns to Amid and asks if he is okay, and when she sees that the guy's pants are all wet, she apologizes and claims that she honestly didn't do it on purpose. However, the guy only says that she would give him a towel, after which the girl does so but screams that she is sorry, and he claims that he will wipe it off right away, so don't let him get angry. However, the young man only becomes embarrassed by such touches and then tells her to stop. However, the young lady cries out that not to answer at least a little needs to be wiped off. However, the guy then only knocks the towel out of her hands and screams for her to stop. The young lady is surprised by this and then says that she only wanted to help. However, the guy replies that that's not the point, and Selena asks if he really hates her that much and is disgusted even if she just touches his hand a little. The young lady understands that if you think about it, it was like this from the very beginning. Their Duke never touched the tip of her finger. Therefore, now the girl screams that he is a eunuch. However, at the same moment, she closes her mouth and realizes what she just said. The young lady understands that she is most likely crazy because how can you say such a thing? After which she gets up and says that her head hurts and she probably had too much to drink, so she needs to go back. However, Amid after that only presses the girl to the sofa and asks where she is going. After all, they didn't finish, after which he also asks if there is anything to add. The young lady then claims that what she said was rude, but it was not entirely a lie because in 2 years he had never even touched her. However, after this, the young man only moves closer to her and says that he will prove it then. Then he kisses Selena. The girl doesn't even know what to do. And when the kiss ends, the Duke asks if this is enough proof. The main character is embarrassed and thinks that this can't be true. And did she really just kiss this man? After which the girl thinks whether she and Amid could have done such a thing. However, then she just grabs his cheek and the guy is surprised and then asks what she is doing. However, the young lady just laughs and asks what that expression is. The Duke removes her hand and she is also a little embarrassed. However, the young lady moves closer to him after this and thinks that alcohol is to blame. And the fact that she kisses him too, and the guy thinks that alcohol is now to blame for the fact that she looks so cute. After which he raises his hand a little higher, and the young lady claims that she is not very good at this, but offers to continue. A short time later, the young man is already taking off his shirt, and the main character just looks away in embarrassment. The girl realizes that she has already seen his body several times, but I'm still very confused. The Duke at this time only smiles and asks what is it because they have come so far and she was scared. The guy also says that if everything is like this, let her say it now because later he won't be able to stop. However, the young lady then grabs the blanket and says she doesn't love him. To be away from him, Amid then tells Selena not to forget these words, after which he kisses the girl and says that he wants her too. The next morning, the young lady wakes up and thinks how thirsty she is. But when she turns her head, she sees the beaming face of her husband and then wonders what happened. The young lady remembers what happened last night before they kissed, after which she immediately gets out of bed and understands that the first thing she needs to do is get back to her place, and she will think about the rest later. When the young lady goes to her room, the maid asks if the mistress has returned, and the girl then in shock asks Ron, or that the maid replies that she did not know when the mistress would return, so she was waiting. after which she claims that Lady Selena is tired and says that she will help with clothes. The main character then thanks the maid, but then he asks how she realized that she was tired. However, the maid only hands over the mirror. And when the young lady looks at him and asks in shock, "What else is this?" Rona says how hot she and the gentleman are, and they have traces of love everywhere. And the main character thinks that this is not what she's meeting with Camila today, after which she claims that she needs to quickly find clothes with a high collar, and the maid claims that this is a chance for the first time in a long time to show their closeness, but the main characters do not answer that she cannot walk around like that. Rona says that if that's the case, she can cover it all up with makeup. After which the maid does just that and says that it's a pity, because lately it's fashionable to do such makeup. The young lady asks if this is a joke after all, who is capable of such recklessness. The maid claims that at the last tea party she heard this from noble ladies, and they said that such makeup became fashionable thanks to Lady Louise. The main character realizes that this lady is incredibly rich and has recently returned from abroad, and she is also called a magnificent beauty with red hair and wine-colored eyes. Selena wonders if this is really the same Louise, but a place that only true aristocrats can visit is high society opium, and its head is Madame Louise. So the girl wonders if Madame is hiding her identity and moving in the close circle of the imperial family. The maid at this time claims that recently the emperor himself has been patronizing the woman, but the empress often communicates with Mrs. Camila. The main character then understands that the current empress and Camila are cousins, but she somehow feels uneasy, and the young lady thinks that maybe it's just her mood. When the girl comes to Mrs. Camila, she asks what kind of collar this is, and the young lady just smiles in response. And she claims that the weather has been changeable lately, and it seems that she has caught a cold. The mother-in-law then says that the girl was so proud of her healthy body and asks how now to send the girl to a mid. However, the young lady replies that she should not worry, because for some time she will not come close to the guy, and she herself understands that she does not even have the courage to look him in the face. But the woman says that be that as it may, let the girl try to recover before the night together. After all, everything should go without a hitch, and the main character replies that of course she will try. Well, then the girl suddenly realizes that they didn't use protection yesterday, and a little time later heading through the garden, realizing that this is a big problem. And she couldn't even listen to what Camila said after that. Now the young lady is in shock, thinking what she is catching. The Duke hates such things, and he will most likely say that this was her goal. Therefore now the girl understands that he will despise her, but the girl still turns around and understands that she just has to pretend that nothing happened, and the Duke will do the same himself. However, when the girl opens her eyes, she sees Amida, and the guy says, "That's where she is." The young lady then asks in shock if it is a mid, and the Duke comes closer to her and offers to talk. The young lady then asks what it is that he suddenly wanted to talk about. The guy replies that it was about last night and asks why she needs such a topic of conversation. Selena then just points to the side and screams that there is a snake there. The Duke then turns around in shock and asks what she is talking about. But when she turns back, the young lady is already running away, and the girl apologizes to Amid in her thoughts, but understands that now she does not have the courage to talk to him. When the young lady returns to the room, the maid asks if she is okay or not and also offers her a glass of cold water. The girl thanks Rona, and the maid says that no matter how she searches, she cannot find it, after which the young lady asks what she is talking about. Rona replies that she can't find the second earring, and maybe it's somewhere else. The young lady then apologizes to the maid in her thoughts and realizes that it is true that this earring is not in her room, and after all, it was no longer there when she walked along the corridor in the morning. However, Rona says that the lady took such care of these earrings, and the girl replies that it is because it was a gift for her birthday. Selena realizes that her father bought her these earrings as a gift for her 15th birthday, and he said that they fit well with her name. These earrings are like a talisman for her, but the girl understands that she is not going to look for them in a mid's room now. But the girl then says that now she has this, so everything is fine. The young lady looks at the engagement ring that Camila has prepared. After all, in order to confirm the legality of the marriage in the presence of the ceremony, a wedding gift was needed, and then it seemed to her that this was too much. so the girl wore this ring only as a reminder of her presence in the mansion. But she herself did not notice how she began to wear it as a talisman. The Duke is sitting on the edge of the bed at this time, and then remembers what happened in the morning and thinks why the girl ran away. And at that moment, despite the fact that they were drunk, he thought that they were honest with each other. However, the Duke then wonders if there could be something else, and then thinks in shock, was he really that bad? The guy lies down on the bed and realizes that things couldn't get any worse. But even if this is the case, nothing can be done. However then, the guy sees something sparkling under his pillow, and when he picks up this thing, he wonders if it's an earring. And the main character a little later peeks out from around the corner, and after I was convinced that there was no Duke there, you still came out. When the young lady enters her room, she says that thank God they haven't seen each other today. The girl understands that several days have passed since the last meeting, and she also continued to avoid Amid. But she herself is sick of this behavior, but she lacks the courage to talk about everything. The maid at this time turns to the mistress and asks if she has returned yet. And also, did you go to the Butler Colton again? The main character replies that yes, they have finally finished the accounting analysis. The girl understands that throughout the entire time she was wary of meeting Amid, she carefully studied Greta's ledger, and as a result of deciphering the contents with the help of Colton, the theft of the main maid was completely confirmed. The woman stole during the day so that no one would notice, and all the loot ended up costing a considerable sum. Therefore now, the young lady thinks that however not a single person could even suspect something. Moreover, this means that the power of the headmaid was absolute. But Ron now asks if it's true that Greta is also connected to the snake incident. After all, if you connect these two incidents, then after the guy got sick, the woman was much more worried about the estate itself, and the fact that a snake appeared in the mansion suggests that someone released it. The main character claims that now no one except Greta is able to pull this off. Young people understand that at that time there was no evidence, and she retreated, but now everything is different. Therefore, we need to act while the woman's influence weakens, but the maid asks how the mistress is going to talk about the thefts because it is unknown even if there is evidence. And the main character claims that this is something that needs to be checked, after which she goes to the main maid's room and realizes that if her assumptions are correct, then there is certainly something hidden there. The girl also remembers how Rona gave her the keys and stated that this room is on the right, so now the young lady understands that she must find evidence. However, when the young lady enters the room and looks around, she thinks that this is much simpler than she thought. After which, the girl looks at the chest covered with black cloth and realizes that this thing seems suspicious. After which, she takes off the black cloth and realizes that there is something absurd about it, but if she can find evidence, then everything is fine. However, when the young lady opens the chest, she sees that there are only clothes and books in there, after which she wonders if that's all. A short time later, Selena returns and realizes that she searched the entire room, but there was no evidence, and the girl wonders if her suspicions were wrong. But if this is not the main maid, then too. However immersed in her thoughts, the girl does not notice how she bumps into someone, after which she apologizes and says that she was inattentive. However, then she sees that it is the Duke and is a little surprised. The guy just claims that the game of hide-and-seek was entertaining. The young lady asks why he is there. Well, the guy just grabs her hand and apologizes but claims that this won't happen to him again. So don't let her run away anymore. After that, the two of them sit on a bench and are silent. The Duke is the first to decide to break the silence and then says that night. However, the young lady asks if he is talking about that incident, and the guy asks if that is what she calls it. The young lady notes that yes, they were both drunk. And they were a little crazy, that's why this happened. And to be honest, those memories are also unpleasant for the guy. Therefore, the young lady offers to forget everything as if nothing had happened. The Duke then only gets up from his seat and begins to leave, and the young lady then screams in shock for him to wait a minute because they haven't finished yet. However, the guy after this only repeats that they should forget everything and then claims that, so be it. As she wants, the guy pulls the young lady towards him, after which he leaves something in her hand and leaves. The young lady then looks at her hand and sees an earring there. A short time later, the girl is already sitting in her room while the maid is changing her clothes. Rona tells the lady that everything is ready, and the young lady thanks her. Igor now asks if the lady will go to the master today. The girl replies that yes, she neglected it for some time because of work. The young lady also thinks that although it is awkward for her to meet, she must do what she is responsible for, and then says that then she will go, and the maid agrees. The main character then enters the Duke's room, after which she wishes him good morning and says that the weather is wonderful today. However, then the young lady sees how he does not pay any attention to her, after which she comes closer and asks if he had a good breakfast, and her breakfast was very tasty. Also, Jian, however, the guy then interrupts the young lady and just hooted, without looking up from his book. The young lady then asks if he has a special wish, but the boy replies that he does not, and then the girl says that dinner is for today. However, the guy replies that it can be anything. After which the young lady turns to Amid and claims that when he talks to a person, he should at least take his mind off the book. However, the guy then replies that he is tired, so he offers finish because he wants to rest. The young lady then clutches her dress. After which, she turns around and says that in this case she will leave, and also wishes him a good rest, after which she leaves the guy alone. The young lady then wonders if the very sight of her is so unpleasant to him that he can't even look her in the eye. So now the young lady is crying out that it is very ignorant to avoid people so openly. However, then she remembers how she ran away from the guy and thinks why he is so angry. After which the girl also thinks that maybe she should visit Noir because she hasn't seen her for so long. A short time later, the girl is already calling for the cat when she doesn't come. The young lady thinks that this is strange and does not understand where she is. The girl also thinks where he disappeared to because there is nowhere else to run away. At this time, someone turns to the madam. It turns out to be the estate servants, and one of them asks if something happened to her. A little time later, the girl is already watching how everyone is looking for the cat with all their might, and understands that she didn't even think that everything would go so far. The young lady understands that she has gained Greta's authority, so that everyone treats her well, and maybe it's just her imagination, but the atmosphere has become more friendly than before. So now the girl sighs and says, that's good, but then someone turns to the young lady and asks, what's good? The young lady turns around and asks Amid if it is, and the guy just asks what's going on there because he was walking and heard a noise. The young lady then in shock asks if he was really taking a walk, and the guy in response asks if she thinks that he can't do this without her. The main character then says that his tone is too much. However, then she sees the maid and servant who are watching this and still fall silent. The Duke at this time asks what they were looking for, and the young lady notes that they were looking for Noir. After which the guy asks if this is that black kitten and didn't he run wherever he wanted before. The young lady then replies that she was worried that the cat's presence would be bad for his health, so she moved him to Moonlight Mansion. And when she came to feed, she discovered that the cat was missing, and the young lady then apologizes for the fact that she was inattentive, and then claims that next time she will make sure that he does not wander around. The guy then claims that he never asked to kick him out. Well, the young lady then asks what will happen if Amid's health suddenly worsens because of him, after which the guy replies that then he will need to be kicked out. However, the young lady then screams that they can, because she said that she would take responsibility for Noir, and she is also responsible for his health, so let him not get sick. The Duke at this time only passes near the young lady, and says that she will run away in any case, and the cat will remain on the estate, and the snake was disposed of that time, so it does not seem that there are other pests there. However, the young lady then replies that they don't know, and suddenly there will be mice. Well, the guy asks what she's talking about, and the girl replies that Noir is afraid of mice, and when she found him in the chimney, he was hiding from them. Amid asks how much is possible and why even care about a cat that is not capable of catching mice. However, the girl replies that cats are needed not only to catch mice, and it's fortunate that they simply exist. And after all, everything is the same as with people. After all, being a wife to give birth to a child and being a child only to live your life wrong is really too cruel. The Duke then turns to the young lady, and she thinks whether she has gone too far again, but she does not think that this concerns others, but she did not say it consciously. The girl at this time claims that at this point he will allow him to deviate, and she will look for the cat along the way. However, then the young lady hears what access, and turning around he realizes that it is Amid. The girl then turns to him in shock, after which he immediately runs up and asks what it is, and is he really having another attack, after which the girl screams for him to come to his senses. But when she sees that the guy is not even writhing in pain, she wonders if it's all over. After which the young lady with tears in her eyes cries out that he must not fall into eternal sleep, and she desperately asks him for it. The guy then opens his eyes, and when he looks at the young lady he just smiles. Then he claims that he didn't think that she would cry seriously, and everything is fine because he's fine. The young lady then plucks the grass from the ground, and throwing it at the Duke he screams that he is a damn liar, and then asks how he could pretend to be no longer alive. However, the guy claims that he did not know that she would believe, and the young lady screams that there are many other reasons for jokes and asks if he even knows how scared she was. The girl also claims that she had no idea, and the Duke then claims that he will swear not to fall into eternal sleep in front of her eyes, and the young lady then screams, "What is he talking about?" The guy claims that she said so that he would not fall into eternal sleep in front of her eyes. Therefore now he swears like a knight that let them now only be in the corner of the garden, but he, Amid Ypret, will in no case plunge into eternal sleep before her eyes. The young lady then realizes that she suddenly has this feeling that even if she ever leaves this estate, he will never forget this moment. The guy at this time takes the young lady by the cheek and addresses her by name. But then he stops and then turns around and claims that they will talk later. After breaking up with Amid, who behaved a little strangely, the girl continued to look for the cat together with the servants, but in the end they could not find it anywhere. So the young lady wonders if she really ran away. The young lady then also remembers how the Duke addressed her and called her by name. However, the young lady stops walking and does not understand why she is thinking about this. Well, at the same moment, the maid turns to the mistress, and with a smile on his face, he claims that the cat has been found. The main character, then in shock, asks if this is true, and the girl replies that yes, and they say that the gentleman himself found him. After that, he runs to the guy, and when he bursts into his room, he screams whether this is true and whether he found Noir. Well, then the young lady sees scratches on the guy's chest and in shock asks where they came from and whether Noir really did it. The guy replies that as the girl said the cat is very timid and he only scratched it slightly, so don't let the young lady worry. But the girl claims that it still needs to be treated quickly because what if it gets worse? The guy then thanks her for worrying about him more than the window, and the young lady replies a little embarrassedly that all she does is worry about him. And the guy asks isn't she curious about the cat, and the young lady asks that of course and then asks where he is now. The Duke replies that the maids are washing the cat, and he came out of the chimney so he was quite dirty. The young lady asks if he got out of the chimney, and the guy replies that yes, and the young lady saw him there for the first time, so he checked all the chimneys of your mansions, and fortunately there are not many of them, so he quickly found the cat. The young lady then realizes that she thought the guy didn't like Noir. Well then, the girl thanks Amida and is happy because she can finally see Noir. After which, with a sincere smile on her face, she claims that she is very glad that she has him. The guy then just looks away and says that he's not sure if this is the cat she was looking for because it looks a little different. And the young lady then in shock asks if he really found not Noir, but another cat, after which the guy says that the girl should look for herself, and one of the maids brings it, after which he asks the gentleman for forgiveness. After all, as he ordered, they washed the cat and combed it. The young lady then asks in shock if that purring is coming from Noir. The Duke at this time claims that he does not know who named the cat that way, but this man has terrible taste, because the cat was originally so snow white. The main character then says that it's crazy because she thought that the cat was just a little dirty in soot, but it turns out that she was all smeared. The young man then claims that while the cat was wandering there, it turned completely black, and the young lady then hugs the cat and says that she missed her, and she couldn't just run away without saying a word, after which the young lady asks why the cat climbed into the chimney again, and was it really out of boredom? And the guy replies that everything already has its own reasons, and this particular one lies in the fact that he was returning through the chimney. At this time, the cat only mewls and then escapes from the lady's hands. And the Duke claims that, be that as it may, it seems the cat wants to show it herself, and the young lady asks what After which Noir begins to scratch the door, and the young lady says that she will open it now, but wonders what is there. But then the girl sees more kittens and asks what they are, and are they really kittens? And that is the cat climbed into the chimney to splash around. The guy at this time replies that she did this because the chimney is the safest place for her kittens. Yeah, the main character then says that she thought that the cat just gained weight and her belly grew and she was pregnant. The young lady then realizes that she is completely deprived of the right to be a guardian. At this time, the cat touches the young lady with its paw and the girl asks what to do now. And where should Noir go now to raise the kittens? After which the Duke sighs and says that let the cat stay in the mansion. After which the young lady asks if he is serious about the guy and answers yes. And with a smile on her face, she claims that as the girl said, even if the cat doesn't know how to catch fish, she will have something to do. The young lady is then even embarrassed by such words. And a little later, she is already lying down on the bed and understands that she wants to somehow repay Amida, but she still does not understand how to do this. But the guy not only saved Noir and the kittens, but also allowed them to live on the estate, and the young lady understands that she cannot help but thank him. The girl claims that she would like to give him a gift with all her heart, but nothing suitable comes to mind. And the estate is already full of various jewelry, and the guy doesn't seem to need anything. The maid at this time turns to the mistress and asks that she can cost her a handkerchief by hand because she is an excellent embroiderer and wouldn't that be really sincere. But the young lady then answers that she doesn't want it, and the maid in shock asks why. And the girl understands that such things are done when they have a special connection. So now she claims that be that as it may, something else will be better. After which, the girl's gaze falls on what it is and she says that this is it. The next morning, the maid is already yawning and says that the mistress could just send her. However, the main character claims that it is still more convenient for her to go herself. And it's great that the time has come, and for Jean, because thanks to this, they can ride in the carriage. The maid at this time says that if as a sign of gratitude the lady personally prepares the dish, then the gentleman will certainly be touched, and the young lady asks if she thinks so, and the maid replies that, of course. The young lady realizes that the choice of home cooking as a gift was purely an accident, and she simply came across a cookbook that she recently took from Jean. But the girl still thinks that when she finally decided, she was very pleased, because this way she would also be able to show concern for Amid's health. The maid at this time asks the lady what kind of dish she will prepare today, and maybe it is a meat dish filled with love. The young lady then replies that no, and that it is a very expensive fish. A little time later, the girl is already leaving the cab and thanks John, after which she says that they will meet at the carriage, and the boss also wishes the lady success. The maid at this time turns to the mistress and says that it seems that the auction will begin right now. Then they go there and someone screams that fresh yellowtail and flounder are already there. The maid then pushes through the crowd and then tells the lady that the choice is huge and also asks if there is any fish that she wants to buy. The main character replies that she will probably appear soon after which she opens the box and screams that this is what they have all been waiting for. The legendary asylum fish. The young lady then claims that this is the same fish. And from time immemorial, it has been effective in treating diseases and has also received blessings from the sea god. It is said that due to the famous legend and the number of people who want to buy this fish, its price can suddenly skyrocket. And the girl understands that probably if it weren't for Jean, she wouldn't even be able to come there. But the young lady understands that since this dish is for a mid, it can't just be tasty, and the girl thinks that she will get the selim at any cost. After this, the man screams that the starting price will be 100 ducats. The auction participants immediately begin to offer a price, and it reaches 200 ducats. The maid then turns to the lady and asks if they should participate now, but the young lady notes that it is early and let her wait. And when the price approaches 400 ducats, the seller asks, is there really no one else? And who knows, perhaps this is their last chance to get selim, so if they want to place a bet, then let them raise the card. The person who placed the bid for 400 ducats then sighs and realizes that no one is going to raise the price anymore. However, the young lady then holds up the card and says that she is offering 600 ducats. The man who made the previous bid then gets shocked and the seller screams that this is the best price and then asks if anyone has more than 600 ducats. After which he knocks with a hammer and claims that they get the selim for 600 ducats. After which the maid carries the fish in the aquarium, and when they meet with the step, he says that they really bought this fish. But this is amazing. The main character says that she was lucky that she bought it cheaper than she expected, and she understands that now it will be easier to manage the estate's budget, and the auction price initially worried her too much. The young lady also thinks that Camila also immediately gave the go-ahead because she was going to buy the ingredients for the dish for a maid. Although the young lady claims that for such a valuable fish, it seems that the fish is a little small, and the girl asks if this is enough for the dish, and the cook asks what she is saying. After all, its unique taste is delicious, and it guarantees it. Well then, the young lady suddenly runs into someone and then apologizes. The girl then says that no, and that she should apologize. And the main character understands that grace emanates from this man, and the girl wonders if she is from some noble family. Well then, this woman's pendant falls out, and the main character picks it up and then asks if she accidentally dropped it. The blonde then thanks the young lady with a smile on her face and then wishes her all the best. And the main character wonders if there really are such beautiful people in the world. A little time later, the maid turns to the mistress and asks if she will really do everything herself, and the girl agrees. She claims that as soon as she decided to cook as a thank you, she and Jean studied the recipe all night, and the maid then asks if that's why the mistress has cuts on her hands. The young lady replies that she hasn't cooked even simple vegetables for 100 years, and these are just small scratches, so don't let the maid worry. Well, the girl claims that thanks to Jean, she quickly learned the recipe and was able to get asylum, so what a relief it is. After which, the young lady thanks Jean for helping her. Even though he was busy, he replies to the lady that he's welcome. And the young lady then says that now she should start after she reaches out to the fish and says that first comes the asylum. But the fish immediately disappears right in front of the young lady's eyes, and the girl wonders what happened. And when he looks to the side, he sees that it's all Noir's business. Well, after that, the cat just starts to run away, and the young lady screams that this can't be, because it's an insane, rare thing, after which she screams for Noir to stand. And he starts chasing her. The girl claims that she will give the cat something tastier so you can change. And this is really a very important thing. However, then someone grabs the cat. It turns out to be the Duke, and he asks what's going on. The young lady asks, amid if this is it. And the young man is only interested in whether it is really so difficult to catch just one cat. Well, the main character then screams whether he knows how long she's been running after her. However, the girl says that in the end, what a blessing that Amid is there, because if it weren't for him, she might have had to run away from the mansion. Well, the guy just says that it seems that the day will never come when her hands will be fine and her lady, then says that this is probably true, after which the guy asks if this is what she was looking for, and the girl replies that although she will no longer be able to use it, it is indeed a very valuable thing. The cat then releases the fish from its teeth and it falls to the ground. The young lady then looks at this fish in shock and thinks that this is not it. A little later, the guy is already at the table and asks what all this is. And the main character replies that this is a dish that she prepared herself. Indeed, at first she decided to cook fish, but as he had already seen something terrible happen to her, so she changed the menu and tried to cook it. The girl also claims that she was mentored by Jean, so the taste should be normal. However, the guy looking at all these dishes asks what it is after, which the young lady claims that she put eggplant and broccoli as well as tomatoes. But the Duke claims that he asks what kind of bribe this is. Well, the young lady replies that then it is a bribe to take care of him, and the guy replies that he thought so. The young lady only gets angry in response to this and says that this is not a bribe, but gratitude for the help with Noir. The blonde then looks at one of the dishes before reaching for the cutlery, and when he tries it, the young lady asks how he likes it, but the Duke only replies that he hates eggplants. 3. The girl thinks that this guy is really disgusting. But still, the Duke raises his glass and claims that he wants to thank her for all these dishes, and the young lady is then surprised and then asks if this is true. A short time later, they are already sitting over a cup of tea, and the young lady realizes that the guy is so elegant even when he is just drinking tea. But he also has beautiful hands, and the girl also thinks that these hands wield a sword, and that was probably a little cool. At this time, the guy asks why she is looking at her like that, and the main character replies that she doesn't look at anything in particular. The young man then asks why she's staring wide-eyed at nothing, and the girl thinks, Is it really so obvious? After which she claims that she just looked at his hands. Amid asks what's wrong with him and the girl, then replies that everything is fine, but she herself thinks that even if she falls into eternal sleep, she won't be able to say that she was staring at his hands because that they are beautiful. After which the girl decides to change the topic and asks why he doesn't wear the ring because she always wears it and has never taken it off after the wedding, but it's not even fair. The Duke then sighs and claims that he does not understand why this is dishonest, and the young lady says that he is the only one who pretends to be single, and she will not leave it like that. The guy then replies that he hears complete nonsense, and since she doesn't like the fact that he walks around without a ring, she can take off hers, but the young lady replies that this will not happen. Amid asks why this is, and is it really because of her mother, and the girl understands that this is also not the case, and thinks how to tell her, after which Selena claims that this upsets her and the guy is a little surprised. The young lady claims that she knows that he does not like him, but even so when he wore this ring she was pleased and seemed as if she really was his wife. After all, a wedding ring is a symbol that two people are connected, but the girl then thinks why she is wearing such a thing. After all, they are not in such a relationship at all. Therefore now the girl says that roughly speaking, after which the Duke rises and asks if this is so. And then, with a slight blush, he claims that then he will also wear a wedding ring, and also asks if this will be enough in gratitude for lunch. After this, the young lady only gets embarrassed and wonders whether he will really wear it after her words. After which the man does just that, and the young lady watching this becomes very embarrassed. After which he says that it suits him, and the guy replies that perhaps. After which the young lady claims that since the conversation has already started, they should set a fee for that dispute. And then they decided that the winner would make a wish. Well, the guy asks if this dispute is still valid, and the girl replies that, of course you have to answer for your words. The Duke then asks what she wants, and the young lady has a smile on her face. She suggests that he go on a date with her. A short time later they find themselves in the city, and the young lady asks if he's really never been on a date. But the guy then asks what about her, and the young lady understands that she couldn't even think about it, but in her past life or in her present life she didn't even have the opportunity because she earned money. But now she answers that of course she did, and could have had as many healthy relationships as she wanted. The Duke then asks if she is talking about healthy relationships, and the young lady replies that yes, there have been not very healthy ones. And the blonde then asks how this is, but the girl then turns away and claims that whatever it was, she says that there was a relationship, after which she suggests it's better to go to this pastry shop as soon as possible, and when the young lady is already heading there, the guy just smiles. Then he comes in after her. The young lady then examines the sweets and says that it will be delicious because they are all very beautiful. There is also a huge selection of cakes, after which the young lady thinks what is the most delicious. The young lady also addresses Amid, but the guy just comes up to the counter and tells him to give him everything from there to there. The saleswoman, shocked, asks if he means everything, and the guy answers yes. Selena then asks why he ordered it, because he doesn't like sweets at all, and the guy replies that he couldn't decide what to eat because in this case he can order everything. However, the young lady turns to Amid and says that even if that's the case, the guy blocks her and says that it's all over, so let her go and sit down. But then the young lady's gaze falls on the two girlfriends sitting next to her, and she realizes that she and the Duke stand out too much. But when the young lady sits down at the table, the guy asks what is bothering her so much after all. In any case, everyone here came to eat cakes, so there is no need to worry. The main character then realizes that this is true and she has no need to worry. But then she says that she just wanted it to be that way. And the guy asks what she's talking about, at which time a store employee comes up to them and says that these are the cakes they ordered, then asks for permission to help and puts the sweets on the table. The main character then says that Amid should just look, because this cake is really sprinkled with gold powder on top, after which the girl asks where to start. And the young lady claims that they really have the best cakes, but the Duke says that if you look at it like that, it's just a pile of flour, and the girl screams in shock if he said a pile of flour. After all, in this case, he is also just a piece of flesh and blood. But in his thoughts, he adds that he is a little more attractive and muscular. The guy at this time takes one of the cakes on a fork and then hands it to Selena, and the girl asks what he is doing. And the Duke replies that she seems to have liked it, and the young lady wonders if she ate too greedily. After which, the girl also removes the cream from the cake with her tongue. However, when she looks at the Duke's reaction, she asks what it is, and the guy replies that it's nothing and that she shouldn't worry. The young lady then wonders if something is wrong with him, and the guy only did what he usually doesn't do. Therefore, the young lady turns to Amid and says that if he is like this because of her desire, then she does not have to go that far. She does not need to adjust to her against her will. After this, the guy is a little surprised and then claims that he is in the mood as if he is a criminal who has been released from prison. And the girl thinks, why is he saying this out of the blue? However, the Duke only claims that he is having fun for the first time in a long time. The young lady then asks if this is true, and Amid responds so that she does not ask nonsense. And after that, the young lady thinks that this is it, and the guy really didn't get out for a long time, while even understanding this with his head doubts creep in deep down in his soul. Has he accidentally gone on a date with someone before? Then the main character was embarrassed and simply changed the subject, but if in truth Camila had previously claimed that the guy was engaged as a child, and the young lady understands that then this girl must have been close to Amid, the Duke at this time turns to the young lady and says that from time to time she makes an unfamiliar expression on her face. The girl then asks if this is so, and the guy replies that she was just now thinking about something else. Selena replies that everything is wrong, but she herself wonders if it was really that obvious. Well, the guy then says that she was getting up and the lady asks if they are already returning. And the Duke then replies that they need to continue their date, after which he extends his hand and the girl takes his hand, after which they go outside. Selena, looking at the guy, understands that after the tea party with the noble dons, she began to think about Veronica quite often. And, after all, in Lady Corona's novel, she was the main character and she is worried that she and Amid were engaged, although the girl also understands that there is no mention of engagement in the original. After all, there is also the Crown Prince who is the male protagonist, so there is no point in mentioning the ex-fiancé. But be that as it may, this book is a memoir written on behalf of Veronica. The Duke at this time asks what the girl is thinking about, and the young lady replies that she is thinking about nothing. The guy then says, what if she can't concentrate at all, after which he asks what it is, but the girl replies that it's nothing special. She understands that no matter how much she worries, her opponent in the novel is the main character, and Veronica belongs to the high-ranking family of the Marquis of L'Estrange, which produced outstanding diplomats who worked for the benefit of the empire. But the girl wonders if the guy with Veronica from such a family with beautiful appearance and character had nothing. After which, the young lady asks if she can ask something, and the Duke asks what supports she needs permission from. After which the young lady begins to ask her question whether he was accidentally engaged to someone before. The young man then stops and asks how she found out about the girl. She replies that his mother told him at the tea party that time and said that the guy was engaged to Lady Veronica. The Duke replies that it was an agreement between adults and they were supposed to collapse when they reached the right age. But the main character now claims that they were even going to get married. And the Duke asks what exactly interests her. These words take the young lady by surprise, and she claims that she heard the girl is very beautiful, and nothing is impossible for her. But everyone praised her so much, so the young lady asks what kind of person she is. The guy then says what it means and then claims that he doesn't remember, and the girl says that they almost got married and asks if he really doesn't remember anything. And the blonde man replies that he doesn't remember, and the young lady wonders what happened to him. And the young man asks if the young lady said that she heard this from her mother, but before the ceremony he lost consciousness, and the Marquis of L'Estrange asked him to pretend that there was no engagement. They could not continue to wait due to his unknown illness. The young lady then says that, anyway. However, the guy interrupts her and asks if she wants to ask what kind of relationship she had with Veronica. The young lady then becomes embarrassed and cries out that no, she only asked out of curiosity, and the Duke asks if this is really so, after which the young lady claims that she heard Lady Veronica is returning soon from the kingdom of Lilios, and maybe she's even already returned. The guy then only repeats that Veronica has returned home. And the young lady is not thinking about Veronica, he accidentally thought, but also about the time they spent together in the past. After which, the girl thinks that probably there is, after all, but the Duke only touches her cheek and Selena asks what he is doing. The guy replies that he wants her face to be painted in the colors of the rainbow, and the girl in shock asks how a person's face can become like that and tells him not to poke at her. However, the Duke then asks why the girl is interested in Veronica because they have not even met in person. But the main character then claims that she is just interested. This engagement was preserved if he were healthy, because if so, he would not need to marry a girl like her whom his mother brought. Selena understands that after she ended up in the estate and they spent a fake night together, the guy's expression became cold as soon as he saw her, and every time then, only she was hurt, and she could only console herself. Therefore now the girl seems to have understood the reason, and her very existence caused him pain. After all, he had a body that could not move as he wanted, and a situation where he could not do things his way. It felt like they were opposing each other, and the young lady now claims that even if it weren't for Lady Veronica, he might have met a girl he might have loved. Amid is then about to say something, but the young lady at the same moment says that whatever it is, if he recovers, then everything will go swimmingly, so the young lady asks if he will continue to be so obedient. After this, the guy just smiles and says that it means she still hasn't given up on this goal, and the girl replies that naturally she always keeps her word. And let the young man let go of the situation because she is sure that she will definitely cure him. The guy is looking at Selena's earrings at this time. Then she says that they suit her and that these earrings correspond to the meaning of her name, which translates as moon goddess. The young lady then realizes that as a child she heard her mother dream, and the woman told her that you were not a big moon that was rising from the sea and getting closer. Mom, enchanted by the bright light of the moon, said that when the moon approached, she covered it with the hem of her dress, and the girl understands that she still thinks that this name is too loud for her, after which the Duke asks if the girl received them as a gift. And the young lady replies that yes, she got them from an important person. The guy asks who this important person is, and the young lady thinks why he frowned so much and then claims that it was a gift from a man, and the blonde asks who the hell he is. After which the young lady just laughs and asks what the guy was up to. After all, her father gave her these earrings, and they are still really dear to her. Selena claims that her father fell into eternal sleep shortly after he gave the gays these earrings, so she is really grateful to Ahmed for that time, because he found and returned the earring to her. A short time later, they approach one of the shops, and the young lady asks if they have come there. The guy responds that since this is a long-awaited date, it needs to end in a special way. Then he says that he will give the young lady a keepsake, so let her say what she would like. The girl then asks if he is going to give her a gift. And he so suddenly asks her to say, so the young lady understands that she just needs to answer something, and then says that she wants it for her hair because she has one, so one thinks it will be good. The Duke thinks for a bit after this, but then grabs the young lady and says that's good, and then they should go. Selena is then surprised and asks where they are going. And the guy replies that she wants a hairpin and that means she needs to go to the jeweler, but the young lady then wonders if they are really going there to buy one hairpin. The Duke then says that it is right there, and the young lady realizes that Ahmed is now holding her so tightly, and a little embarrassed, the girl realizes that this is not bad. A little time later, they arrive at the jewelry store and the girl is shocked and thinks how much it all costs, because if you look at it like that, it seems like an extremely expensive place, after which the young lady begins to count zeros and the Duke asks what she is doing. Then he points to the door and says that the entrance is there and they go inside. There a worker greets them and asks what they are looking for. But when he sees the guy, he screams in shock. Is it really the Duke of Ypres? The blonde replies that they haven't seen each other for a long time, and the man just bows and answers that yes, and also hopes that everything was okay with him. And the guy even personally came there, so the man claims that if he needed something, they would have found it for him. Well, then he looks at the girl and asks if the Duke really visited them today with his beloved, after which the worker says that he is glad to meet the lady and wants to introduce himself. However, the Duke replies that everything is wrong and this girl is not his beloved because she is his wife. The man then comes into even greater shock, and the guy asks why he should be so surprised. And is it really strange that he is married? The employee replies that everything is not so, and he had not heard anything about it at all, so he did not know, and besides, they met for the first time. The girl then understands that if we talk about a jeweler of this level, then other noble families must often visit him, so the girl thinks that if suddenly today's walk comes to eat Camila, the young lady understands that she should return as soon as possible, after which she turns to a maid, and the guy just asks how the girl is doing with one of the hairpins. The young lady then asks what he is talking about. And the guy points to a hairpin in the shape of the moon, and the main character thinks if this is the one she was looking at in front of the store, and it's with a huge number of stones. After which Selena tells a maid that her price is too high, and the seller at this time claims that this is an excellent choice, and it will be very becoming for the Duke's wife, after which she asks if the man would like to stab himself. The young lady then says no, and she is fine. However, the blonde then turns to the young lady and tells her to stand still because she could get hurt. The young lady is then a little surprised and wonders why he continues to be so gentle all the time. And the Duke at this time puts on a hairpin and then says that it suits her, and the young lady understands that she is embarrassed. A short time later, they are already heading home. And the maid, looking at the purchase, admires it very much and then claims that the longer you look, the more beautiful it is. And this is because the gentleman put his whole soul into the gift. The main character replies that it is just a simple gift, and the maid asks how it can be simple because it is a gift with a soul, but the young lady asks where she gets such confidence. Rona says that it's obvious that the bookmark is expensive, but where the money is, the soul is. Selena lies down on the bed and sighs. She understands that even if it is a gift from the heart, she cannot simply be happy. After all, there is a relationship between them until time bound by a contract. However, the young lady remembers how they held hands and understands that even if this is the case, she wants to be happy just a little. At this time, someone knocks on the room, after which the maid comes in and says that the eldest mistress is looking for the girl. The young lady asks if her mother really wants to see her, and the maid replies that yes, and she told her to attend today's tea party in the southern garden. Selena wonders if she was invited to a tea party, why so suddenly? But at that time the woman was clearly unhappy with her appearance. Now the main character replies that she understands and the girl can go, after which Selena turns to Rona and asks if she will help her get dressed, to which the maid agrees. And the young lady realizes that she doesn't know what Camila is up to, but first she should go. The girl also tells the maid to pick up something luxurious today, to which she agrees, and a little later the main character is already walking into the garden where the tea party is taking place. One of the women then notices the young lady and tells the Duke's wife to come in quickly. And she said that she wanted the girl to definitely participate because she missed her, after which she claims that she is glad that the young lady came, thank you for the fact that the woman called her, and then sits down in her place. And another woman then claims that it's hard to imagine how much everyone wanted to see the Duke's wife, Selena, then looks around and realizes that all the socialites from influential families are there, and even those faces that she sees for the first time, so the girl thinks what Camila is up to. And one of the women then turns to the young lady and asks if this is the hairpin that everyone is talking about. The main character asks if there are rumors, and the blonde with a smile on her face replies that there are rumors that, for the sake of his wife, the Duke personally visited the jewelry salon, and they were all waiting for a meeting with the author of these rumors, so they invited her. The main character then remains silent and thinks that this is how everything turned out, and of course she didn't think that Camila would call her just like that. Well, I couldn't imagine that rumors really spread so quickly and influential women were the first to suggest it, so the young lady thinks that Camila could refuse. However, the young lady also wonders if this is really the case. One of the women then claims that the rumor that the Duke of Ypres loves his wife very much seems to be true, and he usually refrains from going for walks. Another woman then states that it can be assumed that it was not just a walk. And if you look at how much the guy hides his one and only wife, if it were her, she would probably run away because it's so impossible to even breathe peacefully. And the blonde then asks, isn't this incredibly romantic? After all, if we talk about the love story of the sickly and beautiful Duke, the son of an innocent duchess, then of course they do not want to move one step away from each other. After which the woman turns to the main character and asks if this is true about the young lady. Does everyone really see it that way? But all she has is a terribly unfair contract. And also a mother-in-law who wants to send her daughter-in-law to a psychiatric hospital and even had a snake in her room. But now the young lady is a little embarrassed, and she understands that the words about her painful but wonderful husband are true, after which she touches her hairpin and wonders what the guy was thinking about then. And was he excited to walk in the city after a long time? Selena also thinks that she wishes it was just a whim or a luxury of the rich. The blonde at this time turns to the young lady and says that her face has turned red and then asks if something hurts, but the main character then replies that no and thanks them for worrying about her. Well then, one of the women draws attention to the empty chair and says that he is the only one left, after which she suggests that he was probably installed as a spare. However, Camila replies that not at all, and there are no unnecessary chairs there for a person who will suddenly appear. They have a separate chair, and the main character then thinks that it's worth looking at this look, because no matter where he looks, he always watches his daughter-in-law. Therefore, the girl now understands that she just needs to take up space for a while and thinks that she shouldn't be too nervous because she has done this more than once or twice. The blonde then asks if there is any. Besides them, there is another guest, after which someone comes up to them and says that they have not seen the Duchess for a long time. The girl also claims that she hopes she's not too late, and the main character then thinks in shock who this girl is. However, Camila then rises from her seat and turns to Veronica, after which she tells her to hurry up and asks if it was difficult for her to get there. The girl replies that no, and thanks to Lady Camilla's care, she arrived safely. The main character then realizes that this face, as well as the voice, are very familiar. And this girl is exactly the one she encountered at the market, so the main character thinks it was really Veronica. But she still doesn't understand why she's still so close to the Duchess. The woman at this time claims that while they did not see each other, the girl became even more beautiful, and the blonde then says that the Duchess wasn't sick all this time. After all, she can't even imagine how much she missed her, after which the girl hugs the woman and she says that she missed her too. The main character then looks at the woman in shock and thinks, can she really laugh like that? But it even gives her goosebumps. Camila, at this time, only says that as everyone knows, this is Miss Veronica and the family of the Marquis of L'Autrange. One of the girls then says that they have not seen Miss L'Autrange for a long time, and the girl returned earlier than she thought, and she also assumed that it would take several months. The blonde then replies that it's all because her father's work schedule changed, but as soon as she returned, she was able to come to the tea party, and it's all thanks to the Duchess. So she thanks the woman for inviting her, and Camila replies that it's natural because she's a girl, such a precious guest. After this, Selena understands that of course everything is different with the main character, and it's difficult for her to even get a few words out of Camila. Camila at this time tells the girl to sit there because a chair has been prepared especially for her. But when a woman wants to move a chair, it rests against the chair of the main character. After this, the girl gets a little scared, and everyone pays attention to this, but the woman then asks Selena what it is. The young lady then pushes her chair a little to the side and realizes that at such moments, it's easier to just leave everything as it is, because saying something now is only a waste of effort. At this time, the woman turns to the blonde and asks if the Marquis of L'Autrange is healthy, because they have not seen each other for 100 years. The girl with a smile on her face replies that yes, and everything is as usual, but the father also said that he would like to meet with the lady, and the woman then laughs, and then claims that it is necessary to do this because their families were so close. The main character then thinks what kind of atmosphere this is, and she wants to return as soon as possible. And the blonde at this time turns to the young lady and says that she was late with her greeting, after which she claims that she is glad to meet the Duke's wife, and also claims that her name is Veronica L'Autrange. The main character then says that yes, he is welcome with her, and the woman claims that for her it's a big part of meeting Amid's wife like this. Selena then wonders if the girl called the guy a mid. But even if she is the daughter of the Marquise, are they really in such a relationship as to call him by name? And besides, in front of her, the blonde screams at this time, asking for forgiveness, and claims that they have known each other since childhood, so she didn't think to call the guy by name. However, Camila then asks what kind of formality this is, and they are friends. And let the girl call the guy as it suits her. The main character then realizes that having not initially introduced her to Veronica, the woman also did not introduce Veronica to her first. The girl didn't feel awkward after she had to sit next to her, and apparently the woman really wanted to unsettle her. Camila at this time asks the girl what it was like for her abroad all this time. And another woman claims that she heard that Queen Lilos took special care of Miss Veronica. The girl replies that fortunately, His Majesty also treated her well. The girl also claims that since the emperor is also from another country, communication is usually difficult for him, and since she can speak his native language, he often looked for her. One of the women then asks if Queen Lilosa is from Hayden, and she also says that the language of that country is very difficult, but this is Miss Lestrange. The girl only replies that she is overjoyed, and the woman claims that a successor has not yet been sent to the embassy, and she was definitely in a hurry to return. But the other woman then asks if everything is really like that, and she hopes that the reason for the early return is not the war. And the other lady then claims that the woman suddenly talks about the war and asks what kind of talk this is. Well, the blonde then claims that this is because relations between the Empire and the Kingdom of Lilos are not so good. The girl understands that previously they often ended up in a state of truce. However, in recent years, conflicts have become more frequent again. One of the women is then surprised and claims that Lilos has completely lost fear and that there are still Knights of the Sun in their empire. However, one of the women then claims that the position of Commander of the Knights is now vacant, but Camila claims that in any case she only went to the palace yesterday and made a request to His Majesty. The girls then wonder which one it is, and the woman replies that she concerned the dismissal of the Duke of Ypres from the post of Commander of the Knights, and since this position cannot be empty for a long time, she asked to appoint a vice-commander to it. Another woman then asks if the Duke of Ypres will be okay, and Camila replies that it is for the greater good, because the knights are ready to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the country. However, after this, the main character only silently rises from her seat, and one of the women asks the lady, "What is it?" However, the young lady replies that she is forced to deviate from this because she has important business. After this, the young lady immediately runs into her husband's room and screams his name. Well, there is no one in the room, so the girl understands that the guy has been sick for 5 years. And if the decision to dismiss is made this time, then not only will he no longer be able to belong to the Order of the Sun, but he will probably not even be able to simply return to the title of knight. But this is all a disease whose cause is unknown at the moment. Well, then she looks out the window and sees the guy training, after which he wonders if this arrangement will suit him. At this time, the young man, all exhausted, is trying to catch his breath, and the main character approaching him from behind thinks that this is the training room in which Amid learned to wield a sword since childhood. And the guy said that there he, without missing a day, trained to strike with a sword, but after he got sick, nothing happened at all in this training hall, so today he came to this hall, and the young lady understands that she is very worried about that conversation, but she simply cannot approach, because Amid is now, it seems vulnerable, like it's about to break. After this, the girl heads back to her room and realizes that for Amid, who lived only to take this position, this will become an incurable wound. Well, the girl also thinks what she should do. However, then she suddenly starts to feel dizzy and the girl wonders what it is. A short time later, she is already at the dinner table, and the chef claims that today he has developed a new menu. I also tried adding a special sauce, so I will be glad if she likes it. The girl then thanks the boss for worrying about her every time, and Jean replies that there's no reason, after which he claims that lately they both have no appetite, so he's worried. Not the man claims that he means that it would be wonderful to see them having dinner with the master. And the young lady understands that a week has passed since that day, and she has not seen the guy, and several times plucked up the courage to approach his room. But I wonder if anything will change if she consoles him. She returned to her place, and she said that she would make him healthy, so now she's wondering what came of it. At this time, the chef turns to the lady and tells the girl to try it too. Believe this dish is made from rainbow trout, and it is also extremely tasty and nutritious. After all, if she tries this taste again... However, the young lady then closes her mouth, and the maid asks if the lady is okay. The girl then turns to Rona and talks about the smell. And the maid then screams, asking Jean to cover this dish with a lid, and the man does so. Rona then claims that the smell of this dish seems unpleasant to the mistress, so let her wait a little because very soon she will feel better. The chef bows at this time, and he apologizes to the lady and also claims that he made such a mistake. But the girl asks why he is doing this. It's not because of his dish, so let the step not apologize. However, the man then asks, isn't it because of the fishy smell? However, the girl claims that if it had been like that, she would not have been able to go to the market with him before that, and it was more likely that this was simply due to some kind of malaise rather than the smell of fish. The girl also claims that after rest she immediately feels better, but lately this has often stopped. The man then asks for forgiveness, but asks how long ago this happened, and the young lady notes that it was about a week ago, and even the food she usually ate suddenly began to feel disgusted. And Rona had to sweat. Jean at this time turns to the lady and claims that be that as it may, this is very similar to the symptoms that he has heard about. The girl then asks what symptoms he is talking about and whether she has become infected with something, and the boss replies that this is not a disease and it seems that she will have a child, and the main character then asks in shock what he is talking about, and the boss replies that what is happening to her now is similar to toxicosis, which is often experienced during pregnancy, and they say that with toxicosis, even a piece of your favorite food cannot fit into your mouth. The girl then thinks if it really happened like that, but in order to get pregnant you need to do this. After which the young lady still remembers that night and wonders if she really got pregnant then. Rona at this time congratulates the mistress and claims that she had never imagined that the girl had already set foot on this uncharted path, after which she claims that she is now running to get a doctor. However, the main character then screams for the maid to wait and let her keep it a secret for now. The girl then asks in shock how this can happen. The young lady claims that there is a little more, and she wants to tell as soon as she is absolutely sure, because everything here is quite sensitive, and she would not want to make a fuss in vain, so she asks about it. Jean exchanges glances with Rona, after which the main character also claims that the food can already be taken away, and the chef agrees. And the young lady is now wondering if there really is a child inside her, and if suddenly she is really pregnant. Then the girl thinks how Amid's wife will react, and most likely he will laugh contemptuously and then say that she achieved her goal. The young lady understands that the birth of a child will strengthen her status as the Duke's wife, but Camila will not leave her alone. But even if a woman does this, it doesn't matter if she really has a child, that she will protect him no matter what. A little while later, the maid combs the mistress's hair and asks if she has already decided, and the girl answers yes, and she will talk about it today. After Jean left, she spent the whole day thinking about when it would be best to tell Camille that she was probably pregnant. But at first the main character thought to call only Raymond. Well, then it would only be a problem of time when in the end Camilla finds out everything. And now the girl understands that in this case it would be better to tell first, so the girl now comes out and says that she will return soon. A little time later, she is about to knock on the woman's room and says that first she needs calm. However, then the girl hears the woman asking if she really did the right thing. Raymond replies that the Duchess should not worry because Mr. Amid did not even know about the dismissal. The young lady then wonders if these are the voices of Raymond and Camilla. The man at this time claims that the lady did the right thing, and if everything had remained as it was, the Emperor would have fired the commander first. Well, the blonde then says that this child's face was such that he was simply smiling as if powerless in front of what awaited him. The young lady then wonders in shock whether Amid already knew that he would be fired from the post of Commander of the Knights. And even so, he went for a walk with her. Camilla at this time turns to Raymond and says that she is very scared because she seems to be going crazy. But this child was calm even after learning about his dismissal, so she asks what will happen if he finds out about inheriting the disease from her. The main character then thinks about what she is talking about, and the doctor turns to their Duchess and claims that there is still time and there is no need to be too nervous. The woman then asks if this is true, and she said that everyone who inherited this disease fell into eternal sleep. After all, both her uncle and her brother fell into eternal sleep, and both had convulsions and fevers and died, so this disease cannot be cured. Therefore now she, with shaking hands, claims that they urgently need an heir. After all, there is only one hope, and that is the child Amida. the main character then returns to her room, and he understands that the guy is falling into eternal sleep from an illness that he inherited from Camila, and that's why he is like this. The young lady also remembers how the guy claimed that he would still fall into eternal sleep, and understands that from the very beginning, this was his manner of giving up everything and his confidence in his own immersion in eternal sleep. All this because he already knew about everything, and in the end what she did for him did not make any sense. And the fact that he didn't tell her anything shows that she wasn't truly his family, because no one in this estate seriously considered her to be the Duke's wife. The girl also thinks whether this was the reason for the inevitability of her plunging into eternal sleep in the novel, and that the guy plunged into eternal sleep without leaving an heir. But if this happens, then Camila will not leave her behind because she has not fulfilled her part of the contract, and even more so is grieving madly over the loss of her son. Well, the main character then enters the Duke's room, and the guy seeing her is a little surprised. After all, Selena looks at him with tears in her eyes. The guy also asks what happened suddenly at such an hour, and the main character just runs up and hugs him. The girl claims that even if the future does not change, then let Amid not plunge into eternal sleep. The young lady realizes that she cannot bear it because she is worried about him. And the guy then claims that he doesn't understand what's going on, and then tells the girl to calm down. And a little time later, Selena realizes that she is somehow a little embarrassed because she was worried about Amid. But didn't she herself burst into tears like a little child? Well, then the young lady turns to Amid and says, "That's enough." But at the same time, the maid comes into the room, and he says it's time for the gentleman to take his medicine. However, when she sees the two interacting, then her hands even begin to shake, and the woman claims that she interrupted them. But the main character then moves away from the Duke and replies that no, because she was just about to go out and the medications must be taken on time, after which the girl says that then she and Amid will see each other tomorrow. And after that, the guy just silently watches her leave. The young lady then heads down the corridor and sighs heavily because she understands that in the end she could not say anything. The girl also understands that since she cannot admit that she overheard Camila's conversation, she cannot console him right now. However, the girl wonders whether it will give the Duke strength if she now reveals that she may be pregnant from him. Well, then the young lady sees something lying on the floor, and when she picks it up, she realizes that it is snake skin. Selena also turns around and thinks, why suddenly such a thing is in the estate? Because the servant said that they had definitely caught all the snakes. But the girl also wonders if there is still a snake crawling there. The girl understands that if something happens, she needs to report it as soon as possible. However, the cat at this time brings another snakeskin and meows. After this, the main character just smiles and says that the cat jumped out so suddenly that she was scared. But when the girl still sees that the cat is gnawing the skin of a snake, she thinks that this is the skin again, after which they understand where it all comes from. But then the girl sees an open door to one of the rooms, and a little time later, the maid who lives in this room is already tied up, and the main character tells the servants to search everything thoroughly. Emma then asks in shock what is suddenly going on there, and searching someone else's room on a whim is so unceremonious. The butler at this time turns to the lady and asks if there is something that she is looking for, and the girl replies that yes, and they will probably stumble upon what she is thinking about. After this, one of the servants tells the lady that there is a closed chest there. The maid then screams out what it is. However, the main character interrupts her and tells the guy to open the door. After which the lock on the chest is broken, and when it is opened, the main character thinks in shock. What is all this? Because there is a shirt that Amid wore, an empty perfume bottle, and even a comb with tangled hair. After which Selena turns to their maid, but she just looks away, and the other maid says what she found there. And the young lady realizes that these are the same snakes as the one that was in her room. A little time later, Mrs. Camila comes to the scene, and then asks if they say that all these things are from that room. After which she looks at the maid and asks why Amida's things were found in her room, and the girl replies that the gentleman gave her this as a thank you for her care. But the blonde then only gets angry and says that it's not enough that the girl has crossed all boundaries, but such words even give her goosebumps. And after all day after day she looked at her son with this shameless look, while the maid then screams asking how she differs from this woman. Then he points to Selena and claims that she is just a woman who came to give birth to a child. The girl also turns to Mrs. Camila and says that she too can give birth to a child from the master. However, the woman only feels disgusted by this and then says that this girl is crazy. And the maid then hits her in the face and screams what she's doing. And was it really only for this reason that she tried to harm the lady? And also whether the girl was completely crazy? Mistress Camila then tells Greta to stop and orders this girl to be flogged and expelled from the estate and also to burn all these things and get rid of everything that her hands touched. Emma then, in shock, asks the mistress to forgive her because she did not intend to harm the master. However, the blonde then tells her to be glad that she will not be hanged. The main character then thinks about all this and feels bad because only memories of how she was executed in the same way come to mind. Camilla then looks at the girl in shock, and the young lady realizes that she did it in vain, after which the woman just asks what happened to the girl all of a sudden. And the main character replies that she recently began to experience some symptoms such as headaches or nausea. The woman then just asks with a joyful smile if this is who she is thinking about, but the young lady replies that she is still not sure. However, Emma then screams that of course it is not and cannot be that the girl was pregnant from the master. But Camilla then looks at this girl with disgust and asks why they haven't taken her out yet. After which the maids clean it up, and the girl finally wears the violin as a mistress and that she is also... Well, at that very moment, the door closes, after which the blonde turns to the butler and tells him to call Raymond there. The man replies that the doctor just left. However, Camilla argues that even if the butler has to chase him in a carriage, then let him bring him there. After which she turns to the girl and asks why she hasn't talked to her about this until now, and the young lady replies that she is not sure about it yet. Camilla then asks what she is not sure about because if she has symptoms, then this is definitely true. But at the same moment, the Duke enters the room and asks what is happening there, and the woman says that a maid has come. The guy then claims that he heard something, and the woman then says, "What else?" And she understands that his heir will be born. The young lady then looks at the guy and gets a little scared because she wonders if he really doesn't like it so much that she will have this child. At this time, Amit asks if Mother is sure, and she replies that of course Ratuz predicted this quite recently, and he saw a star, symbolizing the appearance of the Duke's heir. The guy then replies that he already told his mother not to believe this astrologer, but the woman claims that he is not just an astrologer and not at all a priest with religious prejudices. And what's more, she had a good dream. The guy then asks if she had a dream, and the woman replies that yes, he was talking about the moon falling in her dress. The main character then realizes in shock that her mother had the same dream, but at this time the butler returns and claims that he has brought Dr. Raymond. Then the man examines the young lady, and Camilla asks what he can say. However, the man replies that everything is very unclear because now he cannot give her an exact answer, but the woman asks why. And the doctor asks to forgive him, but asks when the girl last slept with his lordship. The young lady then exchanges glances with the Duke and wonders whether she should answer. But the guy in response to this only gets embarrassed and looks away, after which he claims that this is their personal business, and then asks what difference it makes when they sleep. And the doctor replies that they should calculate the day the two of them did this, and he can't find out exactly when conception occurred. Camilla then also asks when was the last time they had this, and the guy gives birth that the woman told him the parents of the child, but Camilla then says, what if it's excessive? However, the guy replies that there is nothing excessive about doing this with his wife, and they are now in a period of passion. After this, the maid becomes embarrassed and begins to whisper, and the main characters don't think why he even said this, because it sounds like they do this always and everywhere. Camilla then turns to the doctor and says that now there is no way to find out whether the girl is pregnant or not, and the guy's answer, that in any case, he should know when the last time was. After which the Duke replies that it was 2 weeks ago, and the doctor asks if so, answer if so. Even if conception occurred, then he still cannot confirm anything because it is too early, and Camilla then claims that however the girl has morning sickness, then asks if this is true. The doctor replies that it may or may not be internal nausea, but even now the young lady is suffering from gastritis, and he asks if anything has happened. which made her worry. The young lady then thinks no, and it's just one or two little things, and the doctor claims that in any case he can give an accurate answer in at least another week, so he asks the woman to wait a little longer. Camila then agrees, and they leave, leaving the two alone. Then the main character turns to a mid, and the guy turns to her and asks what it is. Selena asks him to wait and claims that she has something to say, after which the young lady claims that that day she was afraid that the guy would think that she had seduced him on purpose, but she just came to make peace. The blonde then claims that even if she didn't tell him about it, he still knows about it. But he asks if there are any other problems besides this because she is his wife, and it is natural if she has a child from him. Selena then clutches her dress and asks how he feels. And he doesn't like the fact that she's pregnant. The Duke then only bites his lip and asks how this could be. The young lady is then surprised and asks what he is talking about, and the guy claims that he doesn't know how much time he can spend with this child, and he doesn't even know what could happen tomorrow. But Selena then gets up from her seat and turns to Amid asking why he even said this, because now he is. However, the guy only pushes her hand away after that. Then she claims that he told her that they would certainly plunge into eternal sleep in any case, after which he leaves and says that the young lady needs to rest. Leaving her alone, the girl then thinks whether he is cursing her or crying. The guy at this time thinks that the girl should hate him and not pay any attention to such a worthless husband like him, and he cannot instill even the slightest hope in her. After all this is for Selena. At this time, the doctor in the corridor tells Mrs. Camila to calm down. After all, they are still not sure whether this girl is pregnant. However, the woman replies that she is sure, and this must be the heir of a maid. The woman at this time just sighs and says that after the girl gives birth, she will no longer be needed. Then he asks if everything is ready to immediately deliver her to Métis. Camila also says that they just need to get a doctor's report, and then the procedure is very simple. The man then answers that yes, and the woman says that this is good, because hospitalization is not a problem. The Duke then realizes that if they are going to send the girl to Métis, then this is the mental hospital from which it is most difficult to escape. The blonde at this time claims that she will tell Melbourne to apply, and she also means that if the girl is declared crazy, then this will be a good reason for divorce. The guy then just clenches his fists and then heads down the corridor. A short time later, the butler comes into the Duke's room and asks if the guy called him, and the man claims that he doesn't need it, but Amid blocks him and tells him to call Melbourne there tomorrow. The next day, the man is already sitting at the same table with the Duke and says that they have not seen each other for a long time, and then asks if everything has been fine lately. This turns out to be the private lawyer of the Duke of Ypret's family named Melbourne. Amid then claims that they really haven't seen each other for a long time, and last time the guy mainly discussed this topic with his mother. The man then says that since his lordship is unwell, Camila said that all legal obligations must be discussed with her, but the guy then asks if he's talking about legal obligations. And for example, about the case about his wife, after which the Duke asks what specific issues the guy was solving with his mother. Well, after that, the man just turns his head away, and the Duke claims that this can be understood because she trusts him, he trusts her, and therefore, Melbourne would never tell him what he discussed with her and his wife. The man then replies that this is certainly so, because he is forced to keep the secrets of his clients until he plunges into eternal sleep, and the Duke then replies that this is why he must be frank, and claims that he wants his wife to live in abundance after he plunges into eternal sleep. After which they claim that this means that he wants to add to the will, and the man then in shock asks if he is talking about a will. The lawyer realizes that this guy has never touched the will for 5 years since he wrote it. After which he asks if the guy wants to add a clause about Mrs. Ypret, and the guy replies that this is true, and although he has a question, after which the guy asks whether the divorce will be carried out automatically if his wife goes crazy, and how much money she will receive for giving birth to his child. The lawyer then bows and replies that he does not know, and the Duke asks if this is really so, and that means let him make a will without knowing anything. The man then asks what the Duke is talking about so he can just write it down, and the guy then screams for him to wait. After which he takes his pen and the Duke begins to dictate that if he Amid Ypret dies, then he demands that 10 billion ducats be immediately paid to his wife Selena. The lawyer then thinks in shock and says to the Duke about 10 billion and then turns to his lordship. And the guy then says that he also bequeaths the Ypret territory in the south of the empire to be transferred to her possession, and he will also add the girl to the list of those who have the right to inherit the wealth of the Ypret family, and in addition add special conditions separated from the inheritance topic. After which, the guy turns to Melbourne again, and the man then replies that he is listening. After which, the Duke again begins to dictate that he, Duke Amid Ypret, even after he falls into eternal sleep, Selina Ypret will be absolutely protected. The lawyer then asks if this is a security provision for the Duchess, and the guy answers correctly. After all, without him the girl will be able to protect the child, but she is different in herself and of her own free will. He trusts Melbourne with his wife's safety. The guy claims that this will be officially published only after he takes his last breath, and believes that the guy won't tell anyone about it before that. Even his mother, the man then agrees and answers that of course. When he leaves the room, he thinks why he needs all these problems, but if so, then this is the winning side. The main character then realizes that she has exactly a week to find out whether she is pregnant or not, and everything in this house is now done for her convenience. The girl seems to be under pressure because she is now a controlled pregnant woman and is now in a comfortable silk dress. But the young lady also thinks that if she is not translated when someone reports that the lady has a guest, the girl then asks who this guest is and wonders if someone has come to visit her. At this time, Veronica enters the room and claims that she is glad to see the Duchess. Celine is then a little surprised and then asks what Lady Lotrange is doing there. The blonde replies that she wants to greet the mistress with special attention, and their first meeting was a little spoiled, but the Grand Duchess told her to do it and she simply had no other choice. The young lady then asks what her mother-in-law asked the girl to do, and the blonde replies that she told her to make the girl feel uncomfortable. Selina then wonders in shock what she is talking about, and the girl replies that nevertheless she does not need to be on her guard because she has no intentions regarding the Duke of Ypret. However, Selina asks why this is so, and is it really because Amid is sick? However, the blonde only replies that no one wants to be lonely after marriage. The main character then gets angry and claims that Amid will not fall into eternal sleep, and the girl then replies that it is slightly impolite of her to say such a thing, and says that it is such a pity. Well, she thinks that she still has to say, and in general, the power of the Dukes of Ypret is no longer as powerful as before, the main character when she asks if it's really not the same as before, and thinks how can she not know? After all, the only ruler of this clan is sick, and it would be strange if his power remained unchanged. And in fact, Lady Crown's clan also has a very weak duke, and the situation there is getting worse and worse. Veronica then claims that the girl must have been very busy. However, if she really is a duchess, she should know about all these things. Although looking into her eyes, one gets the impression that she knows absolutely nothing, and Veronica claims that she just came to give her advice. And the young lady asks why she would suddenly give advice, but the woman replies that it is because she likes the girl and she spent a lot of time abroad, so she has no friends, and when she returned, she felt so lonely. Therefore, it would be wonderful if she could become Selina's friend. Well, the main character thinks that everything is not like their original version. Selina was the first to meet Veronica and said that she wanted to make friends with her. Therefore, the young lady thinks why everything is so different from the original version. And she doesn't even know if the story has changed because she is no longer the same Selina she was before. Well, if this is what the girl thinks, can she change Amid's fate? The blonde at this time claims that, as she said earlier, they will have a fight with the state of Lilo, and if so, their empire will need many knights, and the girl asks who will become their leader. The Grand Duchess is very worried about Amid's illness, and since the master is no longer able to take part in political matters, the reputation of the family cannot be the same, and also his influence in the palace is also gradually declining, so the Duchess will probably do this. The young lady then claims that, for example, she can allow Veronica to be her daughter-in-law, but the girl replies that this will not happen. But to tell the truth, she would like to be a daughter-in-law in a good family. However, then the girl looks at her watch and says that time is passing too quickly, after which she claims that she was able to hopefully help Selina, and the young lady thinks that if what this girl said is true, then Camila may soon remove her from this family regardless of whether the child is born or not. And the main character understands that in any case her goal is to escape from this palace until Camila gets what she is striving for. But in the end she doesn't understand what Veronica's goal is anyway. The girl will become an empress, so the young lady thinks why she came to her and told her all this. But Selena thinks that maybe she wants the girl to face Camille. Camila a little later claims that she heard a maid contacted Melbourne and then asked why the guy invited him. However, the young man claims that since she is so interested, why doesn't she ask him herself? And the woman claims that this man will tell her frankly, and she knows that the guy treats the girl especially carefully, and is he really so worried because she is pregnant? After which Camila replies that she understands and is also worried. And the guy then asks if it is true that the woman will drive his wife out of the palace after she gives birth to a child. Well, the woman asks who she will drive away, and the guy replies that this is true and she will not kick her out but will put her in prison because this way she can easily control her. The Duke also claims that from the moment she appeared here, he guessed about his mother's intentions, because when the daughter-in-law's position is too strong, then her position may suffer, so the woman specifically chose this tactic, so that for her it would all be very simple, and it does not matter how she decided to deal with her, because the girl can fight back. The woman at this time replies that she agrees with this, and as she said, she does not want to become an ordinary elderly woman who was left without power, but if everything was in order with his health, then she would not resort to such measures. And if he married Veronica, and also had children and his own successor, then she could calmly meet old age. Well, the guy doesn't have all this, which is why she is forced to prepare for the worst. The young man then replies that everything will become clear in a week, and it will be seen whether her plan is actually being implemented so well. The woman then replies that it's good and offers to wait. A week later, the doctor is already examining the young lady and is then preparing to tell whether she is pregnant or not. The Duchess cannot wait because she is already determined that she will have a successor. But the doctor then replies that the girl will not be pregnant, and the woman asks in shock what he is talking about. And the young lady thinks how lucky she is because now she can focus on her goal and no longer argue over trifles, so she should just think about divorcing Amid. After all, one way or another, the guy most likely did not want this child. When the girl looks at his face, she is very surprised, and after that, the young man just turns around and leaves. That same evening, the main character enters his room and then sees the guy standing with his face turned to the window, and he wonders if he really doesn't know that she is entering, and the girl also thinks what he is looking at, after which she approaches the Duke and addresses him. The guy then asks when she managed to come in, and the young lady replies that she's just now, and asks if he didn't hear after, which she also wonders what's in her hand because he's still looking at this thing. The young man replies that it's nothing special, and Selena says that if that's the case, let her have a look. After all, when he hides her like that, it looks even more suspicious. Hey, the guy sighs after that. And putting this thing in the hands of the young lady, he tells her to be careful and not get hurt. The girl looks at the blue sheath and then picks up this thing and asks if it is a knife, but she claims that when the guy held it in his hands it looked so small, and she asks if it's a toy. Amid replies that this is the first sword that he received from his father, and he used to undergo training before becoming a knight, and also practiced with it. The young lady then realizes that the guy has been keeping it his whole life, after which the girl says that this is an extremely valuable thing and apologizes for the fact that she grabbed it so arbitrarily. However, the blonde tells her not to worry because everything is fine. However, the young lady then says that he would like to pass this sword on to their child and asks if this is true. The Duke is then very surprised and asks what she said, and the girl replies that she accidentally noticed it, but thinks that in any case, Amid was the one who waited and wanted this child the most. After all, he is sure that he will fall into eternal sleep, and the young lady thinks that it is better to be honest with him. However, then the girl turns around and says that okay then, and she will go, believe her, there is nothing more to say. Well then, the girl suddenly trips over the hem of her dress and begins to fall. But at the same moment the Duke grabs her, which makes the young lady a little surprised. The guy then asks if she's okay and if she hurt something, and the girl replies that everything is fine and thanks him for catching her. The guy then tells Selena to be careful because what if she got injured? However, the girl then replies that there is still nothing terrible if she fell because she is not pregnant. but the Duke asks what she is talking about. And the young lady replies that, fortunately, she is not pregnant, and he is also lucky because he should be very happy if the object of his adoration is wearing his child. And the girl then understands that, for example, the perfect heroine for this role is Veronica. Well, now the girl says that the Duke should not worry, because a child will definitely appear to whom he can pass on his sword. When he gets better, and they divorce, he will marry the woman he truly loves. However, the guy then claims that it seems so easy for her to say such things about how he will get better and that he will divorce her. Amid then says that he is a knight, and a knight never breaks his oaths. And despite the fact that their marriage was concluded only by agreement, the fact remains unchanged that she is his wife and he is her husband. But in this situation, divorce may be the best option for her, and he means that they must have time to get a divorce before he plunges into eternal sleep. The main character then asks in shock what he said, and the guy wonders if he is too straightforward. The girl screams that no, but she doesn't like it at all, as he talks about his life, and Selena also asks why he is so confident in his immersion in eternal sleep, because if he is sick, then let him just get treatment. However, the guy replies that it is incurable, and the only thing he can do is accept this fact. However, the girl then clenches her fists and asks why. And is it really because this disease is inherited from his mother's family? The guy then asks in shock how she knew about this. The young lady claims that she accidentally overheard her conversation with Dr. Raymond, and she swears that she did not eavesdrop. The girl understands that it was a week ago when they were trying to find out whether she was pregnant or not, and during all this time, she read so many books from the Duke's library to find the same disease that came from Camila's family. Well, no matter how much she read, she could not find him despite many hypotheses, and the girl claims that she could not pretend that she knew nothing about his illness. And although this is his business, she cannot remain indifferent. The girl also claims that she tried so hard to find at least something, but maybe what she hears from him is the most accurate information. Therefore, the girl turns to Maid and tells him to tell her about this disease which is transmitted through the maternal line in their family. The guy then replies that it is definitely an incurable disease, and because all his uncles died of high fever and heart attacks. However, the main character then asks what exactly is the reason. After all, if they find out the source, then they will be able to get rid of this disease. But the Duke claims it's a problem with his blood. After all, this is not the type of disease that can be treated, but the young lady then replies that it is not, and vice versa. If he ignores it and accepts it as something irreparable, then everything will only get worse. After which the young lady nevertheless extends her hand to him and offers to be together. However, the guy fights her off, and the main character then looks at him in shock. After which the Duke realizes what he just did and says that she simply shouldn't waste her energy on impossible things. However, the young lady just turns around and claims that there is no point in explaining anything else, and she heard him very clearly. After which the girl also apologizes for staying with him so late and wishes Amita good night. However, the guy tells her to wait a minute, but the young lady thinks she was too stupid to expect him to open up even a little. And she thinks, why did she even talk to such a stubborn person, because they'll still look and she'll sort it out herself no matter what. The Duke at this time asks where she is going now, and the girl replies that she is going back to her room and where else to go, because she is a little busy, so she asks if he could step aside. However, the guy asks why she is suddenly so busy, and the young lady replies that it is because she will need to visit her siblings and she needs to bring enough clothes with her. But the Duke then offers to go together, and the main character thinks in shock what he is talking about. The guy replies that he will go with her tomorrow, and the young lady asks why he needs this, and Amid asks if there are any reasons why he should not go, because it seems that she has some secrets. But the girl in shock asks how he imagines this and what he's even thinking about. However, the guy then tells her to give a reason why he can't go, and the girl affirms that in fact her brothers and sisters do not know that she got married, after which the Duke is surprised and asks what she is talking about. The next day, the girl is already on her way to the carriage and realizes that she finally managed to convince Amid that it was better for her to go alone to her brothers and sisters, and the reaction was not the best, so the girl doesn't even know how much it hurt him, but she still won't be able to find out. After this, the girl goes to the estate of Baron Ruden's family and gets out of the carriage. The girl's siblings then immediately run up to their sister, and the young lady asks if everything is okay with them. The relatives then answer that yes, they miss her too, and the girl claims that she took some goodies and therefore offers to eat together. Then another woman comes up to them and says that the girl has arrived. The young lady then says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. And the woman then replies that it's true, that even though she doesn't know where Selena is or what she's doing, but thanks to her financial support, raising these annoying children is not so difficult. And if the girl wants, then she can continue to do this, which is what the young woman can do. The lady answers yes. She understands that she definitely insists on this because her sister and take them are very small. She has 5 relatives in total, with the exception of 18-year-old Edgar, who lives in a dormitory. Everyone needs care and attention, and she has no people on whom she could rely. But no matter how hard it was, if she paid the appropriate amount, Elda said that she would be responsible for raising her brothers and sisters. The young lady now realizes that she would like to do this herself, but they are too small. The woman at this time claims that these children have been running around too much, and even the floor is cracked, so the repair costs are increasing, and the young lady understands that she is again asking her for money. And the woman then sighs and tells her to come and also offers to discuss everything in more detail. When the young lady heads to the estate, she turns to Lilin and says that if Aunt Elda is beating her and the girl is starving, then she should tell her right away. The girl then tells her sister that she will do so, and Selena tells the girl to just wait until Edgar finishes school and she will find a home for all of them. But my sister then asks how she can do all this alone. After all, in times like these, she also hopes that she can make money quickly. However, the main character says that she doesn't need it at all and she will do it herself, so don't let the girl worry. A short time later, they are already sitting at the table and eating cookies and pie. Elda then looks at the young lady's dress, as well as her jewelry. But then she claims that last time, although she had some doubts, she said almost nothing. However, now the woman asks if the girl's departures are connected with some sneaky and unknown affairs, and the young lady asks what she is talking about. But the woman replies that compared to the last time, her carriage looks better, and the dress she is wearing is of excellent quality. And what's more, her young skin and hair are very well groomed, so the woman tells the girl to stop lying in vain, because she won't be able to fool her at all. The young lady then thinks that even though she specifically took the most ordinary crew, but the woman still thinks that everything she has is suspiciously luxurious, and maybe it's because she has never had such things, and when she sees what others have, they have something that exaggerates everything. The girl understands that Baron Ruden's family are nobles who are forbidden to enter the palace, and before the young lady's family broke up, the situation was also very difficult. Well, the girl now understands that simply because she is beautiful, this woman uttered such insults in the presence of her brothers and sisters. However, Elda does not stop at this time and says that it seems that the girl is tired of the conscious man. But nevertheless, this is quite good because she is apparently the attentive pillow of some noblemen. However, then someone comes into the room and says that this woman's thoughts are too disgusting. The young lady is then a little surprised because this voice is very familiar to her. And the girl wonders if it's Amid. The guy at this time claims that the main door was open, so he entered and asks if he will be punished for trespassing. Well then, he also says that he is also a member of the family, and the woman then asks who else it is, but the young child screams for Amid to wait a minute. But the guy just steps closer and claims that he decided to introduce himself too late. Then he claims that he is Selena's husband, and his name is Amid Iprit. The woman then screams in shock, is he really the Duke of the family? And the guy at this time turns to the young lady and asks why she is still standing there. But the girl screams in shock. How did he even end up there? And even more so, she said that no one knew that she was married. But the Duke, when he claims that she didn't tell him to pretend that they weren't married and because she doesn't know how to speak appropriately, always causes misunderstandings. However, the girl then thinks that this is all because his mother told her to keep it a secret, and so she did so. However, the woman then says that the girl coming out is the Duke's favorite children, and the guy looks at this woman coldly and then claims that he already made it clear earlier. And now he once again claims that he is Selena's husband and also hopes that they will refrain from such offensive statements towards her, because the girl is his wife. The woman then comes in shock and asks how dare she. However, the butler then joins the conversation and tells her to be careful with her expressions because Madame Selena is the Duchess of the Ypres family. The woman then becomes silent and then lifts the hem of her dress, and she says that she is pleased to meet their lordship, the Duke and Duchess. The guy smiles after this and claims that for the last time she has been responsible for the education and upbringing of his wife's sisters and brothers, and as her husband he just wants to thank the video he cannot be indebted to her personally, after which he claims that in the future his maid and nanny servants will live in this house and they will take care of these children themselves. So he promises that he will never bother them about childcare issues again. The woman replies that she understands, and the guy then claims that in addition his services will monitor her actions so that he hopes that she will watch her words and actions. The woman then looks at the young lady as if asking her to help. However, the main character just turns away and thinks that she is not going to help her. The butler then claims that the woman looks so tired, so she asks to let him show her to her room. After which they leave, and one of the sisters, a young lady, then turns to the Duke and asks if he really is her sister's husband, and the main character then gets a little worried and turns to Tina, and the Duke answers yes, after which all the brothers and sisters almost glow looking at him. The guy then just turns around and gets a little embarrassed, and the young lady wonders if he's ashamed now. Well then, one of the brothers asks if he is a Duke, and the guys answer yes. And the sister then admires and claims that Duke is indeed a very, very high title. The young lady then clears her throat and states that since this is their first meeting, she will briefly introduce her siblings to the guy, after which the girl points to one of them and claims that this is her third oldest sister Lilin and she is 15 years old. The girl is then welcomed, and the young lady then points to the twins and says that they are Melia and Tina, and they are 12 years old. And this boy is her 5-year-old younger brother. And at this time the boy turns to the Duke, after which the guy just lifts the young man up and says that it turns out he is Austin. However, the young lady claims that if the guy does this, he will be very scared. But when the young lady looks at the blonde man with the boy, she is a little surprised and wonders if all this really suits him. Lilin then turns to her sister and asks what happened and whether she was really married and also why she hid it from them. The main character then says that if she wants to know how this happened, she can tell later. However, now it's a little difficult for her to talk about it, so she'd better tell her a little later if there's an opportunity. Well, he asks if sister will tell anyone and tells her to keep it a secret. Well, the girl replies that Selena is her sister and she trusts her and will also wait. The main character smiles after this, and looking at the guy with the children thinks that she will tell as soon as the opportunity arises. A little while later, they are heading back, and when the young lady gets out of the carriage, then the guy extends his hand to her, after which the young lady says that she is fine even if she is there alone. However, when he gets off the carriage, the Duke grabs her and the young lady asks why he grabs her. So suddenly, the guy replies that he does this because she did not take his hand, after which he takes her hand in his and offers to walk like this. And the main character thinks why he suddenly started doing things that he had never done before. Amid then apologizes for yesterday, and the young lady asks why, and the guy replies that he wants to apologize for being rude to her. The young lady claims that he understands that now, but she specifically forgives him. After all, today she is grateful to him because the guy came there and she felt very confident. So now Selena thanks Amid with a smile on her face, and the guy only gets embarrassed by this and then says that from now on she can visit them at any time, and the girl asks if this is true. But he also says that the guy's mother does not allow this, and the young man claims that he gives her permission, so she can do as he said and also should not pay attention to his mother. But in return, she must return before dark, and when she goes out, she should not forget to take her bodyguards with her in case of an emergency, and the young lady then replies that, okay, although she is not going to participate in any battles. However, the Duke argues that she would just do it, and the young lady replies that she understands well, then she still wonders why she is like this. After all, the girl has never understood someone's inner world before, and now she can't even understand her own. Selena understands that the seasons are changing, but she thinks that only something between them is changing. A short time later, the girl finishes reading one of the books and realizes that many similar symptoms are described there, but she cannot find information specifically about Amida disease. And having patient records of the Anor family would be more useful, because it is true that it was difficult to find such an important secret directly related to the family. Well then, the girl takes the next book and realizes that it is written about one of the noble families of the Skehitan Empire Palace of the Anor family. Located far from the capital, it was a high-ranking noble family that ruled the cold, dangerous, and vast northern regions. The land there was very barren, so it is not easy for people to live there together. But this place is also called a natural fortress because it is too difficult to penetrate there. And interaction with other areas is also limited, so it's like a closed life there. The Anor family has strict boundaries with outsiders and are very proud of their lineage. The main character thinks whether they are proud of their pedigree, and because this family truly has a huge history, therefore they will be so proud. However, the young lady also understands that, however, this does not necessarily need to be mentioned in the book, so now the young lady is in shock, thinking what if all these boundaries with outsiders have something to do with the bloodline? And if so they marry people of the same blood, well then the young lady shakes her head and thinks that these are delusional thoughts. And the young lady also understands that if this is all really because of Amid's blood, who is it true that his illness is incurable? And although if the theory is correct, then it is still strange and not very good, but she still knows a little about the disease associated with incest, because as long as one of the two families or the father and mother does not have incest, then the guy cannot be sick. Moreover, the guy's illness did not appear immediately after birth, but as he grew older. And as Ratu said, the sun never loses its light. Then the girl thinks that she is turning off this light. The maid at this time turns to the mistress and asks if she is still there, and the girl asks Ron if it is. The maid claims that after all, how long has the mistress been sitting in this Bible, but excessive reading can harm her eyes. The girl replies that everything is fine and she won't overdo it, but still she tells Rona that she wonders if the girl knows her mother-in-law's family. The girl also understands that if she finds out about Camila's family, then all questions about the disease will be resolved. But then the young lady asks why the Duke was born to her mother-in-law who was from such a distant place, because if this is the Duke of Ypres, then he should have married some other lady from a famous family in the capital. The girl then claims that when the lady hears this, it seems surprising and asks if it is true. But she says that she cannot believe that he contacted such a distant Anor clan. However, the maid claims that it seems this man may know something. And when he asks who she's talking about, the maid replies that it's Colton Butler. Other maids are cleaning the window at this time, and one of them asks if her friend heard that this time the owner and the young lady had a big quarrel, and the girl asks if it is true. And her friend claims that they were close to each other for some time, but the maid asks how long this intimacy lasted, because it seems that they are in a cold war, and if they do everything well, the great lady will be satisfied. However, then the butler approaches the girls and then asks if they have both been working there for some time. The girls then answer that yes, and they claim that the exact day is indicated in the commitment, to which the man responds well. The man at this time hands the maids an envelope and tells them to take it because he has already written out their salary and allowance, so if they go to the bank, they will be able to charge everything with money in the amount they need. However, the girl then asks why he is giving it to them, after which the man claims that it was an order from His Highness, and he asks them to take everything and also leave the palace immediately, after which the girls scream in shock. What is he talking about, and why so suddenly? But the butler responds that they forgot about the obligations they gave to the employer, and at the last moment were arbitrarily talking about his personal affairs. And since they signed the contract with their own hands, they cannot say that they did not know about it. After which the man also states that nothing can be changed, so let them hurry up and also pack their bags and hit the road. One of the girls then screams that she made a mistake, but asks to forgive her. However, the man leaves, leaving these girls. A little time later, when the main character is already walking through the estate, the maids greet her. Their main character, when they leave, asks Rona, "What's the matter? And why does everyone say hello to her?" And the girl replies that these people must have heard something from Colton. Therefore, the maid asks to be allowed to call him so that the man will come for her and first let the mistress return to her room. The main character then agrees, but when they enter the room where the maids are cleaning, she realizes that she has one more question for Colton. A little time later, a man comes into the room and asks if the mistress called him, and the girl tells him to come in because she wants to ask him something. Colton asks what exactly the mistress is interested in, and the main character answers that it is her husband's illness, and she thinks that Amid doesn't want to talk to her about it at all. And Raymond is her mother-in-law's servant, so obviously he won't tell her anything. After which the girl claims that she does not know whether there is a custom of incest in the Amor family, and the butler is surprised at this and claims that he does not understand what the lady is talking about. However, the young lady only asks him to tell her the whole truth. After all, she accidentally overheard her mother-in-law's conversation with Raymond that the Anner family had a disease that was passed down from generation to generation, and the men in this family fell into eternal sleep precisely because of it. Therefore, the young lady argues that she must find out the source of this disease for Amid's sake. Selena also understands that if this incest is the true cause of this disease, then she will not be able to help in the treatment in any way. And as Amid said, she is simply engaged in nonsense. So her last hope is that the girl should clarify the fact that the guy's illness has nothing to do with the Anner family. Therefore, now the girl claims that the Duke is confident that he will plunge into eternal sleep soon, and as if this is a matter of course. However, Selena claims that she will save him and then asks the butler to tell her something about it. The man then thinks about it and realizes that the Duke definitely has the ability to survive, after which he claims that in fact his master was very healthy until he began to lose consciousness. And the truth is that the Anner family gave birth to children as a result of incest. Although at the same time they know about the danger of such a phenomenon, so they are now gradually beginning to marry with other clans, and one of them is the family of the Duke of Ypreta. At that time, the ducal family was controlled by the emperor, so they needed support, which was not so easy to get. And the Anner clan fulfilled the conditions, and the two families got married, and when Amid was born, both families felt safe, because he did not have any alarming symptoms. But after growing up, the guy suddenly fell ill and his health quickly deteriorated. However, the main character then asks if the current empress is not from the Anner clan, after which the butler doesn't even know how to explain everything and claims that this is why the girl has no other choice except to remain silent, because if it becomes known that this is a family disease that can be passed on to children, even if they are married to another family, then the Anor clan will be plunged into eternal sleep due to the deception of the royal family. Therefore, he asks that Sir Amid's descent into eternal sleep be simply allowed to be known as a natural phenomenon. However, the young lady then wonders if he wants her to say that the Duke will fall into eternal sleep due to natural causes. However, the butler claims that he has some doubts about the fact that Sir Amid fell ill after he grew up, since many such diseases have symptoms immediately after birth. And the main character asks if this is really so, after which she thanks Colton for informing her, and if the Duke asks something, she will say that she didn't hear anything, so don't let him worry. A little time later, the girl is already left alone and understands that in any case, this is also probably not the cause of the disease, because now she has returned to the starting point again. But the girl understands that she has already found out about such things as Amida's nutrition or medications. However, the young lady also wonders if there is something else that she doesn't know. At this time, someone knocks on the mistress's room and it turns out to be the maid. She claims that it's time for the lady to take a walk with the owner and asks if everything is okay, and the main character in shock asks what she's talking about. And also why time passed so quickly. Rona believes that the owner has already returned because it is raining outside. Selena then replies that in that case she will come soon, after which he immediately goes to the Duke. The girl runs out into the street and realizes that she is simply crazy. After all, how could she forget her promise to Amid, and besides, it's still raining? Well, the girl thinks that in this weather, Amid should have returned by now. However, then the young lady sees a guy standing on the street and then turns to him. However, the Duke then turns to her and then comes closer and asks if she has forgotten about him. The main character then looks at his wet shirt in shock, after which she becomes embarrassed and replies that everything is wrong. However, then she realizes that now is not the time to think about it, and then claims that the guy cannot stand like that in the rain, but the young man replies that he is fine. Selena says that he is not at all fine and he does not need to wander around the street at all, but the guy then grabs her hand and tells her to come with him. The girl is a little surprised and asks what he's talking about. Well, the Duke isn't listening to her, or is he just moving on? The young lady tries to cover the guy from the rain and claims that if they continue like this, he will faint all over, so let him think about his health. However, the Duke then tells her to put her hands down because in any case she won't hide him from the rain, and they're about to fill her up, so let the girl put them down. The young lady then does so but says that he is cold, and the guy replies that only if it's a little bit. Selena understands that the doctor said that his temperature cannot be lowered, after which the girl turns to Amid, and she hugs him and also says that even if he doesn't like it, she will still do it because she will be sad if he gets sick. So let him just be patient for a while. The guy calms down from the soft touches of the young lady, and the main character then wonders if it's only she who hears it or if the guy hears it too. However, she wonders why her heart is beating so fast. Amid at this time stretches out his hands. Hugging the girl back, the young lady asks what he is doing, after which the Duke replies that it is very cold there. The girl is a little surprised in response to this, and the young man once again claims that he is cold, after which the guy approaches her neck and leaves a light kiss there. He then unties the ribbon from her hair, and getting closer and closer, he calls the young lady by name. Then he kisses, while the rain continues to coat his already wet clothes. A little later, he says that it seems the rain has stopped, and now they can return, after which the guy only strokes the girl's hair, and the main character thinks where did this regret come from because she cannot understand her feelings, but she wonders whether Amid knows about this, after which they are about to leave, but the young lady suddenly faces a problem. And he claims that due to the low heels of the shoes they fall off easily. Selena says she'll put it back on now. However, at the same moment, the Duke picks up the girl in his arms and is surprised for some reason and asks what he is doing. Amid replies that her dress is wet anyway, so it would be difficult for her to walk anyway. After which the guy smiles and claims that he will inflict it so that the girl will just be calm, and the young lady screams that she is heavy and asks him to put her on the ground. The young man then agrees and claims that she is really heavy, but instead of putting it down, he just says that the girl would hug him tighter. The main character gets embarrassed by this and grabs his shirt. After that, they come to the estate, and the guy asks if the maids can prepare warm water for a bath, and they answer that, of course. However, the main character then turns to the Duke and embarrassedly asks if they shouldn't go any further. The girl also asks why he wants her to sit on his lap, and Amid replies that thanks to this, the sofa will be less wet, and in any case, she will not be able to walk normally without one shoe. Well, the girl then claims that she is very embarrassed by these hugs, and probably even this makes him feel awkward. However, Amid then only unties the young lady's dress and cries out in shock, "What is he doing?" The guy replies that you can't sit in such wet clothes because she will get sick and the dress has become heavy, and now it's not so easy to take it off, so let the girl not move. Well, then the girl sneezes and the Duke continues to take off her dress, after which the young lady remains in her pajamas. However, when the young man wants to take her off, the girl screams for him to stop because there is no need to do this. The Duke asks why, and the young lady understands that if he takes off this blouse, then only her bra will remain under it, after which she claims that she said no, and the guy replies that this is not the first time this has happened. However, Selena then screams for him to better go and take off his clothes. It's not fair to put on only her. The guy then asks if this is fair, and he takes off his shirt, to which the young lady is surprised and asks why he took off his shirt so abruptly. However, the guy just hands the girl a blanket and tells her to cover herself with it because it will be better that way. Selena does this but says that she is still very cold, and the guy claims that she was standing in the pouring rain, after which he wipes her hair and tells the girl to try this while the water is not yet ready. However, the young lady asks if he himself is not cold, and the young man replies that he is cold. After which Selena hands him a blanket and says that he needs it more than she does. but the guy replies that he doesn't need it at all and screams for her energy to stop, and the Duke claims that he really doesn't want her to get sick. After which he hugs the young lady and claims that for him a hug with her is even warmer than this blanket. The main character then feels their skin touching and is embarrassed by this and also realizes that they are both frozen. A short time later, the maids are already preparing the bath, and the Duke carries the young lady there. The girl then thinks what he is going to do and how about taking a bath together, and the young man then puts her in the bath. And the main character says how warm she is now. The guy turns around at this time and claims that he will come out and will not embarrass her, but the young lady thinks what he is talking about, after which he offers to take a bath with her because they can lie down together. Well, the guy then asks what's wrong with her, and the young lady claims that she's afraid she might faint. Amid is then silent for a bit, after which he agrees and tells her to wait, and then he sits down in the bath. The main character understands that if someone saw them like this, they would definitely think that she was seducing him. Well, in any case, everything is fine. However, then the young lady also remembers how they kissed in the rain and realizes that they were not at all. The girl also thinks that her clothes stick very much to her body, and this is very annoying, so she wonders whether she should take them off. After which the girl also hopes that thanks to the couple, the Duke will not see anything. But the young lady also turns to Amid and says that if he wants, he can take off his pants, and the guy asks what she is talking about, and the girl replies that she meant that being in the water with clothes on your body is very uncomfortable, so maybe they should be removed at the same time. The blonde then does not understand either the girl is not scared at all, or she simply does not have any vulgar thoughts, after which he still claims that he will not look at her, so if she wants, then let her undress. Then she thanks the guy and understands that then I can finally take off my clothes, although it is quite difficult for her to do this. After all, you need to get up and untie these knots, however, then the girl suddenly slips. And when he opens his eyes, he sees the Duke in front of him. The guy then asks, how did she finally manage to survive still being so careless? And the young lady after that just smiles and then apologizes but claims that she cannot undress so quickly, but fortunately no one was hurt. And the young lady asks if this is true, and the guy answers a little irritably that yes. The main character then says that now she will try to stay away from him. Well, the guy immediately takes her and puts her on his lap. The young lady is surprised by this and asks what he is doing, and the Duke just tells her to relax. After all, they just need to warm up anyway. The girl then gets embarrassed and thinks that for this, it is not at all necessary to cling to each other like that. However, when the young lady tries to get comfortable, then the Duke suddenly tells her not to move, and Selena thinks what's wrong. And the blonde replies that he's just trying to calm the feeling now, so don't let her provoke it. The young lady is very embarrassed after this and then just asks why he should hold back. The guy is a little surprised by these words, and the girl understands what she just said and screams that she didn't mean it, and she also doesn't understand why she said it at all, after which she screams again that she really didn't mean anything by it. The Duke at this time grabs her hand, and the young lady tells him to wait because that's not what she wanted to say at all. However, the guy just turns her towards him and claims that it's too late and she started it first. The next morning, the young lady wakes up when she opens her eyes. Then the Duke asks if she woke up. The young lady, then in shock, asks if Emile has woken up, and the guy asks if she really wants to run away. The young lady then asks what he was talking about, and she didn't mean to do it, but the guy then claims that he won't repeat his mistakes again, and this time he won't let her leave. Selena is embarrassed by this and asks if something has possessed him, but the guy asks what kind of nonsense she is talking about. The main character replies that he changed literally in the morning and never said such a thing. However, the guy smiles and says that the girl has changed him and only now he is able to overcome a lot of things. And perhaps in the future it will be able to change even more, after which the guy tenderly kisses his wife. And a little later, the girl is having dinner with him in bed. The young lady claims that his illness is really strange, and the guy asks what she is talking about. The girl then replies that he usually looks quite healthy, and it's hard to believe that he's really sick. The guy replies that the symptoms appeared late, and they are the same as for everyone on his father's side, and perhaps later he will have to spend time in bed in order to live. However, the young lady claims that she heard that recently he suddenly fainted without any reason, and asks if this is true and if she knows if there was anything unusual that day. The guy replies that that day was not at all different from others, and even all the food he ate was previously tested for the presence of toxic substances, and all the tests turned out to be negative. The only thing he took then was a painkiller so that his head would stop hurting, and it was the most ordinary one. However, the girl then asks, what if someone could just disguise the poison to make it look like a painkiller? And the guy asks what she's talking about. And the young lady replies that maybe it wasn't poison, but something else, because there are things that she just can't understand. But she is sure that this kind of substance can make his body weak, so she asks Amid to get rid of prejudices about his illness. After all, it is probably because of them that his treatment does not give good results. The guy smiles after this and claims that before his illness, he thought that he would fall into eternal sleep on the battlefield. And what he means is that he didn't know at all where they were when it overtook him, but now he thinks that he will quietly and peacefully say goodbye to life there. But on the other hand, he also considers that he is blessed. The guy also claims that it's funny when he hears something about the past. Well, the young lady then claims that he only listens to Raymond, and his descent into crippled sleep can only be the doctor's opinion. The Duke replies that this is true, and he doesn't really know if it's just Raymond's opinion. However, he was the one who had tried everything he could since the onset of his illness, and their medical records left by Dr. Raymond said that he had looked at his father's entire medical history to find the cause of it. The main character then claims that it turns out that until Raymond became the chief doctor, the guy was not sick. And as he said, even if someone is able to control the course of his illness, then the most likely culprit is Raymond. But he has absolutely no motive for this, and if the young man plunges into a crippled sleep, leaving no heir, then the connection between the Raymond family and the Ypret family will be broken forever. And the young lady understands that the longer Amid lives, the better it is for Raymond because the doctor will have neither wealth nor status if the Duke falls into eternal sleep. But then the young lady just leans against her husband, after which she apologizes to him and claims that her guesses turned out to be wrong. Well, after that, she asks him to let her be sure of one thing and says that even if he loses hope, he should not lose it. A short time later, the young lady returns to her room and says that she is home. The maid then claims that she heard that the mistress had a rash from the master last night, after which she asks what happened between them, but the main character just collapses on the bed and says that if Rona continues to ask about this, she will be thrown out. Selena also understands that she really doesn't know how she can even get to her room, and besides, so much happened in one day. Well, at this time, someone else turns to the lady, and it turns out to be the former head maid. She turns to the girl and says that the great madame ordered to bring her a potion because the two of them slept together with the master, so it is necessary, and most importantly, the game does not understand that this is what was expected after all, every time she spent the night with a maid. Then Camila ordered the maids to bring her the potion, so now the young lady takes it and understands that if this is the case, she needs to drink it quickly. Greta closely watching the girl drink it and claims that there is very little time left before the official wedding, and Madame's order was to conserve her strength. After all, the desire only for pleasure is complete nonsense, but the young lady thinks about what she is talking about. Then she says that she is sorry that Greta can only think like this, so she asks if she would like to go and tell her mother-in-law that she and Amid are very well prepared for everything. After which the girl also says that if this is all, then the maid is free, and the woman then bows and also leaves the room. The main character can then sigh, and Rona then turns to her and asks if everything is okay. Selena replies that she is slightly dizzy, but says that this is not surprising because her body is becoming hot, and the maid then screams in shock that Madame has a fever. And she definitely caught a cold because of yesterday's rain, so it's better to call a doctor right away. The main character then understands that even if this is the case, Amid has stood in the rain longer than she has, and the young lady claims that she needs to go see Amid. However, when the girl tries to get up, everything floats before her eyes, and at the same moment, the girl collapses on the bed. A short time later, someone is already putting a compress on her forehead. And when the young lady opens her eyes, the great man stands in front of her and then asks what he is doing there. However, the guy replies that she should sleep some more because now the medicine will take effect and everything will be fine. However, the girl then grabs the guy's hand, and he asks Togo not to leave and also not to leave her. The Duke then places his hand on top and replies that he is still next to her. The next day, Selena wakes up healthy, and the maid asks her how she is feeling. The girl replies that she is already much better, and fortunately she has acquired a very effective medicine. Rona then claims that the lady suddenly fainted and this scared her, and the owner was also very worried about her. Therefore, the maid invites the lady to eat porridge, and the young lady asks for forgiveness for making them so worried, but she wonders whether her illness is a simple fever or something else. But she has absolutely no usual symptoms such as a cough or a runny nose, and it's just a fever. But besides the fact that she got caught in the rain, something is unusual, after which the main character asks Rona who made the tea for a maid. The maid then replies that tea is usually made by maids, and this is a special tea that the master really likes. Emma used to do this, but now Greta is responsible for this matter. The young lady then realizes that she is more than sure that Greta is also making tea for Camila. Well, in any case now, the main character asks the maid if she can get her this tea, and if this is possible, then everything must be kept secret. A little time later, the girl already brings tea, and the main character thanks her, after which she claims that she did not expect that he would be there so quickly, and the maid replies that she did everything very quietly as the lady asked. Selena understands that this is great, and now she can examine this tea, but at first glance there is nothing suspicious about it. However, then the young lady notices, "Some grain says that this is a Taurus." The maid asks what tor is, and the young lady replies that it is used as an ingredient for spicy dishes, and if you add it to tea, you get a special taste. But because of its considerable price, it is not considered something ordinary. Selena also understands that this is not some kind of harmful ingredient, and she is too susceptible. But at the same moment, another maid runs into the room and screams that it is urgent, and then asserts that the owner lost consciousness. The young lady then comes to the guy's room, and placing her hand on him in her thoughts, she asks him to be patient a little, because she will definitely protect him. A short time later, Raymond asks if the lady is interested in finding out why the owner fainted. And the young lady replies that of course she doesn't understand at all why everything happened so unexpectedly. The man replies that this is because the guy was caught in the rain, and although he looks strong at the same time, he often loses consciousness, and the young lady asks if this is the inevitable fate of his incurable illness. The doctor replies that yes it is, and the girl says that it is so. Then if Amita recovers, Raymond will turn out to be a charlatan, and the young lady asks if this is so. Well, when a man asks what she's talking about, then the girl with a smile on her face replies that it's nothing and she found out everything she needed so the doctor can be free, after which the main character turns to Rona and tells her to immediately prepare a carriage for her. The young lady understands that that day Amid had breakfast with her, and later she fainted after that the guy took care of her all the time and was nearby and also said that he did not even eat anything. Except for one thing, it was a cup of tea, so the young lady understands that this is the only thing she can cling to. And she goes to the pharmacist. The man then asks if the girl wants him to examine this tea, and the main character replies that yes, and asks him to check if there are any suspicious components inside. The man then asks if she means poison, but when he opens the tea bag, he says that he is sorry, but there are only ordinary tea leaves. However, there is still one ingredient that does not need to be used with random leaves. After which he shows the grain, and the main character says that this is a Taurus and then asks what's wrong with it. And the man answers that, to be more precise, when mixing it with something else, some problems may arise. And the side effect is that when the Taurus interacts with other substances, its effect will increase several times. And in other words, if strong painkillers come into contact with it, a large amount of heat will be released, and the stronger the painkiller, the more the whole body speaks, and in the end you can go crazy. The main character then realizes that these are exactly the symptoms of the guy, and she asks what will happen if someone gives this to a person. And the man claims that although this may not mean that the person intended to plunge into eternal sleep, after all this method cannot take someone's life, and it will only bring terrible pain. The main character then thinks suddenly the woman added Taurus to the food, after which she gets up from her seat and thanks Walter. She also claims that she will return later, and the man asks if the girl is going to go home now, but the young lady does not answer and leaves from there. A short time later, the young lady turns to her mother and screams that she urgently needs to talk to her right now. There is also a doctor near her, and he is a little surprised, and then claims that the girl came on time because in any case, he needs to talk to both of them. And the main character then asks if he wants to talk to her but then thinks what he's doing there. The blonde at this time turns to the doctor and asks what he wants to talk about. And is it really something connected with the maid? And the doctor replies that this is true, and this is about his loss of consciousness. Raymond says that he had some suspicions, so he decided to conduct his own investigation. However, the maid who was cleaning the Duke's room discovered one thing, after which the maid shows a bottle of wine, and the main character looks at her in shock. And the woman then asks if someone poisoned her son. The man claims that after checking the remaining alcohol, it turned out that it was not poison. However, he claims that these are eye drops, and the woman is shocked and asks who did it in the end. After which, the doctor replies that he heard from the maids that the one who directly brought the bottle of wine was the Duchess. The woman then asks in shock how the girl dares and how she could do this. And the main character thinks in shock how this can happen. But when he looks at the doctor, he is even more surprised because he only smiles. Camila at this time screams for the girl to be locked up immediately because until she figures this out, let them not let her go one step further. Selena then screams in shock that she didn't do it, and there is some kind of misunderstanding. The girl also understands that she was wrong, and even if she tells the woman about the Torah, then she still won't leave her alone, and everything has now become very difficult for her. So the young ladies think how outraged she is, and first she needs to get out of there, so the girl breaks out of the hands of the maids. And she says she can go on her own. The girl also understands that she does not need to give up, because she knows for sure that she will be able to find the real reason for the guy's illness, and she will prove that it is not her fault. A short time later, the young lady is already locked in the room. The main character remembers that the Duke is breathing heavily, after which she gets a little worried and thinks that everything should be fine, but still doesn't understand what she should do now. After all, they took appropriate measures, and this is a side effect, so now the young lady is worried even more, after which she thinks that she needs to find a way out. However, then the doctor comes into the room, and the young lady in shock asks if it is Raymond. The man then approaches the young lady and claims that he has come to her and has something to say, Selena. Then he asks if he really came there to confess everything. And the man just smiles and says that she didn't understand because he was there to tell her about her fate. He also claims that he knows very well what will happen to their Duchess sooner or later. So he gives her a choice, and the young lady asks what choice it is and let him speak. Raymond then only asks if the girl knows what punishment Camille has prepared for her. Selena, with a smile on her face, asks if the worst option is to fall into a crippled sleep. And the man replies that this is only repose and that she will receive the real punishment when she is alive. The girl then asks what kind of punishment her mother has prepared, and the man replies that she will neither live nor fall into eternal sleep and will also be stuck together from where she cannot get out, and will live there until she falls into eternal sleep. And the main character then asks if he is talking about a place where she can be stuck forever, and asks if this is Maidis. After which the doctor replies that she is already aware that this is a mental hospital used by nobles, and the young lady replies that she does not know what kind of place this is, but since the doctor praises it so much, she thinks that this is a great place. The man then replies that of course that's true, because she won't be able to get out of there alive, and the young lady understands that she needs to think rationally. Raymond claims that Camille initially wanted to just get rid of the girl, but he offered her this option, and she would live. However, everything will depend on the Duchess, and the young lady claims that she does not even know what to choose. The young lady realizes that if she makes a mistake, her life will end there, after which the girl asks what she should do. And the man replies that she should tell Camille that she gave her son an aphrodisiac, and he will help her survive, but the young lady asks what then, and the man replies that they will probably drive her out of the mansion, after which she will become free. And the girl asks if he is saying in simple words that she should leave the mansion silently, and the man replies that everything is true. However, the young lady then apologizes to him and claims that she wants to refuse. The man then asks in shock if she really made a choice, and the girl with a smile on her face replies that she is not some kind of crazy person, after which Raymond, with a smile on her face, she states that looking at her facial expression, it seems the girl has made a choice. Then he wants to spend the rest of his life in Metis. Selena then says that he talks about it so often as if he had already been there himself. The man is a little surprised by this, and the young lady asks if someone has already been sent there, and, for example, someone from his family. However, Raymond asks what she is talking about, after which the girl replies that she understands, and this place is closed from prying eyes, and Raymond talks about this place as if it were his home. The man then tells the girl to try on her fantasy, and then leaves the room with a slam, closing the door. The main character then sits on the bed and thinks what will happen now? Well, in any case, she understands that she needs an excuse to meet Camila. At this time, one of the maids comes into the room and says that she brought the lady something to eat. And when the main character looks at the food, she realizes that this is it. The woman at this time claims that she cannot take a step until the lady eats. However, the main character after this pretends that she is in great pain and coughs. The maid then in shock asks if she is okay, and the girl replies that she is dizzy. After which the maid runs out and screams, "What now?" and the young lady realizes that it worked. A short time later, Camila already comes running, and the girl asks if she has come. The woman then asks why she is suddenly so cheerful, and the maid replies that it's understandable. Selena then asks if Camila wants to go back, but the woman at this time motions for the maid to leave and agrees. The main character then turns to her mother and says that she will tell her about this directly because she did not give Amita the aphrodisiac. However, the woman only tells the girl to stop wasting her time. The main character replies that she doesn't have to be trusted. However, if she turns out to be innocent, then everything will become even more serious. The blonde then asks what the girl means, and Selena replies that the person who gave the drug to maid is still at large and is in this mansion. After which, the girl shows mother the tea and asks if she knows what it is. The girl also understands that now she will prove her innocence. However, the blonde only says that this is a tea called Taurus. The young lady notes that everything is true and not everyone can afford it. Then he asks if mother knows what can happen due to its excessive use. The woman then asks what it is, and the girl replies that it is usually used as a painkiller, but an overdose can cause convulsions and fever. And also a sharp pain pierces the whole body, after which the girl also says that she went through all this. And the woman asks what she is talking about, and what does this have to do with what happened? Selena replies that she has already seen all these symptoms, and when she took the medicine, her temperature then rose greatly and she lost consciousness. But the same thing happened to the Duke, and the young lady asks if the symptoms weren't the same. Selena also claims that Greta made the pills. And after all, any maid can enter the tea room and take something. However, the blonde asks in shock if it really is Greta, and the young lady replies that all the facts are there. Well then, someone from behind the door reports that Dr. Raymond is there, and the woman doesn't even know who to believe. However, the main character then asks her to just listen, and after all, she can trust her or not, but now it doesn't matter because she told her everything she knows. Selena understands that in any case, she assumed this, because now everything is collapsing like a sandcastle. Therefore, the young lady turns to her mother and asks her to listen, because she can save Amid before it is too late, and after all, her mother will not allow him to fall into eternal sleep because of his mistake. The woman then thinks about it, and Selena continues and claims that the cause of the disease is unknown. Moreover, the guy has never been sick, and this is not an illness. The woman then asks in shock what this girl is talking about, and the young people answer that it's okay if she doesn't take her side. However, she asks not to tell Raymond to send her to a psychiatric hospital. The blonde then asks in shock if the doctor really told her that. And the main character replies that how else could she find out about it, after which the girl thinks that it's great. After all, this is the difference between Camila and the doctor. Now the person she trusted so much knows that Raymond was planning something behind her back, and it's a matter of time before the trust between them is destroyed. So now the girl claims that in fact Amita's life is now in danger. And what's more, without consciousness, he became even more defenseless, and that's why the guy needs her. The young lady also claims that she will help him until the guy wakes up, so they ask him to let her catch the criminal. A short time later, the young lady returns to her room and is watched by the head maid. She says that the girl can trust her completely. And wherever she goes and whatever she does, she wants Selena to tell her everything. The main character then replies with a smile on her face that it's good, after which she asks if she could bring her a cup of tea. After all, Greta's tea is the best, and the girl asks how anyone can forget its taste and smell. However, the woman just turns around and claims that she shouldn't say that. Well, the young lady once again turns to the maid and tells her to bring her 2 cups, after which she agrees and says that she will bring it now. A short time later, another maid enters the room. It turns out to be Rona. And the girl immediately jumps on her mistress with a hug and then asks if all charges against her have been dropped. Selena says no, and now she needs Rona's help. After which, she takes the maid by the hand and tells her to go to Yolton and check the information about Raymond and Medes, and whether any of his relatives are there. The maid then asks who the chief doctor is, and the girl replies that the butler should know for sure. She understands that this man was the butler of the mansion for many years, so he has seen a lot living there. The brunette at this time replies that she understood and will do everything in her power for the lady, after which she whispers that then she went, and the girl wishes her to be careful. Selena realizes that Raymond knows a lot about Medes and whoever he is. Well, there is someone he cares about there, and the young lady realizes that with Greta's help, she will break off the relationship between Raymond and Camila, after which the girl pulls the box out from under the bed and realizes that it's time to write it down, because she can do it. A short time later, the maid comes into the room and reports that she has brought the lady tea, after which she pours it into mugs. And the main character asks if Greta would like to have tea, and the maid answers the lady that she cannot. However, the young lady replies that they haven't seen her for a day or 2, so let her not refuse. Otherwise, she will think that the tea is poisoned. The woman asks what the girl means, and the young lady just opens the lid of the teapot. Then he says that there is a Taurus there. The woman is a little surprised after this, but says that she loves Tor, that's why she brewed it. However, at the same moment, this tea is poured on the maid's head, and the woman asks what the girl is doing, and the main character replies that she is not tired of drinking this tea. And she doesn't understand why she doesn't brew another tea. Greta replies that the lady should have told her about this in advance, and the main character says that the maid can tell the Duchess that she is crazy, but these charges will be brought against her too. The maid, in shock, asks if she will be accused of the young lady. They answer that everything is exactly as she said because it is suspected that the Duke ate something. The woman then replies that it is Selena's fault and asks why she is trying to blame her for everything, and the young lady answers that the tea she brewed contained poison that was very dangerous for a mid. After all, Thor is not just berries, and if you increase the dose, they can cause side effects. And after all, the doctor should have warned her about this, and Selena claims that she has exactly the same tea that she served to Amita. However, the maid asks if the lady has gone crazy and how could she think such a thing. And the young lady hands her a book and then claims that she should know this, and that all the goods that were purchased that day are written down there. And unfortunately, the Duke fell ill. The maid then falls to her knees, and the young ladies claim that the Duke fell unconscious that day, and Greta gave him this tea. And also, Raymond should have known about it, and Selena tells the woman to answer what the doctor told her, and she trusts him. After all, a man is ready for anything, even to fall into a normal sleep, after which the young lady suggests discussing this with Mother and listening to what he has to say. The maid then claims that when the owner lost consciousness, she checked all the food and medicine that he was taking, and then he still fell ill. And the main character asks if this means that she really gave him this tea, and the maid screams that she swears that she did not know that everything would happen like this. And she knows that this disease often occurs in men because the symptoms are the same. The doctor told her not to tell anyone about this. And he said that she should serve only when they ask for tea, and the woman claims that when she asked him why it was too late, and the main character asks if Greta was deceived, and most likely Raymond planned all this from the very beginning. He deliberately gave her berries, knowing that the woman would not understand anything, after which the young lady turns to Greta and offers to help each other. The woman replies that she understands, and the main character asks if there is anyone else who can confirm this, but Greta replies that there seems to be no one, and all the maids were replaced after the incident. The main character asks if this all happened right after Amid got sick, and the woman answers, yes. After which the young lady tells the maid to go and tell her mother everything she told her because now she is being followed. The woman then agrees and bows, and when the main character is left alone, she thinks that no one can confirm. The girl also understands that Amid had his first seizure 5 years ago. Well, then the young lady understands that there definitely should have been a pharmacist there. Raymond created the medicine that Amid took, and he worked through his pharmacist. Therefore, the main character understands that if this pharmacist is there, then the man is finished. However, Selena realizes that she has nothing that could attract him to her side. Well, she still understands that she needs to look first, after which the girl runs out of the room and understands that she wants to see Amid, and she is allowed to see him. However, when the young lady runs into the guy's room, the doctor appears there, after which he only asks with a grin on his face what the Duchess is doing there. The girl then says that Raymond can go, and the man agrees, after which he claims that everything is thanks to him, and she can ask Camila directly. Until without finally destroying her doubts, he said that the girl can do whatever she wants, so let him do his best, but it's time for him. The young lady then sits on the bed and with tears in her eyes says that everything is fine because she must protect everyone. After which, she puts her hand on her husband's face, but understands that now is not the time to be upset because she needs to prove her innocence to Camila. And then she will have a chance to deal with the Dr. A. Short time later, Rona returns to the lady and reports that everything is ready. The girl also says that the lady must have already been informed, but they didn't see the Duke fall for the first time, and the young lady asks, really? And the maid replies that yes, and no one knows, after which the young lady realizes that Colton is surprisingly talkative, and that fact, just because he kept his mouth shut, didn't mean it wasn't related to the former Duke. Therefore, now the young lady understands that everything has become even more suspicious, and she turns to the maid and then says that she will deal with Colton herself, after which she also picks up the handkerchief from the ground and realizes that this is the one that the doctor brought, but she does not see the initials on it. The young lady then states that she will go to Colton, so let the maid keep an eye on everything there, and if the doctor comes, then let her not take any medicine. The main character understands that there is only one reason why ordinary things are so expensive, and this is that the owner is a special person. A short time later, the main character already enters the butler's room and asks if she can come in, and the man replies that, of course, after all, only the Duke and his wife are in this office and she can freely use it. Selena realizes that the word wife sounds reassuring. After which the girl looks at one of the paintings and asks if this is Amita's father, and the guy looks so much like him. However, the butler at this time asks what the girl is interested in, and the young lady claims that she will ask directly. After which he asks whether Raymond's family or acquaintances were hospitalized in Métis. However, the butler is silent for a while and then replies that he doesn't know. And the main character, looking at his face, says that he doesn't know how to lie. The girl also claims that this is all for the sake of the Duke, and she asks to tell her about it. The man asks if she has proof that he can trust her, and the young people understand that this is dirty because she needs proof, but she cannot just give up. After which, the girl claims that even if no one believes me about this mansion, she will not leave the Duke alone. And Raymond definitely has a grudge against this family, but she doesn't know what exactly because she feels that he is taking revenge. The butler then bows and apologizes, but claims that he cannot break his promises to his master and cannot divulge the secret. But if this can cause harm to the current master, then he cannot remain silent. After which the butler asks if the lady knows that in fact Dr. Raymond is the adopted son, and he is a distant relative of Duke Ifrit. The man was also the son of a family of close friends and a duke, and was adopted so that the guy could continue the family business. Selena replies that she did not know that, and the butler claims that the doctor had a daughter and she was very sick. According to the papers, the girl is listed as Dr. Raymond's sister, and her name is Anne, and the main character then understands that this is the owner of the scarf. When the girl listened to Cloten's words, she was not very surprised. Well, she still thinks where to look for clues. And the man says that the girl was also the mistress of the previous Duke before marriage, and the main character is shocked by these words. The girl realizes that it seems Lionel became crazy when he married Camille, and Colton claims that this is why she had no choice but to go to a mental hospital. It seems to her that the girl had a child, but there was a miscarriage and she lived there, after which she also fell into a crippled sleep. And this was 5 years ago. The main character now understands that this cannot be, and is the man really taking revenge because of what happened in order to destroy Camila? Well, the girl also understands that there is nothing that could prove Raymond's guilt, and she needs to find a way. However, then the girl hears someone's voice which claims that he does not know how to get there, but the order was there. And this is very important, but the maid tells him to come back. The young lady then approaches them and says that they have not seen each other for a long time, after which the guy greets the Duchess. Selena asks if something happened, and the guy replies that Mr. Raymond is busy now, so he came instead. However, Rona did not let him in. And the main character replies that it was her order, and then asks how the guy is and how long it's been since he's seen Raymond, and he replies that he only brought medicine, but he accidentally dropped it during his last visit to her, and if Mr. Raymond found out he would punish him. The main character then asks what kind of medicine this is, and the young man replies that it is intended for quick use during a sudden attack and is used only in emergency cases. Selena then grabs the guy by the hand and asks if this means that he is not often accepted. The guy replies that, and since it has terrible side effects, it's not worth taking it often. And the main character asks if it turns out that Raymond ordered him. The guy replies that no, and he was taught by his personal teacher, a pharmacist, and the young lady asks who he is. After which the young man replies that his name is Walter, and the main character understands that he definitely has evidence against Raymond. The young lady then turns to Rona and tells her to quickly call Walter there, after which the maid says that she will do as the lady orders, and the guy then turns to the Duchess and asks what he should do. The girl just holds out the handkerchief and tells the guy to give it to Raymond because he will need it more. A little time later, the main character is already gathering all the witnesses, and when Camila comes, someone asks what is happening because too many people have gathered there. The main character claims that she is trying to fulfill her promise and was looking for clues about Amita's illness. The woman then asks if she was looking for clues, and the young lady points to the maid and the pharmacist and then claims that these are witnesses. After all, firstly, everything happened 5 years ago when the Duke first had a seizure. The medicine he was taking is a powerful painkiller, and when the maid gave it to Amita, it caused severe side effects. Well, the girl claims that Greta did not do this on purpose, because no one could have thought that the drug and the Taurus would merge together, and she did not know this. The pharmacist replies that this is true, and the painkillers are very strong, so he prescribes it only to patients complaining of unbearable pain, and Raymond knew this. Camila then turns to the young lady and replies that this whole maid could not have known this, and the girl replies that it was so, but she was silent because she was afraid of Raymond. The former head maid then falls to her knees and tells the lady that the doctor forced her to do this. However, Camille screams for her to get up, after which she turns to Raymond and asks if everything that Greta said is true. The man then answers yes, and the Duchess, in shock, asks why he did this because she believed him. Raymond replies that this is because she put the child in her sister's womb into eternal sleep, and the Duke was glad that he would become a father, so it was unforgivable, and isn't it worth exchanging life for life? And his sister suffered greatly, after which she eventually fell into eternal sleep in agony. And he claims that he wants justice, but Camila also values Amid very much. At this time, the woman only turns to the butler and tells him to lock the doctor. And when Raymond is taken away, he only says that it is a pity that he did not take the life of her son with his own hands. The main character then realizes that this all sounds so creepy. Camila at this time turns to the maid and tells her to grab Greta too. The woman then looks at the main character and asks with her gaze to help her. However, the young lady argues that she must be punished. The blonde then says that in the end the girl won, and the young lady asks what she is talking about and then turns to her mother. However, the woman tells her to stop and claims that she does not want to see the girl, Rona, then turns to Mrs. Selena and asks her to return to her place and also to rest. But the young lady answers no and asks how she can even rest now, and she goes to Amid, after which the young lady sits down next to him but thinks that the room is a little cool, and heading towards the window, she realizes that Amid seems to be very cold, so she needs to close it. Well, then the girl hears some noise in shock, and when she turns around, she looks at the open door and realizes that she was closing it. However, when he looks at the Duke, he sees that a sword is already leaning against him. The young lady in shock covers him with her body, and then the villain covers her mouth and then presses the knife to her neck. Selena understands that she needs to stop him and understands that she cannot plunge into eternal sleep like that, and she hasn't even talked to a maid. However, at the same moment, someone hits the attacker. And then the young lady realizes that no one is holding her anymore who is wondering what happened. At the same moment, someone asks if she is okay. It turns out to be the Duke, and he asks if she is injured. The main character immediately jumps into his arms, and the guy claims that she seems okay. Selena then looks at his smile or asks if it's really him, and the guy asks if she still can't believe it. Then he kisses Selena, and when the young lady pulls away, he then looks at the man lying on the floor and then claims that he tried to kill the Duke, and Amid replies that he knows the main character at this time thinks that one way or another, it seems to her that she has already seen this person. After which the young lady remembers that he is one of the hired servants and says about this to the Duke. After which the girl also says that Raymond poisoned Amid, and the doctor added various herbs to his tea, which is why his illness progressed. Amid only remains silent after this, and the young lady asks if he is not surprised. The guy replies that when he passed out something strange happened, and the young lady asks what he is talking about. However, the Duke claims that in any case we first need to find out who sent the mercenary there. Camila a little later turns to her son and says that he has finally woken up. But what a joy it is that he is with them again. The guy replies that he was attacked, and in his room now lies the body of the attacker. The woman then in shock turns to the main character and claims that her son almost died again, and the Duke claims that his wife is not to blame, and he needs to tell his mother something. A short time later, the Duke approaches Raymond and Greta. They stand tied up, after which the guy says that he will start and pulls the pendant out of his pocket. The Duke claims that these are pills that he carried with him just in case, and they were given to him to take before attacks, so he always carried them with him. The guy turns to Walter and asks if he created this medicine. However, the man replies that no, and all he needs to do is tell him the recipe. The main character claims that the composition contained herbs that should not have been in it because it caused drug addiction. The pharmacist then claims that he warned the man to be careful with them, and the Duke then asks why he didn't tell them about it right away. And Walter claims that this is to protect the client's confidentiality. Amid claims that Raymond also knew about this, and the composition of the medicine must have been specially changed. However, now there are no drugs and no evidence either. Camille then turns to Raymond and asks why he did this, because he has been playing with her son's life for 5 years. However, the man replies that he has nothing to say, so let the woman spare him her questions. Camilla then turns to the butler and tells him to hang them now. The young lady thinks about it in shock, and Greta at this time turns to her mistress and then asks to save her. After all, she really didn't know anything. However, the Duchess then claims that she is not going to plunge the girl into eternal sleep. Well, then the Duke enters the conversation and offers to send her to Anorga's territory. The main character understands that it's Camilla who they are and thinks why they should exile her to such a cold place. The Duke then turns to the doctor and claims that this place will become a real hell for him, and he will go there and will also treat the sick there, and Greta will become his assistant. The main character understands that even though the guy is talking about treatment, it is more like an exile, and this place is cold, damp, and has incredibly harsh living conditions. And the Duke claims that since everything came to this, it is his fault that he was so careless about everything, and also his fault that he found himself in such a situation, after which the young man turns to his mother and says that now she can be calm because from now on, all the work on the palace will be done by his wife. As a duchess, the young lady then thinks what the guy is saying, and the young man claims that this is how it should have been from the beginning, and he will now correct all his mistakes, so let the mother just watch. The main character then realizes that the contract has ended and it's all over. After all, everything that threatened her life and Amita's life is finally over, so the young lady breathes a sigh of relief. The Duke turns to her at this time and asks what happened, and the main character immediately runs and hugs him and then says how happy she is. Well then, the girl falls silent and still understands that she will finally be able to leave this place. However, she doesn't know why her tears are flowing now. Duke Ifrit only took 1 day to solve this problem. Some nobles were unhappy with Amid's return, and the reason was that the guy's skills could not be trusted. One of them argued that Duke Ifrit should show them his skills. And those who insisted on this were the Marquis Deus, who was the deputy commander of the nightly division. The Duke a short time later dresses in his sun knight costume, and the main character is a little embarrassed about this. Amid then asks what's the matter about the young lady, and replies that this is the first time she's seen him in uniform, and it's a little strange because he usually didn't wear something like that, but it suits him very well. Selina also understands that she has the feeling that now there is a different person in front of her, and if he had continued to lead the knights and not come down with an illness, I would never have met her. The guy at this time approaches the young lady and claims that he has an idea, and the young lady apologizes and says that in any case, now she is worried about her mother because she does not know what she will think of. The guy replies that she will just be a little nervous and calm down, and also asks if he is wrong. The young lady then asks if he himself wanted it, and the Duke replies that he must prove his love to her. Selina is embarrassed after this and thinks that he is too close, but also says that his hand and heart is enough. Amid smiles after that and says that is good, and also he will be back soon, after which the main character says goodbye to him and wishes him good luck. A short time later, one of the servants already runs into the room and claims that Duke Ifrit has succeeded greatly, to which the young lady is surprised. And the servant claims that the Duke has officially returned as commander of the knights. The guy won the fight despite the gap of 5 years, and this earned praise, after which the Sun Knight received universal recognition. Now the guy returns to the estate, after which he immediately goes to his wife and claims that he has returned. A short time later they are already in the garden, and the guy claims that he was given the position of commander. The young lady then understands that relations with the Empress have temporarily improved, but as usual, the Crown Prince will start the war and Amid will fight. And now he is completely strong and will definitely be sent to war, so the young lady wonders if everything will be fine. However, the guy then stands in front of the young lady, and he says he has something for her. The main character then asks what it is, and the guy hands her a box and claims that his heart is kept there, after which the young lady opens it. And he sees a gorgeous decoration. Selina also realizes that she has never seen such a large gem, and the girl asks if it's a collar, but then she still thanks the guy. A few days later, the young lady is already heading to Amid's with tea and asks if she can come in. But when there is no answer, Selina realizes that he must have worked a lot since he did not sleep for several days in a row. After which, the girl nevertheless comes into the room and says that he should take a short break and let him drink some tea. However, then the young lady sees that the guy is sleeping peacefully on a chair and realizes that he really is all about business. Selina takes the guy's cape and wants to cover him, and also says that sometimes you need to rest. But at the same moment, the young man grabs her hand and asks what she is doing. Selina replies that she went there because she didn't hear back from him. And the blonde asks if something happened, and the girl understands that she still had to wait for an answer. After all, her contract ended, so they are now divorced, and so the young lady claims that she is glad that he is okay, so it will pass. However, the guy at the same moment pulls her towards him and kisses her. Selina understands that she cannot give in to him, after which he pulls away, but the guy just smiles and suggests that today she should live with him. Selina then tries to refuse, and the guy claims that they are still a couple, so you need to fulfill your marital responsibilities. The girl heard this and is a little embarrassed, but then asks if Amid wants her to give birth to a child. After this, the guy just nods and answers, but he wants a child from her, after which he kisses the young lady again. The next morning, the main character wakes up and thinks why her body is so heavy. The girl then stands up and addresses Rona. However, when the maid runs up, she screams in shock that there is red liquid on the bed. After this, a doctor comes to the young lady and asks if the girl has taken contraceptive medications. Selina replies that, of course not, and asks why she would take something like that, and the man replies that such bleeding is a side effect of some birth control pills. Selina replies that she has never taken birth control, and the doctor claims that such bleeding occurs among the ladies he treats. And they all took the same medications because even a small dose can have such an effect, and besides, such medicines are very famous among the nobles. But their price is quite high, so few can afford them. The man also claims that the dosage must be carefully monitored. Otherwise, heavy bleeding is possible. The main character realizes that the only medicine she took was the medicine for pregnant women that Greta brought. And the girl wonders if Raymond really gave it to him. Therefore now the young lady is asking what will happen after taking them and whether there are any risks. After all, in fact, she was taking some kind of medicine, but these were just vitamins for pregnant women, and the girl then asks if they could be a contraceptive. And the guy replies that now he can't check anything without the medicine, and the young lady asks worriedly, what if the medicine has already worked? The doctor replies that contraceptives are high-quality medicines, but in fact it is a powerful snake venom, and in simple words, it is poison for the body. The main character then remembers what if you think about it? That Greta was hiding some kind of snake, and that means they planned it. Selena now turns to the doctor and asks what her condition is. And the man replies that in the future she may not be able to have children. The main character then comes into shock and realizes that this cannot be, and Amid said that he wants a child. Therefore, the girl understands that the only thing she can do for him now is impossible. The doctor at this time claims that he cannot promise anything now, so he apologizes, and the main character tells him not to tell her husband. However, at this time, Camila comes into the room and asks what he just said. And really, a girl can't have children. The main character then looks at the woman and she just says for everyone to get out. After which she turns to the girl and tells her to now tell her what happened. The main character claims that she seems to have taken birth control medication without knowing it and was bleeding heavily. Camila then asks what she's talking about, and the young lady claims that she was tricked into saying they were prenatal vitamins. The woman then asks if there is evidence because how can she believe it, and the main character replies that Greta brought the medicine, and after eating she took the bottle with her. The girl also asks why they gave her this medicine because they signed a contract. Well, Camila after that just smiles and asks if this really means that she didn't want to give birth to a child from her husband. Selena replies that no, and she came to this mansion to give birth to a child for Amid, and then asks if the woman can call those two. But Camila replies that this is not necessary. After all, they have already been sent to the north, and does the girl really think that they will admit to what they did? And that means the doctor was determined to terminate their birth. So now the girl will not be able to bear a child for Amid. However, Camila claims that the guy needs an heir and will have to give birth to another woman. The blonde also claims that there is no choice, and according to the contract, Selena must leave their house because the girl must know that the contract stated that their agreement will end the moment Amid recovers. The young lady replies that she knows because she signed it herself, after which the girl smiles bitterly. And he understands that she wanted to live her life with him, become Amid's wife and give birth to heirs. Well, everything collapsed in an instant. The woman at this time only asks when the girl will leave. And the young lady replies that soon, but Camila claims that Amid should not know anything about it. After all, if he finds out that the girl is infertile, he will still leave her. Selena then turns to Rona and tells her to change the bed linen. And the maid says that the master shouldn't know, and the main character says that she just shouldn't tell anyone about this. After all, if she doesn't tell, no one will know about it. The maid almost cries after this, but agrees with the mistress. And at this time the girl says that Rona should send another maid there in the evening. So that Amid doesn't find out, Selena thinks what a disappointment that she can't have children with Amid, and she's so scared. A little while later, the girl is about to drink another glass of wine, and then someone tells her to stop. And when the young lady turns around, she sees that it is the Duke, and at that time the blonde man asks why she is drinking there alone, and then sits down next to her. After this, the guy claims that he noticed that the maid had changed, and the main character replies that Rona is sick today. But the Duke then, a little worriedly, claims that he heard that a doctor came to see them. The young lady is then a little surprised. However, he claims that everything is fine, and the guy says that he heard that she had blood, and as the attending physician, he was very worried about the sudden bleeding. The main character then once again says that everything is fine, and this is a woman's body, so there's nothing wrong with that, and everything is fine. However, Amid then says that maybe he overdid it, and the young lady replies that it's not like that, after which the Duke claims that next time he will be careful, and the young lady just lightly pushes his hand away and asks if he will be upset if he finds out that she is not pregnant. The guy then asks what she is talking about, and the girl replies that she heard that most knights have children. The blonde replies that yes, he also heard that Simon's wife is expecting a child. Then he was very happy for him. The young lady then asks if the guy was jealous of him, and the Duke replies that more precisely he was happy for him, and Selena thinks that maybe it's worth telling Amid everything as it is, The guy at this time picks up the young lady in his arms and asks what she is thinking about now. After which he puts the young lady on the bed and tells her not to think about anything but just rest. Selena then asks when the war will start, and the guy answers that they will be announced soon. Then he asks, how about going to the Southern Territory while he is at war, and asks her if he is talking about the Southern Territory. The Duke claims that it is very warm there, and the mansion is large, and when he returns, he wants to see her first. After which the guy kisses the young lady on the forehead and tells her to sleep. Well, at night, the young lady wakes up and, sitting on the sofa, realizes that tomorrow is the ceremony. Well, then the young lady also says what a beautiful view in front of her. The Duke then comes up and asks what it is, and the girl replies that she was looking at the stars. The young lady also claims that tomorrow is the opening ceremony, and she thought that he would not come to her today. However, the blonde asks if she's happy and didn't really want to see him goodbye. Selena is a little embarrassed after this, but then calls the guy by his name. Then he kisses him. The young man is a little surprised by this, after which he asks what she is doing, and the main character claims that she won't see him tomorrow and doesn't know for how long. Therefore, he offers to arrange an unforgettable night. This makes the guy even more embarrassed. After which he kisses the young lady and claims that without her his world will become dark, so the young lady is always his moon. The next morning, the main character wakes up and then someone turns to her and tells the girl to continue sleeping. It turns out to be the Duke, who has already put on his armor, and Selena, rising from the bed, asks him to be careful and come back unharmed. The guy then puts his hand on her cheek and promises that he will definitely return alive, and the young lady claims that she will wait for him, after which the guy hugs her. The next day, Pamela tells the girl to just leave. After all, Amid will not return until the war is over and the young lady has enough money, and she can exchange the check at any bank. The young lady also sees a clause there that they agree to end all marital obligations. The lawyer shows that her signature will be needed there, and Camila claims that the girl has nothing to worry about anymore because she will take care of all the documents herself. The young lady then remembers the warm smile the Duke kissed her hand, but the blonde at this time claims that even if she refuses, she will cut off her finger and put the seal of her millet there. But the main character says not to worry the woman because she will leave, so don't throw around such words. Then the girl signs the contract, after which he bows and says goodbye to his mother. Well, when the young lady goes out into the corridor, she is approached by a lawyer. The girl asks what it is, and the man claims that she is fast, and he has something that he must give her, after which the man hands over an envelope with the seal of Duke Ifrit, and the young lady understands that only Amid can use this seal. The lawyer then replies that this is true, and the Duke left this envelope for her, after which the young lady opens the envelope and is a little surprised when she sees the documents. The lawyer claims that this is a document about land ownership and cash. The girl, a little surprised, asks what this man is, and replies that these are funds given to Selena by Duke Ifrit, and the Duke did not forget anything. The young lady then replies that this is the first time she has seen such a large amount, and asks if this is all for her. The man replies that yes, and the land has already been rewritten in her name. This also applies to all cash, and the girl asks how the Duke came up with this. The lawyer replies that the Duke called him the other day, and they drew up documents. After which the young lady wonders if Amid was thinking about their divorce, and perhaps he suspected that everything would happen like this. Therefore, the girl understands that everything is as she expected, but she also thinks why he asked to wait for him. At this time, the lawyer hands over another piece of paper and tells her to sign because this is proof that all alimony has been paid. Selena asks if she can really take it all because she already has gold, and the man replies that she certainly has a lot of money. But there, the amount far exceeds them, and besides, he needs confirmation that he conveyed everything to her safely. The young lady is then asked to sign, and the lawyer wishes her good luck. Selena says that it's really all over, and the man claims that he hopes her future will be bright and successful, and then leaves. The girl then heads into the carriage and leaves. Well, when she drives through the city, she sees in the window the dessert store that she went to with Amid, and then the girl asks him to stop there for a minute. Selena realizes that this is her last appearance there, after which she comes and sits down at the table. One of the workers claims that she will bring her everything in the near future. Well then, the main character hears someone saying that the Knights of the Sun are participating in the war. One man claims that the Empire will never end this feud, and a woman asks if their knights have recovered from other wars. Another lady claims that she is sure that if the Duke had not recovered, then His Highness himself would have commanded the army, so she asks how they think, and whether they can solve everything peacefully, and even if the parties want to come to a truce, then it's not that simple. At this time, the worker brings the main character tea and dessert, and also wishes her a bon appetit. Selena understands that winning or losing doesn't matter. After all she wants is for a mid to arrive alive and well. Even if he is in captivity, then she wants the guy to live. And now looking at all these desserts, the young lady begins to cry. The girl realizes that the tears do not stop and begins to wipe her eyes. However, she still understands that this is their end and she will not see the guy again. Sometime later, the Duke fights at the front. And when the battle ends, he sits down on the bed to rest, and his colleague asks if he is okay. And maybe the gentleman should get some sleep, but the guy then asks, "What about the others?" The brunette claims that he must protect Sir Ahmed, so he has no time to sleep now. The guy also points to the map and claims that here the gentleman can get a ton of supplies that both countries want to have. And besides, isn't there a source of iron ore there? But a strong military army comes from training and arming soldiers. Therefore, if they get this land, they will increase the power of their army. The blonde then replies that everything is so, and now they also want to grab this land. After which he goes outside where snow is falling in small lumps and claims that it is very cold now, so an agreement on the other hand takes time. Dvinet then replies that yes, they will fix it. But at this time, one of the crying knights says that he received a letter from his wife. Another also says that he received it. And the Duke just looks at them coldly and remembers how he told the young lady that when he returns, he will immediately come to her. But he understands that he still hasn't received a single letter from her. After which he only tells the brunette that they are leaving. Well, then someone claims that there is a letter from Duchess Ifrit. After which the Duke immediately heads in the other direction, and the brunette realizes that although he didn't say anything, he is sure that the Duke was waiting for a letter from her. After which the blonde man reads the lines of the letter with all his might. However, at one point he immediately droops, and the brunette asks what happened. However, the Duke only throws this letter to the guy, after which he claims that this is a letter from his godfather. The other knight also understands that the guy will now be gloomy all day due to the lack of a letter. The Duke at this time claims that he went, but then someone turns to the commander and the guy asks what happened. And the other young man answers that only he alone managed to break through the enemy camp and return alive. The blonde then orders everyone to gather, after which the knights kneel before the commander, and he claims that they know very well that they are protesting against them, and asks who gave them the order, and also whether it was the deputy commander. One of the men claims that he decided to do this himself, after which the blonde claims that, according to military law, troops who acted without the order of the commander should be executed. Well then, His Highness approaches the guy and asks if he dares to put his knights into crippled sleep. After all, when he becomes emperor, he will plunge them all into a crippled sleep, starting with the Knights of Amid. This turns out to be the crown prince named Lois. The blonde only says that if he decided to plunge them into eternal sleep, then let him tell him right away. The Duke then addresses him as Lieutenant Commander. The guy gets angry after this, but then he sees the ring on the Duke's hand and then grins evilly. And he asks if his wife was so beautiful that he wears the ring even on the battlefield. And it's quite interesting to watch, knowing their fictitious marriage. The Duke then looks furiously at Lois, and he says that as they say, to endure means to fall in love, but she must be good in bed. At the same moment, the future emperor receives a fist in the face, and the brunette then asks in shock what the commander is doing. However, the man looks at Lois coldly and is about to strike again, but at the same moment they are pulled apart and told that these two should stop. One of the guys claims that this quarrel can only undermine their discipline and the discipline of all the troops. After which he also turns to the Duke and asks if he doesn't want to win the war in order to see his wife. Amid sighs after this, but the emperor still cannot calm down and screams that this is treason, and how dare the guy raise his hand against him. The Duke claims that this is his response to the emperor's words about his wife, and he also asks whether he wants an official duel. The future emperor asks what he is talking about, but his hand is shaking and he still does not answer. At the same moment, someone turns to the commander. Then he claims that an envoy from the capital was sent to them. The commander then asks who this is and is it really some kind of delegation. And the guy replies that this is Marquis Lot and his daughter, Lady Veronica. The girl then approaches the two of them, and the future emperor at the same moment joyfully greets her. The blonde then turns to His Majesty a little worriedly and asks how he is, and the guy with the stuffed cheek replies that it's nothing and he just had a bad fall. Everyone else then looks at him a little surprised. The Duke then asks the lady what happened. The girl claims that she is there to end this war, and she needs to see Queen Catherine. The prince then asks if the girl really wants to see the queen, and she replies that yes. After all, this war began because of the queen. After this, the Duke looks at the girl a little incredulously, and the future emperor says how smart she is. The young lady notes that yes, but she needs to talk to her in person. The guy then thinks a little about Veronica, then turns to him and asks if she is not part of the royal family to ask for an audience with her. After all, she is still the prince's bride. However, the Duke argues that this is not what the lady should be doing now, and there is no need for negotiations. Veronica then looks at the guy a little puzzled and then says that negotiations can save hundreds of lives, and she believes that it is still necessary to talk to her. And His Majesty wants the war to take place without bloodshed. The Duke replies that he understands her and then tells her to take the Marquis and lady to the safest place possible. Everyone is surprised at this, and the girl asks what he is talking about because she arrived there on the orders of the king, and if everything ends like this. However, the blonde asks if he is not carrying out the royal order. Then the blonde argues that the lives of other soldiers must play an important role here, and the Marquis replies that this is true. However, the commander asks if he really needs to repeat it twice, and then tells them to escort the Marquis and lady to a safe place. The girl then, in shock, asks whether His Majesty will come to terms with this. But after that, the Duke only turns to the guy and asks what the relationship is between the two of them. Lois thinks a little after this. But still, he claims that now is not the time to talk, and Veronica asks how he could say such a thing. One of the knights then turns to the commander and claims that this is actually a good offer, because after all the negotiations the war has begun. The blonde at this time only replies that he wants a perfect victory. And if you look closely, you can see that this land has all the ideal conditions for the goals. So ending the war now to prevent further attacks is the best choice. After all, then it will be possible to always be at home with the people dear to him. The guy also looks at the ring on his hand and thinks how much he misses Selena, after which he also claims that he wants to give a gift, and one of the knights asks what he is talking about. The guy replies that he wants to take the young lady to that place, and the guy thinks does it matter to him when they greet the main character of victory, after which he also claims that his lady will be next to him at the banquet and then everyone will be jealous. The young man also looks at the moon, and he thinks that it would be good if she began to shine even brighter, after which he closes his eyes and understands that he will give this light to the young lady. A short time later, the knights are already fighting in another duel. Amid then meets the Duke of Leighton and claims that he wanted to see him. He also doesn't want life and the soldier to be meaningless, so he asks him to surrender. The man then sighs and asks how he can believe these words, and the blonde replies that he can do it and let him just trust. After which the two look at each other, and the Duke of Leighton claims that many years ago he heard that a young knight at the dawn of his powers was supposed to lead the Knights of the Sun, and then he found out that he was lying in bed, but the guy claims that as a man can see he is fine. After which, he asks to be allowed to take away their weapons and supplies because then he will show them the best courtesy. And the war will finally end, after which the Duke of Leighton throws his sword to the ground, and just like that the war ended. The pavilion called the Box. The son of the continent's jewels regained peace, and the empire won this battle. All the defeated countries signed documents on the payment of huge reparations, and in the pavilion they also signed an agreement stating that they would no longer attack the empire. Having gone through all this, the country changed dramatically and the imperial army returned home with victory. A greeting song was sung and many flowers were scattered. However, the banquet never happened because the war hero was not at the celebration. The Duke returns home at this time and the butler greets him and then says that he is glad that the gentleman has returned safe and sound. However, The guy only asks where Selena is, and the servant doesn't even know how to answer this. When a guy enters the house who greets him, and his mother also says that his son has returned. But she had been waiting for him for so long, and the woman also asks why he was not present at the banquet in honor of the victory of the empire. However, the Duke, without even greeting his mother, asks where Selena is. The woman then asks if he is really not so happy to see his mother after a long time of separation. However, the guy repeats his question again, and the blonde asks if he is really interested in this woman now, after which the young man only turns to his mother, so orders all the servants to leave, after which he offers to talk. After which she points to the papers on the table and claims that when he opens it, he will immediately understand everything. The guy then takes out a stack of papers and sees a clause there that says that on the day indicated above Amid Ifrit and Selena Bazet agree to divorce. But looking at this, the Duke only frowns, and his mother asks if he is now convinced and also if he sees the signature. The guy claims that this is impossible, and the blonde asks if he knows that that girl didn't even love him, after which she hands over other documents and tells the guy to read them carefully. The young man asks what this is, and the woman replies that this is evidence of their contract with this girl. And she came there to give birth to an heir for the Duke. The guy then asks why she agreed to all this and what all this is for. And the woman replies that that's it because she needed money, but the guy doesn't have to worry because she wasn't able to give birth to a child, but the amount indicated in the contract was paid. And the girl immediately left as soon as she received all the money with a confident expression on her face. The blonde then claims that this is a meaningless contract, and the woman asks if he is really so sure of this and thinks only that this girl really loved him and would give birth to a child. After which she tells the guy to read the last line, and the blonde claims that he doesn't know what the mother wants to say with this. However, when she sees the last line, which says that as soon as the child is born, she will take the money and leave, she is surprised. And the woman claims that even if the young lady gave birth to an heir, she would immediately leave the mansion because she agreed to leave the child and leave. So no matter what the contract was, she agreed to such conditions. And after all, she is the woman who does nothing. He doesn't know anything except money. After this, the guy wonders if it was really like that, and the girl looked into his eyes and also waited and hoped for him to survive. And she did all this to save him and then get a divorce. Well, the guy still understands that, although he still didn't know her inner side. After which, the young man turns around and says that there is no need to explain so much to him, and the blonde asks what he was talking about after that, so that he would just sign there, but the young man refuses, and he claims that he wants to hear his wife directly. A little time later, the guy finds himself in his room and realizes that he cannot sit still now. Therefore, you need to take responsibility and find out the truth of this contract. At this time, the butler comes into the room and asks if the master called him. The Duke turns to Colton and claims that he entrusted him with the future of his wife, so let him report everything to him now. However, the butler apologizes and claims that he has nothing to say, but he thought that the gentleman's safe return would correct the situation. After all, he was worried that Selena would find out about her departure in this way, and the Duke must have heard the reason for this action from Lady Camila, but Selena was initially going to leave this mansion. Amid then claims that this is a lie, but the butler replies that it is so. And he couldn't stop the girl, but he also couldn't forget the Duke's order and appointed someone to watch her. The blonde then tells Colton to bring him to the girl now, but the butler asks the Duke to wait. After all, this guy lost Selena at the Faden market. However, the guy asks if this is not a small town, not far from the capital. Colton replies that everything is so, and since everyone moves from there to the capital, there are a lot of people there. And they confused her with a woman in a cloak of the same color and then lost sight of her. But he also sent a man to Selena's parents' house, and her younger brothers and sisters don't know anything about it. The blonde then asks if he told her siblings about this, but the butler only apologizes. And the Duke claims that he himself will decide what to do with him after Selena returns, and now he tells the guy to bring Rona to Selena's room. After all, he will find the girl himself. A little later, the maid asks if the master called her, and the guy just asks where, according to Selena, she could go. After this, the brunette, a little puzzled, replies that she didn't tell her anything at all. The Duke then thinks that the girl must have definitely left something there, after which he looks at the engagement ring and the gift of jewelry that he gave her. Then he asks what Selena took with her when she left, and the maid replies that the mistress did not take anything with her. After which, the guy asks if she really left everything and left silently. Well, the butler then replies that everything is exactly like that. The Duke looks at his wedding ring and understands that Selena didn't give him a chance and left him alone and also left without even saying goodbye. The girl cut off all ties with him. Well, now the young man understands that something is definitely wrong there because the girl treats her husband too frivolously. A few days later, he went to his wife's family and found no clues. The guy searched everywhere and found the answer. One of the servants brought the Duke a cloth with something curled in it and claimed that it was from a pawn shop. The blonde then sees that this is Selena's earring, and the servant claims that he found it in a pawn shop in Deaton City. An elderly woman said she picked her up on the street. The blonde then asks if there is anything else and if this woman could have hurt his wife. And the guy replies that it's unlikely that she needed the money, so she immediately left. The Duke then states that this thing is an expensive thing and realizes that people have a habit of only following the path they have walked before. Therefore, if Selena lives in this city, then he cannot ignore the discovery of this earring. Amid emerges from his office and states that they are heading to Deaton City, after which he realizes that the time has come to begin searching for the lost moon. The main character is in the office at this time, and when her ear itches, the girl thinks if someone is remembering her. A little time later, the young lady also looks at the plants and realizes that after she left the city, she no longer has any connections. But she is very happy because everything there is very different from the place where she lived before. But even more so, all the drugs there are officially tested, not like Walter, who scammed everyone out of money. The girl also understands that you can study different herbs there, and this is a great opportunity for her. Another worker then asks if the girl is going to read all these books about the young lady. She answers yes and asks if she would like to read with her, but the girl replies that she is not good at it. Then she sighs and asks how much longer she has to work to pay off the entire debt. Ina also turns to Selena and then asks where her second earring is. And the main character replies that she lost it and doesn't even know where she could have dropped it, but it seems to her that she will soon find it. The other girl then asks what she is going to do about it since she doesn't even know where exactly she lost it. Selena replies that she has already had this before, but then everything was found, and she believes that this time she will find it too. And Aina at this time claims that she heard the news when she was at the market about the fact that the commander of the Sun Knights is so handsome, and they say that the war finally ended thanks to him, and they say that he is still lonely. So the girl claims that she is very interested in who will become his wife. The main character then understands that even though this is a small town, rumors still reach here because the Duke is a fairly popular person, and his reputation has grown to such an extent that there is no place in the Empire where they don't know anything about him. And yet, the young lady understands that she is glad that he returned safely, but it's time for her to stop thinking about him because they got divorced. And Aina at this time claims that there are rumors that he is married and asks if this is true, and the young lady notes that perhaps this is a rumor. But Aina replies that this is not so because the rumor has been circulating for a long time. After all, when the commander was ill for a long time, he took a poor girl as his wife. But after he recovered and achieved everything he left her, such words make the young lady's book fall down. After which, the girl only claims that she heard the commander is an honest person, so it's unlikely to be true, and Aina says that who knows. And especially since nobles don't marry for love, so most likely it was a marriage of convenience. The girl also claims that the banquet in honor of the victory was cancelled, and the main character asks what she is talking about. And Aina replies that the commander has no escort and neither a wife nor a mistress, and the young lady thinks how stupid it is with a mid. Many people want to be together, so the young lady claims that perhaps there is something else there, and now she needs to work. And Aina claims that this is the most important event that everyone has been waiting for. Well, suddenly someone comes into the shop and the girl asks if someone has come. It turns out to be a young man with gray hair, and Aina then whispers to Selena that this man comes there every day to see her, so let the young lady try. The guy at this time turns to Miss Selena and claims that he has already come today and has also been waiting for the opportunity to talk to her for so long. The main character then says that she will go out for a minute and the maid asks where she is going. Well, the girl just closes the door at this time, after which the two remain in awkward silence and Aina asks if she can tell the guy something. The guy then says no need and walks forward, pushing Aina away, and also goes after Miss Selena. Well, when the main character doesn't turn around, then he asks if she really ignores those who talk to her. A short time later, the girl is already washing her clothes and thinking how tired she is. But she cannot believe that such rumors are circulating around Amid and his reputation could be tarnished because he is the best and most loyal knight. However, when the young lady shakes the sheet, a young man with gray hair suddenly approaches her and says that he will help. However, Selena does not allow him to do this and replies that everything is fine, after which the guy asks why she is ignoring his help. And the main character thinks why he is so clingy and why he needs all this. However, after this, the guy just gets angry and grabs the girl's hand and asks where she is looking and will she really continue to ignore him. Selena screams, "What is he doing?" and claims that she will scream now. However, at the same moment, someone throws the guy back and he just grabs his hand. The main character thinks who it is, but when she turns around, she is very surprised. After all, it turns out to be a maid, and he claims that this is his wife. After which he tells the guy to leave and he bows, asking for forgiveness, and then runs away, and the young lady wonders what the Duke is doing there. "And why did you come?" The guy at this time just straightens her hair and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, but then he asks why the girl is silent. And the young lady then asks how he ended up there. The guy claims that she looks like she saw a ghost. Selena doesn't know what to tell him, but then Aina goes outside and asks where Selena has been and is she really doing the laundry. But then the girl also sees the Duke and claims that he is very handsome. After which the girl also turns to the young lady and asks who it is, and is he really a debt collector who came for them notes that everything is wrong. Amid at this time claims that he is her husband, and the young lady tries to say that this is not so. However, when the Duke looks at her furiously, he still does not dare. Amid then pulls the young lady towards him and says that she is his wife. Aina, watching all this, becomes embarrassed and then says that then she will leave the two of them alone and they will see each other later. The girl then leaves, and the young lady is trying to say something to the Duke, but she doesn't even know that she's sighing and wondering what's going on there. After this, the girl pours him some tea and tells him to drink some. The Duke then only looks at her and the young lady looks away. Amid says that means she lives there, and the young lady replies that yes, and asks how he found out and why he came there. The guy then asks if she really doesn't understand anything and asks how she makes money living here. The young lady claims that she likes her current life because the days spent at the Duke's residence were like hard labor. And she doesn't know when she will plunge into eternal sleep because she was like a prisoner because the Duchess had to tell him everything. After which the young lady claims that she sold herself for 500,000 ducats but was unable to bear him a child, and the girl claims that if she remains there she will lose. And then she will have to live with his mother under the same roof for the rest of her days. But at any moment she could be kicked out and she left to save herself and also waited for the Duke to recover in order to divorce him. After which the young lady still does not make eye contact with the guy, and he asks if this means that she does not love him. After which the young lady asks what he is talking about and claims that it was just an excuse. The guy then turns to Selena and hands her the earring. Ah. The main character asks if he really found it, and the Duke asks if she knows what he thought of when he saw this earring. After all, he thought that the situation had become so terrible that she decided to give her earrings to the Lampard or that something had happened to her. The young lady then looks at the Duke but then turns away and realizes that she can no longer be with him, after which the young lady rises from the table and claims that now it no longer matters. After all, it's already over. The girl also thinks that now they should say goodbye. However, the Duke only smiles after this. Then he grabs the young lady's hand and claims that he hasn't yet. He then throws the piece of paper on the table and claims that they are not divorced. The main character then claims that this cannot be, but the young man says that as far as she can see the contract was not violated, after which the girl looks and asks if he didn't sign it. Amid only says that he must take responsibility because they swore an oath to each other, and the young lady is shocked and wonders what is happening now. The guy claims that while he was away, She signed a divorce agreement and disappeared. Therefore, from now on, I must pay. And then he hugs the girl. The young lady then asks in shock what he means, and the guy claims that the birth of his child is a condition for dissolution of the marriage. Therefore, now he says that she should try to fulfill these conditions. The young lady then wonders if he doesn't know that she can't have children and if Camila has decided not to tell him. After which, the girl claims that there is something he doesn't know. A young lady with shaking hands claims that she will not have a child. Well, the guy just puts a wedding ring on her and the young lady asks what he's doing, and the Duke replies that no matter what, he will always be with her, to which Selena is surprised. But when the guy hugs her, the young lady just tells him to let him go, and the young man replies that if he lets go, then she will fall. However, the girl screams that she does not want to return to that mansion, after which the Duke asks if she really hates this place so much. And Selena claims that although the Duke's house is magnificent for her, it is like a prison, and she endured all this because of money. But looking at the Duke, the young lady thinks why he listens to all this, and is it really impossible to terminate the contract? The young lady also asks if it's all about the money, and since she didn't spend a penny, she will return it to him. The guy then asks if she really hasn't spent a penny, and the girl replies that everything is true and they are still in the bag. The blonde then asks why she doesn't use this money, but the young lady just looks away and realizes that she actually couldn't spend it. After all, how can she use the money that she received dishonestly? So now the girl claims that in any case she will return it to the guy, so let him take it. However, the Duke then asks if this is not her money, and the girl claims that she will return them so they can end the conversation there. Well, then the Duke comes for her. Then he asks if she really considers him a thief or a stranger, and the young lady replies that no, but when she looks at her bag, she sees that the money is missing. After which, the young lady asks who it could be, and the young man asks how she thinks. Selena then remembers her colleague, and the blonde states that he thinks it was the girl who was with her earlier. After which, the main character sees a note at the bottom of the bag, and when she opens it, it says that this girl is sorry. Well, she claims that she had no other choice, and also asks to understand her. The girl also claimed that she would definitely return everything, so she asked Selena to just wait for her. The girl also wrote that the young lady's husband is very handsome, but considering how much money she found, he is also rich, so let the dear one hold on. The Duke then says that she probably feels like she was stabbed in the back. And the main character claims that she will return the money to him, and the girl said that she will return it. However, the blonde asks when this will happen, and what they should do now, after which he asks if she can really return the money. Selena replies that she will repay the debt no matter what, and the guy asks if she will really live like this until she repays the debt. And does he think that he can live peacefully in this situation? The young lady then realizes that she feels like a pawn because of her, as if everyone has already decided, because no matter what path she chooses, she will ultimately lose. So the young lady says that anyway, what he needs is not money. After all, he suffers from feelings for her, and then he finds out that she is under a contract and cannot bear him a child. The girl understands that Amid cannot leave her because of a sense of responsibility. And perhaps this is the reason why Camila did not tell him about this. After all, the guy was determined to find her and would not give up until he got what he wanted. Therefore, the young lady now claims that she is very sorry for signing the contract with his mother, and so she undergoes atonement for her sins. Therefore, let the guy return to his home. However, after this, the young man just leans towards the girl and asks if she knows what she is doing wrong now. Selena then realizes that the guy wants a child, but the child she wants most likely will not be able to be born, and now the young lady jumps up and says that she is. However, the guy blocks her and claims that she doesn't have to worry about it today. Celine then claims that she hates children, and the Duke asks what she is talking about, and the girl only claims that she also wants to give birth to a child from the man she loves and wants to become a real wife and not with a contract wife. The guy then frowns a little and asks how this is possible. However, the young lady claims that he will find someone else and offers to forget about each other, after which he also asks how long he wants her to be his wife. The guy claims that for nights there is no word for divorce, and the young lady claims that if there is a reason, then the divorce can be carried out without shame, and the Duke asks if she is talking about the reason. Selena replies that yes, and for example, if the wife is infertile, then not having children or something like that is a good reason. Therefore now the girl asks him to divorce her, and then no one will criticize him. While the guy heading to the door claims that he already has an excellent excuse, and the young lady asks what it is, and the blonde replies that he will let her go when she gets tired of her. And now, being in the carriage, the girl understands that in the end, she went with a maid back to Ifret's residence. The guy took her away without giving her time to pack her things, so the girl wonders if she can even return there. And the Duke at this time extends his hand to her and tells her to take it. The young lady then realizes that it's like she's going there for the first time, but then she was alone. Amit at this time asks if she is afraid, and the young lady extends her hand to him in response and tells him that she is not, after which the girl gets out of the carriage and everyone greets the Duchess with her return. Selena realizes that this is a bit of a burden, and the wreckage at this time tells her to enter the mansion, after which the young lady agrees. And when the girl enters the room, she asks if anything has changed there. She also claims that she wants to take a walk to the embankment, and the guy asks what she is talking about. The young lady replies that she doesn't feel comfortable there right now, and the Duke then pulls her towards him and claims that they are a couple. And they should always be together, after which he says that having returned home, the girl Leeds again became his wife, and Selena asks what he is talking about. When the young lady returns to her room, she realizes that everything is the same there. But then Rona immediately runs into the room and with tears in her eyes says that the mistress has returned. The main character tells the girl not to cry, and the maid replies that she thought she would never see her mistress again. Selena then asks if she forgot what she warned her about, and the maid replies that of course she remembers everything, and the young lady tells the girl not to let Amid find out about it. But then the young lady looks around and asks where Colton is because she didn't see him. And the brunette asks if the lady is talking about the butler, because if so, he plans to leave the Duke's residence today. A short time later, the main character finds the man and says that she heard that he is leaving the mansion today, and the butler replies that everything is true. The girl then asks why he decided to leave, and the man remains silent in response to this, after which he claims that there are others who can take his place there. And the young lady asks what to do because she doesn't want him to leave, after which she also thanks Colton for doing her a favor and it's not his fault. The man is a little surprised after this, and the young lady claims that she wanted to tell him this. The girl also remembers how she asked the butler not to inform Amita about her absence because she did not want him to worry about her. And the man understands that there was a time when the girl asked him for this. Colton also claims that the Duke's safety was his duty, and the main character claims that she cannot have children and then asks if he knows, but then he says that of course there is nothing that the butler doesn't know. However, the man claims that he has not heard about it, but the young lady asks why he gave the Duke a hint on how to find her. And Colton replies that this was just a way to evade responsibility, and that the rest of the time, the gentleman himself found it. The main character then replies that it is clear, and this time she will perfectly play the role of his wife and become the best Duchess. And maybe that's why Colton didn't let her go, so he has to help her, because if he leaves, who will take care of the Duke's household? After which the young lady with a smile on her face asks the butler not to leave. The man then remains silent about the young lady and claims that everything is fine. Then Colton throws his suitcase and bows to thank the lady, and the young lady notes that you're welcome, after which she claims that there is one more thing. The man claims that he won't tell anyone about her condition. And the main character then says that this is great and then wishes Colton all the best for the future. A little time later, the Duke asks why the girl left Colton. The main game does not answer that it is because she needs him, and she needs to take care of the household, but it will be difficult for her alone. But the Duke replies that it is possible without Colton. The main character then remembers that according to Rona, most of the servants have changed, but the maid also claimed that she was glad that the mistress had finally returned to them, and the main character realized that it seemed that the maid had suffered greatly without her for some time. And Selena understands that if the butler leaves in this state, then chaos will begin in the palace. The Duke at this time only approaches the young lady and claims that this is her choice. And the girl, a little embarrassed, replies that everything is true, and in any case she will try her best. And the guy also claims that His Majesty said that the victory banquet could no longer be postponed. And the young lady then understands that this is true because the only thing the country can boast of now is victory. The girl also thinks that the guy was postponing the banquet due to the lack of a partner. Amid at this time pulls Selena closer to him and addresses her by name, after which he puts his hand on her cheek and claims that the girl will soon become his official wife Selena, then thinks what he is talking about and will she really become his wife. After that day, Madame Paul ordered a dress and taught her etiquette. The girl also practiced dancing with a maid, but something remained strange. After all, Veronica should have become crown princess a long time ago, but time has passed, and in the original they were supposed to get married immediately after the end of the war. But Amid's reputation grew, and a banquet in honor of the victory had not been held for several months, even if the guy had not recovered. The plot of the original novel would not have changed, and the main character wonders if it's all because of her. A little time later, the girl is already getting out of the carriage, and the maid reports that the Duke said that he would be a little late, and the main character answers, well, but when he looks ahead, he thinks that there are a lot of people there. Rona then claims that the lady is the most beautiful. The main character is a little embarrassed by this. But then she suddenly feels sick, and the maid asks if the lady is unwell. The main character is told that no, and she just suddenly felt dizzy. But then the Duke approaches the girl and asks if she is dizzy, and whether she should call a doctor. The young lady looks at her husband a little surprised, but then replies that no, and everything is fine, and the guy asks if she is nervous. To which the girl replies that no, and not that much. But when she looks at her husband, she thinks how handsome he is. However, the blonde tells her to stop looking at him like that, because he is not used to this yet, and the young lady claims that this outfit suits him very well. And today, he looks great. Amid is a little surprised by these words, and the main character understands that he must be admittedly handsome. The guy at this time puts his hand on her cheek and says that the girl does too. The young lady then wonders if he is saying that she is beautiful too, after which she realizes that it is funny for her to hear such things from Amid, and yet very pleasant. The guy at this time only continues his remark and claims that she also looks very serious, after which the young lady thinks what it is and asks if that's all and also if he doesn't want to say anything else. The guy answers, yes. And the main character then turns around and says that he should go first and she will come a little later. However, the young man runs up to her and hugs her from behind, after which he asks where she is going, because he must inform everyone in the palace that she is his wife. The young ladies then realize that this is true and that she had completely forgotten about it. But then the girl also thinks that she is very scared, and she also thinks that maybe she should just leave, but the reason is too ridiculous. At this time, the blonde kisses her hand and tells the young lady not to worry because he won't let anyone hurt her. Selena is embarrassed after this, but says that everything is wrong, after which the guy invites her to go, and these two enter the palace, after which the servants report that the Duke and Duchess Efrat have arrived. The main character understands that she feels a lot of eyes on her, and the Duke tells her that everything is fine. After which, with a smile on her face, she claims that she will protect her from everyone, and the main character smiles after that too. She understands that everything will be fine because Amid is nearby, and when they start dancing, the girl realizes that now she feels like she's behind a stone wall. A short time later, one of the beaux approaches the Duke and claims that His Majesty wishes to see him. Amid then asks if the girl can cope there alone, and the young lady notes that she is not a child, so he doesn't have to worry. But when the young lady says goodbye to him, she no longer understands what she should do now. At this time, two women approach her and claim that they were finally able to meet with the Duchess, to which the young lady just smiles. The girl then also begins to listen to rumors, and one of the people claims that she heard that the Duke cares very much about this girl, but according to rumors, she was a beauty. The young lady realizes that she is already dizzy from all this, and then she wants to answer something. But someone else addresses her by name and claims that she wondered if it was her. Another woman then turns to the girl and asks if Karasmix knows the Duchess, and the girl replies that of course. Then he turns to the young lady and claims that she was her maid. The rest of the girls are then surprised and shocked, and ask if this lady was really a maid, and also if she really had such a hard time. The black-haired lady then argues that they should at least listen to others for help. Well, then someone else comes into the room and says that this is so vulgar. It turns out to be Veronica, and she asks if they really like embarrassing other people that much. The brunette then asks Miss Veronica if this is too cruel, And the blonde only claims that no matter what the girl's past is, she is now a duchess. After which, the girl also asks if they are criticizing the young lady for her past life. The girls are only embarrassed by this, and the main character understands that Veronica is pretending to be a good person in front of people. But now he defiles her family with his dark past, and the main character wonders if Veronica was originally like this. After all, when the young lady read the book, she thought that she was a worthy woman with an incredibly angelic smile. However, the main character claims that she doesn't mind, and the reason she worked as maids was because she just needed a job. And now she is not ashamed that she worked in such conditions. The young lady also understands that she needed to earn money to feed her younger brothers and sisters, so she thinks, why should she be ashamed of this? The other girls apologize to the Duchess at this time, and the young lady claims that she will forget their conversation today, so they should not worry about it. Then the Duke approaches the young lady, and the girl asks if he has already come, after which the guy replies that yes, and the young lady asks if the meeting with His Majesty went well, and also why he wanted to see him. Amid replies that there is one thing. After that, they go out onto the balcony, and the main character asks if he heard it. The guy asks what she means, and the young lady claims that she is talking about her past. The Duke still doesn't understand what she's talking about, and the girl claims that the guy could get into trouble because of him. After which he wonders if he is asking because he doesn't know. However, the guy then turns to Selena and claims that her past life was very difficult. And of all the people he knows, she is the one who has a difficult fate. After which he kisses the girl, and she understands that such words again give her hope for something more. Then the two return to the hall, and the main character realizes that everyone seems to be looking at her well. Then she thinks that it might be because of a maid, however, when the young lady looks in that direction. Then he sees that the Emperor is in front of them, and the girl understands that she needs to say hello. The Duke at this time only turns to His Majesty and claims that he needs to ask something, and the young lady then thinks that it will be bad if she does not greet the Emperor. The man then says that he must fulfill everything that Duke Ifrit himself asked, after which the guy looks at His Majesty, and then claims that they would like him to attend their wedding. The man then replies that he understands, after which he raises his glass and states that of course he will come, and he wishes the Duke and Duchess Ifrit all the best for the future, and he invites everyone to wish them a happy family life. The main character then turns around in shock and wonders what is happening, after which she turns to a maid and asks in a whisper what all this means. And the guy asks what it is and then claims that she is ideal for him as a wife. The main character sighs after this, but then asks if everything is okay that he is doing this. The guy replies that it's okay and that a wedding is a holiday that happens once in a lifetime. Therefore, he will give her the most unforgettable memories. Selena smiles, and then realizes that today her future husband looks so charming, and the girl kisses him. At this time, Veronica is watching all this from around the corner, and a short time later the young lady is already sitting in her office and realizes that after the banquet, she began to seriously prepare for the wedding. Perhaps all this is due to the fact that she is already a duchess and has many different responsibilities at home. She has safely prepared the dress, and now all that remains is to choose the people she would like to invite to the wedding. Therefore, now the young lady is thinking about who she should invite. The girl understands that since the Emperor himself will be at this wedding, then everyone will want to be there, after which the young lady enthusiastically decides to start. At this time, the maid turns to the mistress and claims that they came to her from the jewelry store, but she heard that she was given a gift for the wedding ceremony. Selena then asks what kind of gift this is, and the jeweler replies that yes and greets the lady, after which she claims that it was made for her by order of the Duke. The young lady then wonders if this was on the orders of the Duke, and asks if the man wants to say that the Duke has prepared something for her, and the jeweler asks her not to be surprised. Then he claims that this is a commemorative coin created in honor of their marriage. The young lady didn't even have words then, and the girl then asks if they aren't made for important state events. The man replies that everything is true, but since this is the wedding of the commander of the Sun Knights, it must be worthy. After all, it is the Knights of the Sun who protect their empire. The young lady then looks at the coin and thinks in what kind of wedding they make. Commemorative coins. The girl also understands that amid is the sun and the moon, and I really feel a little ashamed. The man at this time claims that what she is looking at is the back, and then asks to turn the coin over. After this, the young lady becomes completely embarrassed and asks what it is. After all, in front of her, she sees that portrait of the two of them, and at that time, the man asks if she likes it. The young lady then looks at the coin, puzzled, and the jeweler states that on the wedding day, they will throw them in the parade street, after which the young lady just smiles, and he claims that it looks like golden showers. But she herself thinks that you can go crazy like that. A little time later, when the main character is sitting at her table, someone reports that Lady Veronica has arrived to visit her. The girl then enters the room and bows and greets Lady Selena and also congratulates her on her wedding. The main character then thanks her, and the girl claims that the Duke of Ypres is her childhood friend and even from the cradle. The main character then says that as she understands, the Marquis adopted Veronica not from birth, but when she was 15 years old, but all the nobles think that Veronica is the biological daughter of the Marquis Mage also didn't say anything about this, so the main character thinks it's strange. After all, the novel said that Veronica grew up receiving a sea of love from the Marquis, and now the main character, despite the girl, understands that people don't know anything about her. The blonde at this time claims that she is glad that they were able to meet like this, after which he also claims that she went up there to congratulate her on the holiday and then will go. After which he also says what they will see at the wedding, but the main character asks what she is talking about. After which she asks for forgiveness but claims that she has already sent out invitations to everyone. The blonde then smiles and asks what she is talking about because she is the mistress of His Imperial Majesty the Crown Prince. Well, the main character claims that she is not the crown princess, after which the blonde leaves and says that they will see each other later, and the young lady rings the bell and wonders if she invited her to the wedding. Then the butler comes into the room and asks if the lady called him the young lady, then turns to Colton and tells him to find out about Veronica. For example, how and where she was born. The butler then said that this is what he understands in their capital, but the young lady asks him to find out everything in detail, for example, information about which no one knows anything. A little time later, the maids are already helping the lady prepare for the wedding, and Ron's son says with admiration how beautiful she is. The main character then thanks the girl and understands that today is her and Amid's wedding, but her heart is beating so fast this time someone turns to the young lady and tells her to wait. It turns out to be the Duke, and he approaches the young lady and then tells her to come with him. And a little later, they arrive at the place where the wedding will take place. The Duke then states that, to be honest, he is a little worried, and the young lady asks what he's talking about, and the guy claims that he's afraid she might not show up at the altar. After all, the girl then left him alone. However, the main character then claims that everything is different now, and the Duke asks what she is talking about. Selena is a little embarrassed and says that she needs him to know that she is now officially his wife, after which the girl also says that he looks great today. And the guy replies that she does too, after which these two enter the hall, and someone reports that the Duke and Duchess have arrived. His Highness claps for the two. Mother Amida is also in the hall, and although she is not happy about this wedding, she still claps. The girl then realizes that it is like a dream, and now she and Amid are an official couple. But she still doesn't think that the guy is very nervous, and he has always been a very confident person. At this time, the priest claims that he wants to tell them that the marriage was blessed by God himself, after which the main character realizes that that's it now, but the guy turns to Selena. And when the young lady turns around, he kisses her. The girl also thinks what a warm kiss this is and understands that this is true because this is their wedding. That evening, the guy turns to the young lady and asks what she's thinking about. The girl replies that she's going to bed, and the blonde asks if she really wants to sleep so early and if she's feeling unwell. The main character replies that no. The Duke then turns to her and claims that there is something he wants to ask her about, and the young lady asks what it is. And the guy says that she won't leave him anymore, to which the girl remains silent, but then he still claims that their contract has already ended, and the guy asks if that's the only reason he doesn't think so. And the young lady understands that she must let him go so that they can live a peaceful life. Amid then hugs tightly Selena and claims that she doesn't have to answer because she is now his wife and will never leave him. But even if he doesn't receive an answer until the end of his days, he still won't let her go. After this, the main character only becomes embarrassed and realizes that initially she planned to leave him right away. But every time she looks at this guy, she regrets, and right now, she wants to feel like his happy wife. Veronica at this time turns to the crown prince and claims that she cannot believe that she was not invited to the wedding of the Knight of the Sun, after which the guy asks what she is talking about and what kind of wedding, and the girl claims that this is because of her incompetence and then asks if he knows how difficult it was to appease the queen. And each time the young lady claimed that all the jewelry belonged to their queen. Well, now the girl asks why it's all hers. After which Veronica grins and turns to His Majesty. She claims that she did everything she could. And the guy rejected the queen's heart and started a war, so now the young lady turns to His Majesty and argues that it's time for him to contribute to this matter. Then he asks what he will do. The guy at this time claims that the Duke always appropriated for himself what belonged to him. And a simple knight commander looks down on the crown prince. The blonde at this time claims that if the emperor does not receive strength and support from the Sun Knight, this is a failure. And the prince claims that now Duke Ifrit has recovered and everything is in his hands. Well, despite this, the knights he leads and him are at different levels, so no matter how hard the guy tries to catch up, he is still weak. The same thing happened when he sent a mercenary. So now the prince asks what he should do, and the girl tells His Highness to calm down, because he still doesn't know the whole situation. And he is actually an outstanding person and also a future emperor. The guy then hugs Veronica, and the girl, although a little surprised, asks him to be patient because she chose His Highness, and in any case in the future it is better not to provoke Duke Ifrit without any need.